And for study, we don't need a roll call, but we do have a quorum with us today. So we will be starting with our usual COVID-19 item. Item 1 is time has been set aside for an update for the COVID-19 emergency. And as I usually like to do, I like to set it up for all of us and the public and go through the item as we will discuss it today. We will have the city manager talk about testing. There's a new vaccination site that we're cooperating and partnering with Pima County on. This is El Pueblo Neighborhood Center. Mr. Ortega will also be talking about the success in terms of opening polls, our Ready, Set, Rec, mobile recreation center, and then we'll be updating us on delinquencies in our utilities. I would like to start this particular item talking about our concerns in terms of COVID numbers. As you all well know, the governor decided to again impede cities, towns, and counties from enforcing or keep their mask mandates. The city of Tucson, as well as Pima County, decided based on science and what public health officials are saying in terms of our concerns regarding COVID continuing to spread. We've decided to keep our mandatory mask mandates here in the city of Tucson and in Pima County. According to the University of Arizona, in their report, we have U of A wastewater experts that are reporting a higher concentration of COVID-19 in the wastewater countywide. We need to make sure to follow all COVID mitigation strategies, follow all the public health guidelines, and get vaccinated as soon as possible. We know that Pima County opened up availability for vaccines for people ages 16 and over. And so pretty much everyone 16 and over can get vaccinated in one of the pods here in Pima County. And it includes our TCC pod, the University of Arizona pod, as well as other locations throughout the city of Tucson and Pima County. We will continue to monitor the number of cases from week to week. There's a slight increase in cases from last week to this week, so we have to make sure that we, as vaccinations go out, that we keep reminding our loved ones, our neighbors, our friends, and the entire community to continue using their face covering or face mask. Both the UK variant and the Brazilian variant have been found here in Pima County, which means that these variants are much more widely and rapidly spread. So I just wanted to start with that. Unfortunately, cases are going up. There's a slight increase in cases, and so let's make sure that we're encouraging everyone to continue using their face mask, continue social distancing as much as possible, get vaccinated as soon as you possibly can. With that, I will turn over the microphone to our city manager, Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Good afternoon. So I'll start off. Testing is continuing to decrease in just the sheer numbers. Just to refresh your memory, we are no longer testing at Udall. Those tests are now conducted at 6009 East Grant Road. So that testing facility moved, in essence, or that testing effort moved. We are still offering testing at El Pueblo through our partnership with ASU. So that is continuing, but again, very slow. We have just a trickle coming in on a daily basis. With regard to vaccines, TCC is still going strong. We are up to over 62,500 vaccines. to date. So quick shout out to those folks, just doing an incredible job out there. You know that the ages have been opened up to 18 and older. So that is now available to folks in the community. Also, Mayor, as you mentioned, the El Pueblo has been opened up as a point of distribution of a pod. The hours there for members of the council, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9:30 to 1:30, and no appointment or registration is needed at this time. That may change based on volume. But at this point, there's an opportunity for folks to just show up.
Okay.
Just show up.
Yay. Okay, I gotta close my door again.
Is there someone that is not muted? Can you make sure that if you're not speaking, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So overall, some good movement there. Again, we are looking forward to expanding those hours based on demand, working again with our partners at Pima County. At Mayor, as you mentioned, I wanted to give just a quick update on our openings. I have asked the directors as of yesterday to open up public-facing counters. Those should pretty much be open, not to the same level as what we had before the pandemic, but most of the counters are now open and available for walk-up customers. We are still obviously encouraging appointments. We also will be opening the extended season pools and the splash pads on April 19th. So in a couple of weeks, those will be open. Our Ready, Set, Rec van program, by the way, thank you to the mayor and city council for your leadership on getting those vans going, have been wildly successful. We have families that actually have been contacting our offices and really trying to figure out where the vans will be in the neighborhood so they can take their kids. We're seeing multi-generational families coming out, grandparents bringing their grandkids and parents, etc., bringing their kids. So we're pretty excited about that. We also have the neighborhood associations reaching out, asking to schedule them. So it's been a great program. Our senior programming continues. We are starting to see more of an increase in participation as the seniors, a lot of them have been vaccinated. They're coming out and enjoying some of the programming that we've been able to provide for them. So, Mayor, that's the update. The one thing I did want to mention as well, you all have had an interest in our delinquency accounts so far. If you remember when we started the conversations, our delinquency amount was up around 9 million. It's slowly decreased. We're at about 4 million now, working with everyone who needs help. All they have to do is call the water department and ask for assistance. We give them a payment plan and work with them and make sure that we do it on their terms, ways that they can afford to pay for it. So very pleased with that, and the participation and the reaction has been great. So we're really, really happy with that, Mayor. So with that, be happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Yes. Are there any questions by my colleagues on the council on the items that we've talked about?
Madam Mayor, I have a question. This is Councilman Fimbres.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ortega, on the El Pueblo process, we're open Monday, we're open 3 days a week. How many shots are we anticipating each day? Be giving out another Moderna shots, or then the Johnson & Johnson?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, they are not the Johnson & Johnson. We have had some requests from the public. They are not the Johnson & Johnson. We basically take what's given us as a community. Because of the number of hours, we're only down to a few hundred per day. But again, that's based on demand. If the demand increases, then we can make a case for additional hours and additional vaccines. So I believe yesterday was our first day, and we only had about 150, and they are the Moderna vaccine.
Okay, so they need to get 2 then.
They do need to get 2.
Okay, and the other question I have now is how many of our city employees have been vaccinated and are returning to work?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, my expectation is that those that want to have the vaccine will have the vaccine by the end of next week. And so I've set that as an internal quote deadline. So that way all of our city employees have both of their shots by the middle of May. Most of them have been through. Those that want to be vaccinated have been through, but we do still have some appointments next week. But we are filtering them through fairly quickly. So we've got some, I'll call them stragglers that are coming in next week, but the vast majority of employees have been given the opportunity already.
Good, and thank you for tracking the Ready, Set, Rec program. It's very valuable and it's a home run, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your leadership as a council on that. Really appreciate that.
And thank you, Mr. Manager. I don't see any other of my colleagues with their hands up, but I did want to invite Andrew Greenhill to present to us on an update on the ARF or ARP, American Rescue Plan, as well as any additional information in terms of funds coming through the American Rescue Plan for the city of Tucson, both including FTA, CDBG, HUD, any other funds that are coming in. Councilmember Santa Cruz had asked Andrew to present on what other jurisdictions within our region are receiving funds from American Rescue Plan monies, as well as we wanted, Councilmember Karen Ulick, I believe, wanted an update on evictions and the partnership that we have with Pima County on that particular issue. And then it would be wonderful to get a synopsis of the American Jobs Plan that President Biden has put in front of us and in front of Congress. Go ahead, Andrew.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Can you see my screen?
Yes, but it's blank. I see a white screen.
Yeah, Andrew, it looks like you're sharing, but there we go. You got it.
I'll do it this way. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As the mayor said, I'll cover a few things in this very quick presentation, go over funding that we've now gotten some confirmation of for the city, cover some examples of funding that other jurisdictions have gotten, give an update on the eviction moratorium, and then a quick overview of the American Jobs Plan. So first, some good news. I'm happy to report that we did get confirmation from the Federal Transit Administration. The city of Tucson will be receiving about $47 million in transit funding from the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA as they call it. Just like the CARES Act funds and the other funds we've gotten for transit, the funds are available to be used for payroll, operating costs, PPE, and other costs. They're provided on a reimbursable basis. So in other words, we submit our expenses to FTA and then they reimburse us. Again, this is slightly above what we received in the CARES Act, which was about $44 million. And we're very pleased with the amount that we'll be getting to support transit in our community. In response to Councilmember Santa Cruz's request, we've put together, based on what's available now, some figures for what the state, some of the counties in our region, some other cities are receiving from those state and county funding dollars. So again, just in context, the city of Tucson will be receiving about $139 million from those state and county funds. So from that same funding stream, we know that the state of Arizona will receive about $4.8 billion. Pima County will receive slightly over $203 million. And then just to put that in context, Maricopa County, about $800 million, Pinal County to the north, about $90 million, and our neighbors to the south in Santa Cruz County will be getting about $9 million from that same bit of funding. They may still be eligible for other dollars through the ARPA, but from that state and local funding, that's what we expect them to receive. Some of our peer Arizona large cities, Phoenix, which is about 3 times our size, will be getting about 3 times the amount, around $400 million. And then you can see Mesa, Glendale, Tempe, some other large cities, and the amount they'll be receiving. Closer to home, we've got Marana will be getting about $12 million, Oro Valley with a similar population, just around 11 million. Cerrito will get about 7 million. Nogales, it's about 1.4 million that South Tucson, my apologies. South Tucson will receive, and then the city of Nogales about $5 million. We do have some figures for some of our local higher education institutions. The U of A will get about 84 million, Arizona State about 198 million, Pima Community College about $40 million. Now there are some requirements on these dollars where a lot of these dollars will be required to be used to assist students. So there's some restrictions and requirements that the universities and the colleges will have. We do expect Tucson Airport Authority to receive some funds, but we don't have those figures yet. And then in terms of our local K-12 public school districts, there's still not specific estimates or confirmed amounts for them yet. You may have seen the article in the Arizona Daily Star this weekend, which I've quoted on the slide. The Arizona Department of Education expects to know how much each school district will get in the next couple of weeks. And so once we have that information, we'll share that with council. So that covers that part of the presentation. Moving to the third item, the eviction moratorium. Councilmember Ulick made the motion at the last meeting to direct staff to contact our federal delegation to express our support for an extension of the CDC eviction moratorium within a few days. The CDC, in fact, went ahead and did that. So the eviction moratorium is now extended to the end of June, to June 30th. After we got that announcement, conferred with the mayor's office in Ward 3, it will turn our please letter into a thank you letter to our delegation for their support. And then finally, just a look ahead to the American Jobs Plan. As the mayor mentioned, President Biden and Vice President Harris have unveiled their plan for recovery. So the ARPA, the rescue plan, was about COVID relief. This next plan is about COVID recovery. How do we increase jobs and investment and infrastructure to get the economy going and to get people back to work? The plan that the president unveiled is a $2.25 trillion plan. And I've listed some of the highlights here on the slide that I think would be of special interest to mayor and council. There's money for rebuilding bridges, highways, and roads. There's quite a bit of money to modernize transit, including additional funding for bus rapid transit and rail. There's money for the grid and electric vehicles, improving the electric vehicle market and charging stations. There's $111 billion for water infrastructure, which includes replacing every lead pipe across the country, and $10 billion for PFAS remediation. There's $213 billion for restoring, renovating, and increasing the amount of affordable housing nationwide. There's also quite a bit of funding for education facilities, for elder and child care, manufacturing investments, as well as broadband and the Veterans Administration. Once we get more details, we will share those with mayor and council. But like the last plan, this needs to go through Congress. And it will probably take a bit longer than the American Rescue Plan did. So we do expect that now that the president has given his recommendations, it will now go to the House of Representatives. There'll be at least a couple of committees that will mark up a bill that will include what they believe ought to go into the bill. The speaker has said that she would like to see that process get underway soon with the hope of having votes on the House floor by this July. At that point, the Senate will take up the bill and consider it and make its amendments, additions, or changes. Also, it is likely, although not decided yet, that the Senate will use the reconciliation process as they did in the previous bill, which will mean that they need 51 votes to pass it instead of 60. So with that, Mayor, that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Ulick, and then I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew, can we get an accounting of our water infrastructure and where the lead replacement might be relevant? I have no idea exactly to what extent any of our mains or transmission lines are lead, but can we get that, please?
Sure, I'll discuss that with Tucson Water and get mayor and council an update.
Thank you, Andrew.
Any other questions, Councilmember Ulick?
Madam
Councilmember.
Mayor, I have a question on the funeral assistance program that
Go ahead.
FEMA just put out. Can you have a little bit on that, Andrew, or can you get us information on that? We have lots of folks that have lost loved ones. They need assistance since they were unemployed when they lost their loved ones. So.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I'll send you that information with all the details on how to access that assistance.
Okay, good. So we can put that out to our people. Thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues on the council? I do see Councilmember Kozachik. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. Andrew, you kind of skimmed over the broadband right at the very end. That's a really important piece. Last fall, the mayor and council allocated a certain amount of CARES dollars to rolling out to help bridge the digital divide. I'd like, and this is more for the city manager, if you could have Colin give the mayor and council a report on how that rollout has gone, how we might engage this new broadband money and any other possible partnerships with the EBB money that's coming out, or other options, so we can accelerate that rollout of the broadband funds.
That's a great point. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Steve, because there is broadband and Wi-Fi connectivity funds available through the American Rescue Plan. But I guess my question related to this and other pots of money, as suggested by President Biden, what is going to be the distribution model that the federal government or Congress attaches to these funds? Will it be a competitive process? Would the city of Tucson have to, write grants? Is it going to be based on CDBG funding allocations? How will it work? Do you know? Is that clear at all, Andrew?
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and Councilmember Kozachik, great questions. And again, we're awaiting guidance from the federal government on a number of these ARPA, funding streams. The one thing I would say and we'll put all that together and make sure you have a comprehensive understanding of which funds are available, and not just to us, potentially to some of our partners in the community, such as our K-12 districts. They may have some opportunities to expand broadband as well.
Right.
But we'll make sure you have all of that. And as the guidance comes out on how we can spend these monies, or are they competitive grants versus allocations, we'll share that with mayor and council.
Mm-hmm. And fair point, Councilmember Kozachik, in terms of like an update as to where we are with our Wi-Fi connectivity and the investment that the city of Tucson and the mayor and council decided to invest in. So I do see a hand up. Mr. Tamir.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just in response to Councilmember Ulick's question about lead service lines in Tucson, actually Tucson Water has removed all known lead service lines. The last of the known lead service lines came out during the currently ongoing Broadway widening project. So the city did a Get the Lead Out program, and all known lead service lines are removed from the system.
Great, thank you.
That's great news. Thank you. Alrighty, any other questions on this item or for Andrew? I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up, but I don't know if it's a previous question that you had.
That's a previous question, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the update, Andrew, and we're anxiously awaiting any further input on the jobs plan. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, before we leave the COVID item, something that did occur to me, and I apologize for the lateness of this. At the last meeting, the council had approved the IGA with Pima County, which was the expansion to cover the reimbursement for vaccination costs. And there was a blank in there, and I'd mentioned to you that I'd let you know when that number was filled in from the county. That number is 10 million. So basically what that is that's the amount up to which they would reimburse us for our vaccination costs. So I just wanted to report that back to you all. I meant to let you guys know about that and thought this was an opportunity. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Ortega. In the interest of time, we're going to move on to item 2. Item 2, staff has an update on the market rate analysis. Mr. Manager, I just want to make sure that I emphasize that this item is for discussion purposes only. And Mayor and Council had given direction to the City Manager to go back and take a holistic view, a comprehensive view of pay issues for all of the City of Tucson employees. And so it really was a Herculean effort by the City Manager and our finance team, as well as Human Resources Department, to gather all of this information to give us a comprehensive view of how our city employees compare to other jurisdictions within our region, within the county, as well as comparable cities in the Phoenix Valley. So we have a very interesting report, and I am anxiously awaiting the report and commentary by Mr. Ortega. So I will have him and his staff update us, and then we'll open it up for comments or questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. And again, this conversation really is about magnitude. If you remember when we started having this discussion, it was really an offshoot of the discussion brought to us by Chief Magnus and some of the concerns he had about his market for officers and so forth. And you had asked for us to look at it holistically, kind of on a bigger scale for all employees, and to really get an understanding of what that looked like. So we did. Mayor, it was a Herculean task that was performed. We did hire a consultant to come in and help us with that. I think it's important that you understand kind of the steps here. So we've gone through, we've got all this data in front of us. I have not shared this in detail with the directors, in fairness to them, or the employees. You're kind of the first view of this, and it's not to keep it from anyone. It's just simply because we just got it, and I had promised that I would bring it back to you at this meeting. Some of the things kind of high level that we've discovered are IT folks. There's a few positions, 3 or 4 classifications that are in excess of 20% behind market, below market. And that is no surprise to us or quite frankly to the director, who will speak a little later during his budget conversation. We also know that we've had trouble in courts. They're in the 19% range. TFD is at about 10%, TPD about 13%, and we've got them scattered. Now, the one thing that I will remind you of is when we met in February and you heard the conversations around the communication staff, particularly public safety communications, dispatchers and call takers. At that time, we identified a pretty serious problem and situation there. I have made adjustments to salaries in that realm to deal with some of the challenges that group is facing. So that is not, as we go through this, we're going to go back and make sure that we hit the mark on that, but we believe we have. I just wanted to make sure that as you see this presentation, you'll see that there's not placeholders for public safety communications. I wanted to make sure that you knew I've already dealt with those. Matter of fact, I just did that a couple of weeks ago, and it's in your materials. You can see some of the detail there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ana Urquijo, our interim city manager or deputy city manager. And so what I'd like to do is have her go over the analysis, and then what I'll do is come back and talk about next steps, Mayor, and maybe give you a roadmap as to how we get this done. Go ahead, Ana.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure being here before you today. I'm providing a brief presentation to report on these recent findings of both market posture for classifications across the organization, and also as city manager has stated, a projected fiscal impact to advance city employee compensation to achieve market rates. So the presentation is broken down into 3 categories. The first represents findings from a third-party consultant selected to review all non-public safety classifications. HR No was retained in February to complete the monumental task of a market study of 250 benchmark classifications and reviewed and updated an additional 150 classifications that were already under review by staff. So I'll go over that briefly. We also had a TFD classification review and market study conducted by Human Resources Strategies. I'll go into the reasons why we chose a consultant for that group. And then we had already presented in prior presentations or reviews our TPD market study that was also handled internally by staff. So the next slide will show the initial category by HR No. There we are. Wasn't sure if I was driving or not. Thank you, Jeff. To provide a little more of that review. So as I stated before, they collectively looked at over 400 benchmark classifications and then extrapolated across benchmark findings of all our active incumbent salaries to compute a magnitude for fiscal impact. What you see here is that the sources used to compute market rates were the City of Chandler, Town of Marana, Town of Oro Valley, City of Mesa, Pima County, as well as their own market surveys that they have from ERI, Millman, League of Cities, and Comp Analyst. So this was a collective decision between city staff and the consultant based on the guidance of the city manager. The city manager preference has always been to stay as close to a local and regional market as possible, but wherever we are challenged with retention or where we're losing folks to, we give it a different focus, if you will. And so we monitored, we provided a list of those challenging areas to the consultant, and they were able to give it kind of a different drill down based on the uniqueness and the competitiveness of some of our areas of retention and some of our turnover reports. So what you see here overall, they were able to review all of these job titles. So we were able to gather 604, I think is what that should total. We don't have a total here, but 604 total. And the basic summary here is that above market, we have about 46 classifications that show 13% above market. What that means is that we determined a variance, or HR No rather, determined a variance of a plus or minus 5 within a labor market median. So what that means is they determined and compared midpoints of our classification pay scales to determine whether somebody was at market or under market. So when we used the midpoint, what this determined was anyone that was at a positive or minus 5% was that at market position. Anyone above or titles above a market was figured at the above market range, and then of course below market was figured at anyone that was below that variance of 5%. So we see that about the below market has an average of about minus 14%, but that's tricky because it's only an average. So we still have a lot of drill down to do, as the city manager explained. We have, we can have extremes. As he's noted, we have some areas that are mostly deficient, that are above 20% in some of our areas like IT. But these are very, very high averages that we're showing here today. The next slide will show, Jeff, if you can pull the next slide, please. We'll go into the police study. Okay, here it is. And again, here, collection of data varied a little bit in the cities that we compare, and that's based on the positions that we show within our, or we have an agreement with our labor agreement with TPOA on the types or the cities and the agencies that we compare to. So that varies a little bit, but as you can see here, as presented before in January, we struggle here both at the minimum of the established pay range as well as the maximum. And for our officers, as we've shown before, we're at about 13 or 14% under market, and then we're also below at the top end. So we often need to reconfigure the bandwidth of our ranges. It's often necessary, and we'll also be able to address as we come back with proposed changes to our salary schedules as part of our annual compensation plan work. You know, these are certainly things that we're keeping in mind, and we'll be circling back to on these. So we'll go to the next slide to give you a quick summary of TFD market study. So in the fire service, there are variations in the way salaries are shown by agencies. And that's just due to the varied shifts in hours worked per year by firefighters in general. Some use hourly reflections, others show annual wages. And then it's further complicated by hours that are worked in terms of incorporating our FLSA overtime. So for this reason, we retained a consultant last year as part of our regular work of capturing market posture for every year's annual compensation plan recommendation, so that we retained somebody that was an expert in this area, and just to make sure that when we were retrieving salaries, we were comparing apples to apples. So as you can see here, the concern's a little different with TFD. Again, it's a bandwidth issue within our pay ranges, where our pay ranges fall short at the high end or the maximum of the range, impacting more of our tenured staff. So on average, what I can tell you here, our midpoint deficiencies show about a 10.5 under market position for our fire service. Again, the cities we used here are also something that we do in collaboration with our labor partners. And here we use Northwest, Golder Ranch, City of Mesa, Chandler, Scottsdale, and Gilbert, again in collaboration with the city manager's office for those reviews. Okay, we'll go on to our next slide. And here, this kind of encapsulates the three different market surveys in terms of showing the classification titles and aligning them against market. So keep in mind that the variance used with a plus or minus 5% is what we're using to determine those being at market or within market, and that's about 48% of the total titles reviewed. And then we look at titles above that market being at about an 8% in terms of titles. This is not incumbents. And then titles below market at about 44%. The next slide shows similar data. And it breaks it down by the numbers that we're reflecting there. So the 44, 48%, and 8% encapsulates about 618 classification titles. And then on to the next slide, please. So this is where we start seeing some of the numbers of our incumbents impacted. So below market, at our first passing here, we're showing that about 81% are showing below market, and 19% are within or above market. And you see the numbers there represented. And total employees reviewed are about 3988. So a couple of points to keep in mind here is these are snapshots in time. So when we provided a roster, an employee roster in February to HR No, they're using the census, employee census at that time. So we have a little bit of tweaking to do and updating any changes that have occurred since then. As the city manager mentioned, we recently had some wage adjustments conducted in our communications area. That's still not reflected in some of these numbers because of the demographic change there, or some of the wage changes there. And any other changes that have occurred throughout that time will need to be just continuously tweaked. It's a fluid analysis, and this is as, you know, some of the final comparisons were still being done last week. So we were kind of getting this hot off the press with that initial census. So next slide, please. This gives you also a fiscal impact of those 3 different segments that we reviewed, totaling about 33.3 million, and that's going to be analyzed with the next conversation as we transition into the budget presentation and some of the fiscal strategies that we've put into play on how to phase this and approach market for our compensation levels. And we did provide in our mayor and council memorandum the breakdown of that between the HERF, HCD, EGSD funds, and water funds as well, just to show kind of the magnitude of that fiscal impact. And the city manager will take it from this point to kind of go over our next steps and kind of wrap it all up. And I am certainly available for questions beyond this. So next slide, please, Jeff.
Thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. Mayor, members of the council, you can see when Anna puts up the slide, 81% of our employees are considered below market. That's pretty significant. To be honest with you, I was expecting a lower number. I thought that we'd be down in the 60% range given the decompression that the mayor and council approved a few years ago. But what I think it does speak to is the need for a continuous conversation about this. And it can't be one-offs. It can't be one and done. It has to be a constant conversation around it. Our competitiveness in the marketplace, not just for existing employees that are looking to go potentially elsewhere, and you can't blame them, they're looking out for their families, but also our ability or inability to recruit new staff. And I'm not talking about just folks right out of college. I'm talking about being competitive in the marketplace. One of the things that you heard when we were talking about the public safety communications was how can we make our environment attractive to those that are already trained? Well, you can't do it if you're expecting to, for folks to take a cut in pay. So today is a magnitude conversation, just to give you an idea on the bigger scale. We went over the approach that we took. We still have some scrubbing to do of the data. We still have some detail to go into and have conversations with the directors, with the labor groups, with the employees as a whole. We're wanting to at least educate them on the process that we went through. During the budget conversation, I will go over and Jeff will go over some funding strategies for you to consider that we've been putting together, because the piece that you had asked me to come back with was not only the study, but then how do we fund it? So we've got a game plan for that. We'll talk about that under the budget item. Last item, Mayor and members of the council, just keep in mind that we will be bringing back to you the annual compensation plan recommendation. That's normally done as a part of the budget. We will do that We are prepared pretty much to do that as a part of the budget here. We will look for some guidance in the not too distant future from you as to where to go with that in terms of what we've presented here. So with that, Mayor, happy to answer questions, and we'll do the best we can to answer them with this early information.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate Mr. Ortega. I think Jeff is driving the PowerPoint. Jeff, if you can go back to the slide that has the percentage of employees that are below market. That's the one. No, you just skipped it. Go back one. That's the one. Thank you, Jeff. You know, when we first started this conversation about our concerns of some departments within the city of Tucson really suffering and bleeding employees because of the amount of pay and the comparable to what we pay in other cities surrounding us and comparable cities in the valley. You know, I wanted to make sure that we approach this conversation not with one-offs, as you said, Mr. Manager, or having information only on market rate information only on one department or two or maybe even three, but the entirety of the city of Tucson employees. My intention is to support a plan that makes meaningful strides to bringing all of our city employees, all of our workers to market level, and our plans for the future to keep us competitive. As you said, Mr. Manager, it cannot continue to be a plan in terms of pay or cost of living for our city employees that we leave as an afterthought to our budget. We have to, every single year, hopefully we can move in the direction as mayor and council, as a city organization, to bring all of our employees to market rate. And then from there on, that we stay in pace to all other comparable cities in Arizona and within our region. It is important that we invest in our most precious resource as a city, which are our employees, our workers for the city of Tucson. And so I hope that, as you know, my colleagues on the council add to this discussion, that this particular conversation is taken to our labor organizations so that we can explain, or Ms. Urquijo, Mr. Manager, you can all explain to our labor groups what we discovered and how are we going to approach a $33 million discrepancy. How are we going to get there? I know that we can get almost there. And there are some issues that we also have to discuss as mayor and council in terms of, like you said, Ana, what are the apples to apples, right? What is it that we're doing in the city of Tucson that other cities or towns don't do? And how can we improve what we're doing for the betterment, the benefit of our workers here in the city of Tucson? So I have some questions, but I do want to open up this discussion to my colleagues on the council. I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz's hand up, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question to the city manager is, as we're discussing, you know, our next steps, trying to understand how we can maintain a better market posture over time. Can you tell us, Mr. City Manager, how the city has studied and adjusted compensation in the past, and what contributed to us falling so far behind?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, that's a great question. So I'm gonna start the conversation here, but I'm gonna wrap it up as a part of the budget discussion because I can actually demonstrate and show you. So in the good old days, before 2009, 2007 to 2009 in that ballpark, The city would on an average give 2 to 5 to even 7% adjustments annually. That was just the way it was built into the system. And so salaries kept pace. So we weren't necessarily behind the curve in terms of market. Fast forward, we hit the financial crisis in 2009, 2010, conscious decision to basically freeze salaries. There were not adjustments for many years. When I came on board in 2015, we started with one-time distributions, again, based on the dollars that we had available. And we also recognized at that time, and I think it was in 2016, that we were really struggling in some of our areas. So we made some adjustments. But those adjustments, again, we scrounged and scraped to make that adjustment. But we weren't able to continue to make adjustments beyond that. So it was kind of, using the mayor's words and mine earlier, it was a one and done. So we made the adjustment. We said, man, that was tough, but we did it. And then we just kind of stayed there. If you look at what's occurred, is exactly that. We have not kept pace with what's happening in the market. As the market continues to go up, we've stayed stagnant. So what I've suggested in conversations leading up to this year is the compensation needs to be built into the budget up front. And so when you see the budget numbers that we've got for you here in a bit, you'll see that we've got a built-in 2%. And now I'm going to call it a placeholder. I don't want employees or the council to think that it's a built-in 2% COLA for everybody every year, but it's a dial that you can adjust based on what's going on in the marketplace at the time. So if you're not able to stay with it and you do nothing, then you will fall behind. And so the whole plan is that 5-year model that we put forth as a part of the budget discussion includes dollars to help keep us there. Can I guarantee you we're going to stay exactly on track? No, I can't. But if I can tell you with confidence, I've got dollars built into those projections, it at least gives us a starting point to have discussions about it going forward.
Thank you. And then my last question was if mayor and council and their staff were part of the market rate analysis as well.
Mayor, council members, Santa Cruz, yes, we included all census. The only employees that were not are department directors and our non-perms at this point, and electeds, obviously, but staff within all offices, the roster included all.
That's
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Michael, I know that you've had some discussions with some of the labor groups like ASME, CWA, TPOA, IFFA, and the dispatchers. And I know you moved on dispatchers. Can you tell us how you moved on that area? And also what kind of discussions you have with the labor groups?
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I've not had specific discussions about this information that's presented to you today because I just got it, and so I haven't had time to address it with them. What I have talked to them about and with them is that exactly what I just explained to Councilmember Santa Cruz, that this is a snapshot, and the idea and the focus from the council was, how do we fund this? What are the funding strategies to deal with this, right? But that's just we'll call it the one-off, but how do you keep it and how do you build it into going forward? And then that's the conversation that I've expressed to them. I can also tell you that we will make this exact same presentation to the labor groups and to the directors. With regard specifically to the 911 communications, when you all had given me direction to address some of the challenges that were outlined for you, what I did is immediately went to work with the staff, both interim director Kazmar as well as Anna and her staff in HR and finance, and put together a strategy that we believed we could implement immediately given vacancy savings, but also with sensitivity to the market and our ability to recruit folks up to and including bringing folks that had left back into the mix. that are already trained, that we'd already expended training on to try to bring them back. So that's really the strategy. I made the call on that, as I mentioned to you in the materials. I guess it's still too new for me to tell you the success on it, but I am confident that we're going to see some good things happen there.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to track this, right? We're going to track the what we're doing and how we continue to lose people. And what about the vacancies? Are we going to be able to fill the departments that need personnel in these vacancies?
So, Mayor, there's a few questions there. On an annual basis, we're supposed to analyze the market and make that presentation to council. We've not traditionally been doing that simply because of the lack of dollars and just kind of where we were on a bigger scale. The annual compensation plan is to report to you, and we will be reporting to you an annual update on that. And so at least gives you a snapshot every year of how that's going and what that looks like going forward. With regard to the recruitment efforts, part of what you're going to hear, I believe, in TPD's presentation is additional dollars specifically for targeted recruitments. But I've also challenged HR and finance to be thinking about what that future employee looks like. And I'm not talking about future employee in terms of employees that don't work here, but future employees in terms of what do they need? What are the existing employees' needs into the future, so that we can make sure that we're retaining them and providing them the environment to be successful. It's not just about pay. It's also about work environment. You've heard me say that before, yes. But making sure that we understand and know what that future employee's needs are and how we're meeting them as an employer will be key to our success in filling positions going forward.
Okay, and so you will be reaching out to the labor groups and getting communication with them and telling what's going on and then bring us back. So hopefully by the second meeting in May, we'll be able to digest their concerns.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I'm hoping to bring it back to you sooner than that if I can.
Good, thank you.
I do think that we need to move on this, and so we are going to have those discussions very quickly, and I'll bring them back post-haste.
I want to thank you, Michael. I want to thank you, Anna, for the work you've done, and I know you've been jumping through a lot of hoops. And I know when I came into the office in 2009, they were doing furloughs every month, once a month. They were not getting paid for it because of the economy, the Great Depression, since the Great Recession, since the Great Depression. So we've been coming. I really thank our citizens, our employees, for being with us and sticking with us. Thank you guys for your leadership.
You're welcome. I appreciate it.
Well, and I want to thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, and my colleagues on the council for really taking this seriously and giving the direction to do a holistic and comprehensive approach to how we compare, right? How do our employees compare to other cities and towns surrounding us, as well as other Valley cities? I know that Councilmember Cunningham has his hand up, but I do want to say a couple of things that are important, and then cede the floor to him. Pay, as you all know, I'm very proud, and I say it all the time. I come from a family that my dad was a part of the union, United Farm Workers. I grew up believing that the investment in workers should be fair and equitable, and the workers should share in the progress and prosperity that employers enjoy. And so for me, being able to, even though this $33 million pay gap seems to be very, very big, I know for a fact that we can accomplish a hit on that pay gap this year. I know we can. And I'm going to be advocating to the city manager and my colleagues on the council, which I know you're coming along with me, that we bring these salaries, for the most part, 81% of our employees, of our workers, are below market rate. We can accomplish most of this this year. And so I'm glad to hear, Mr. Manager, that you're planning to bring it either the first or second meeting in May. As I said before, I really want to make sure that our department directors, my colleagues on the council, the community, as well as labor groups, have an opportunity to review all of this, and us on the council, right? How are we going to get there? I know that you've talked in your memo about vacancies and the savings that we have on vacancies. Vacancy savings are good to use the first or second year. But as we said, in order to be able to continue moving the needle up when it comes to continuous funding for cost of living adjustments for our workers and our employees, it's important that we budget all of them and that we continue budgeting and make that part of the budgeting process so that we don't find ourselves in a space like we are today, that, for example, our police officers are paid 14% below market rate, that our 911 communications specialists are at 40%, 40% vacancies because we can't hold on to, that our IT has this huge gap of 20% difference in terms of pay, that our recreation program coordinators are, we can hire them, we can invest in their training, and then they leave us to work at Amazon. That we have environmental service truck drivers that are earning $2 to $3 an hour less than comparable organizations in terms of trash delivery. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was clear about my intentions and my goals as we move forward in this conversation, and that we find the solutions, budget for these solutions, and get our employees to a comparable space. I think that the lack of pay and this pay gap really truly affects not just our employees, our workers, and their families, but also the economy of our city. So with that, I'll give it over to Councilmember Cunningham.
So we've got a few things here. And one of the things that really, first of all, just let me say that I'm very, very in line with the idea of ensuring that all of our people are paid by market rate. So I just want to make that very clear. But my issue with this stuff is this. We did a study. We did not include bonus pay. We did not include proportion of bonus pay. We didn't include how many people, what percentage of employees actually get bonus pay compared to other cities. We didn't include ERE. We didn't include how much we pay in health insurance compared to other cities. We have a very competitive Cadillac plan that parts into the whole package. All I know is this, is that when we hear things like this, people come out and say things like, well, obviously we didn't make things a priority. And that's just a myth. That isn't true. So I did my own analysis because I'm sick of hearing some of this stuff that we don't make things a priority. This is 2021 budgets. This is the 2021 published budgets of each of these cities. Marana spends $346 a citizen for police. Sarita pays $282. Oro Valley pays $382. El Paso, which is a city with the same metropolitan statistical area and population as us in the same region of the United States, pays $231. Albuquerque $330. Fresno $391, despite a higher state cost of living in California. Tucson pays $388. Right ahead of us is Phoenix at $456, and at the top in this whole group was Tempe at $5.25. So when somebody says to me, "Oh, well, you don't make public safety a priority" or whatever, my answer is that's a myth. That isn't true. Now, do we have some discrepancy in salaries that need to be addressed? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that we don't make this a priority. And I don't want to hear people using these sound bites that we're not paying our people right, when that's not the case. We're spending the same amount as everybody else is. And we've got to figure out why we're spending more on ERE. We have people with less take home going home. And we also have there's probably some nuances in the retirement costs. You don't even want me to get into some of the other departments on why this discrepancy exists. Because if you do a deep dive, we can't just rely on one consultant and a couple of studies. It's half-assed. We did not go through this as heavily as we needed to. We could have a much more comprehensive program. So I got to just say I'm disappointed. We took this and we said, all right, let's look at this base starting salary. Well, how many people do they have in the other city that have 15, 16 years on compared to us? How many people have moved up? We're using one job classification, and we're not specifying how many years that person has on the job. I know that there's a sliding scale to do that, and I know that our people who are senior are probably making less. I absolutely believe that. We've got to get them catch up. We've got to equalize them. And yeah, you know what? The cost may be in the $33 million range, maybe, but what if it's in the 15 or 20? And what if we actually self-insure, like I've been talking about for 10 years, to finally equalize this? So I'm all about helping the employees, and I'm going to be there for them no matter what. But I don't want this data misclassified that we didn't make our employees a priority, because that's just not true. We've tried every single year to bring raises in, to grant them the benefits and monies we need, to not take the Cadillac health insurance program away. We've done that to make sure nobody lost their job. We didn't do any layoffs during the recession. I want people to remember that. So I hate to be the angry one, but I just look at this and I think this doesn't really paint the whole picture. This makes it sound like some people didn't know what they were doing. I think we absolutely knew what we were doing, and that's why the city stayed afloat. That's why we've got the 150 well, I mean, we're looking at what? We're going to have 200 million in the CAFR at some point this year. We did all the right things, and we're going to be able to equalize this and get our people up to market rate. But let me remind you that we've got some fringe benefits. We've got some other benefits that other cities don't offer. And not only that, I guarantee you that our take-home pay and some other pieces are competitive. I'd like to also point out that when you really look at $30 million to our general fund, that is only 4%. So I'm trying to figure out how, if we're at 4%, if we're at 4% right now, I'm trying to figure out how we're at 14%. If the number is, in other words, our general fund is right around 580, 585 in total costs, and we're saying we're 30 million short. Well, I got news for you. That isn't 30 million. That isn't 14%. 14% of that would be some 585 plus 29. So that'd be some $90 million we'd be short. So that's not what we are. So I really want to get some specificity here. I'm just kind of frustrated because we get these studies and we put it into sound bites, and it doesn't paint the whole picture. It doesn't tell the whole story. And we have a ways to go. I know there's people that there's somebody out there who's like, well, I can go to Oro Valley or I can go up to Queen Creek and make $10,000 a year extra. I'm going to say, fine, you can possibly do that. But at the same time, figure out what your retirement looks like. Figure out what your health insurance looks like. Figure out all these things. I just want a much more specified comparison. And if that data exists, I didn't get it. I had to look it up myself. And I asked for it. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. I'm going to back our employees 100% and make sure they get the money they deserve. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to tolerate people saying that we weren't making the employees a priority.
Absolutely. I hear you, Councilmember Cunningham, but I do see Mr. Ortega's hand up, as well as Ms. Urquijo. So, Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, thank you. And I saw that Councilman Kozaczek had his hand up as well.
I think you and Ann are going to respond to Paul.
I gave you the floor, Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, I'm sorry that we've disappointed you in this effort, and I want to make sure that you are clear, as is the council and the members of the public, that in no way were my comments intended to suggest that we didn't do everything we needed to do to not only survive. And if you recall, when I walked in the door, we were facing a $30 million deficit. And one of the directions that the council gave me was you do everything you can to make sure people don't get laid off, our employees don't get laid off. And so the focal point was really, and has been, on the employees. The point that I was trying to make was that we were focusing on surviving, right, during these difficult times. Through the council's leadership, we've been able to build up our reserves to a point where now I can confidently say to you, we have a game plan. So if there's a story out there, the story and the narrative needs to be, yeah, we've got some challenges out there, but we've got a game plan. And when we talk about the budget, we're definitely going to show you what that game plan can look like. I wouldn't be bringing to you a half-baked or some other type of plan just to build favor with the employees or with you, quite frankly. You know, I've been very straight up with you. I will continue to be straight up with you on this. It is a challenge. I take full responsibility for not focusing on the employee raises, if you will. But I can also tell you with absolute confidence that when you see what we have done, and I think last year's numbers demonstrated that you had put almost $46 million in salaries over the previous 4 years. I mean, those numbers are pretty amazing and have not gone unnoticed, at least by me and others. So I will tell you that the staff did exactly what I asked them to do. I'm sorry if it fell short from your perspective. We will continue down the path that you all deem appropriate to give you the plan to fund it as you know, assuming that you go along with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Pegg, I wanted to know, just for clarification, do the numbers and the presentation that you've shown us in terms of the market rate analysis, does it include the employee-related expenses in there as well?
Mayor, yes, it does. And when we get into the budget, we'll get into more detail there. But those are fully loaded costs. And one of the things that, just to let you know, and I think remind you, Mayor, I had said to you both on one-on-ones, and I think I may have said it in previous council meetings, that I wasn't sure we could fund this over 1 year or even 2 years. I thought it would take us 3 years. And so what I did was scrounge and scrape and come up with some strategies for your consideration to do it in 2 years. The vast majority in year 1, and then looking at it in year 2 to complete. And then year 3, we're starting to do, we'll call it the maintenance of those moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. I do acknowledge that Councilmember Kosacik has been waiting for a while, so go ahead, Steve.
Well, actually, Anna had her hand up, and since we're sort of in a stream of consciousness, I think Paul and those two are sort of in a dialogue. I can wait if they want to finish that up, or you? No,
go ahead, Steve, and then move on to the next item. We're running a little late.
All right, well, fair enough. So to partly to some of Paul's points and to Mike's response, we do have an extremely generous health plan. A high percentage of our employees take advantage of an HMO policy that's not available in lots of other jurisdictions, and it's quite costly. So, Mike, you said ERE is included in this analysis. I'm not, you know, I haven't. All I've seen was the, you know, the raw data that you presented to us. I'm not sure that other jurisdictions offer the HMO plan that we do. We also have a fully bundled retirement plan that's quite expensive to us, but it's something we did because it was the right thing to do 8 or 10 years ago when we were talking about cuts to the retirement plan, and our retirees came up and said, yeah, but you have a contract with us, you have a commitment, and we stood by that. I will also say, though, that this is about both recruitment and retention. Paul mentioned the police, and so I'll say this: back when we could not give base rate increases because of the deficits that Richard mentioned, instead of doing that, we allowed negotiated into their labor agreement call-out pay, shift differential, second language pay, you know, the special duty pay. So if I'm an officer right now bilingual officer called out for special duty on an off rate, I get call-out pay, I get shift differential, I get second language pay, I get special duty pay, and my base rate. We need, I believe, to do something about the base rates for our police officers, firefighters, and everybody else that you just mentioned. But everything's got to be a part of the conversation. And all of those extras have to be on the table as well. So if we're going to be able to square this $33 million circle, everyone's got to come to the table cooperatively and say, okay, you know, when times weren't so good, we got this, you know, this shift differential or whatever it is. I'm just picking something out of the air. And it's all got to be a piece of it. But also a reality is this, is that our attrition rate in particular, since Paul mentioned the police, our attrition rate at police right now is unsustainable. And our academies are not even treading water. They're not even holding ground with what we're losing on a monthly basis. So if we're going to be serious about making sure that we have a police force, fire department, 911 center across the board, and our IT staff, because you mentioned that. I didn't realize it was in such bad shape. We've got to make sure that we're talking about both retention and both recruitment and retention, because we can't be putting $150,000 into cops, putting them through the academy, and they have them jump ship to Oro Valley. That's just foolish. So there are a lot of moving pieces to it. Some of what Paul said I agree with, but we also have to recognize the reality that the attrition is what it is, and there are reasons for that. And I think it's incumbent on us to recognize that and address them. And I'll save the rest of it for Mike's next presentation, where he does talk about staffing levels.
I just want to make sure that everybody's clear that I also said I was going to back our employees 100%. And what I'm doing is I'm criticizing opening the narrative that we didn't care about employees. I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand, Councilmember Cunningham, and that's the farthest from the truth, right? The farthest from the truth is that we don't care, that we, have been starving our departments and our workers on purpose. And I agree with Councilmember Kozachik that we should be able to have a comprehensive conversation about base pay versus special assignment and all of the other shift differentials, all of the other items that we have here in the city of Tucson that are not part of pay in other cities or towns. And we do also have to talk about how much we pay for academies, because other towns like Queen Creek can pay their officers $60,000 to start, but they're poaching officers from the city of Tucson because they don't have to pay for academies and training. And so that is a conversation that we have to have as well. But I think that we can get into, much more detail during our budget discussion. So with that, this item has run over a bit of time, and we can continue this conversation during our budget conversation. As we said, this conversation is not over. We want to make sure that our labor groups have this information as well. And of course, our department directors and the city manager will help us through figuring out the dollars and cents of how we get to market rate for our employees. With that, we are moving to item 3 on our study session. Item 3, I'll grab my notes. Item 3, time has been set aside for an update on the community safety pilot program. On this particular item, I requested that we have an update. We've been having this conversation for about a year now, and my colleagues on the council have been very, very supportive of the opportunity for mayor and council to reimagine how we deliver community safety and wellness to the residents of the city of Tucson. Again, We have to look at public safety in a comprehensive way, in a holistic way. And there are models emerging of community safety throughout the United States. I'm glad that we've welcomed to the team as Deputy City Manager Liana Perez, who has been amazing help in picking up the community safety pilot program conversation and helping my office as well as the city manager in presenting a meaningful update to mayor and council. You know, what I'd like to do is, we've been looking at case studies here in my office and along with Deputy City Manager Perez on how we approach the community safety program in our city. And one of the issues that I've talked to the city manager and to Liana about is that I, the mayor and council, shouldn't define what is community safety for our community. That the community that we want to engage in this process should help us find the definitions of what community safety is for them. And so phase one of the community safety pilot program has been doing research on programs, model programs that are popping up throughout the United States in terms of how we reimagine community safety. It's research, individual conversations that have been happening, some exploration within ourselves with, you know, how do we work with Tucson Police Department and Housing Community Development Department and outside partners that help us with our unsheltered community, and how do we work with other organizations that help provide services to those that are going through mental distress. And so that has been phase one of the work that we have been doing. What is going to be presented to you today is how do we move forward with phase two, which would be community engagement and program development, and then phase three in bringing these all together and constructing a program that the community has helped us imagine. One quote that I would love to be able to share with you in terms of case studies and what we're looking at, in a particular case study that we've looked at with the city of Ithaca, New York, and Tompkins County, New York. They are putting together and reimagining how to serve our community on this, but they centered their approach within a framework put together by the Center for Policing Equity. And the Center for Policing Equity uses evidence-based approaches to social justice and data to create levers for social, cultural, and policy change. The Center for Policing Equity is guided by the following, and I would love to be able to center our program with these guiding principles. That one, the vicious legacy of white supremacy is a root cause of suffering across the globe. Symptoms that support white supremacy must be resisted and dismantled. And that all communities, but particularly vulnerable communities, are safest when they have the resources they need to prevent the crisis that produce calls to 911. Providing those resources is foundational to keeping communities safe. And three, when community members do have crises, the public's obligation is to provide appropriate resources to respond to those crises. Sending only law enforcement to respond to a crisis that is only about housing, for instance, does not make communities safer. So with that, I would like to invite Liana Perez, our Deputy City Manager, as well as my Chief of Staff, Charlene Mendoza, and my Community Engagement Advisor, Genesis Cubillas, to present to you what we have in mind and get your input on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go first. I do believe we have slides, though, so I don't know who has those slides. I believe the City Clerk's office. We can probably start at slide number 3, actually. Just want to add on to your comments, Mayor. I think that based on everything that you said about, you know, when we started this work, and of course I was from the outside looking in, and I'm very happy that you reached out to me in that capacity to help you, you know, create the framework for this and work with your staff to work through the process as we get to implementing more of the pieces at this point. I think the comments you stated are very important. They're the idea and the concepts will allow us to actually bring a program that I think will be not only a national model, but most importantly, identifying and addressing the needs of our community. So your comments are very well taken. I think there's a lot of things that we can do. I'm excited about the approach we're taking. For those of you that watched the budget town hall that we did 2 Saturdays ago, we talked a little bit about the different resources, the collaborative approach that we're taking. As the mayor said, this is going to be inclusive. This is not something that we are creating on our own. There are a lot of pieces to this framework. One of the first parts of the approach that we took is really looking and identifying the internal resources that we have. We know obviously that we have our public safety resources, we have our housing department, we have resources in courts, and there's a lot of touch points within our internal resources that we need to reach out to and kind of evaluate. We also know that we have a lot of community partners, right? And external resources that we can use as part of the framework that we're actually building. But what we've been doing for the last couple of months is really kind of identifying what exists, what we can build upon. And as the mayor said, we're doing some research on what's going on in other cities because there's some other creative approaches that are going on across the country. But we want to know what exists and maybe what we can help shore up in our own cadre of resources. And of course, what's missing and how we fill those gaps and do that gap analysis going forward. I was remiss in the mayor introduced me, but I know that Genesis and Charlene probably want to introduce themselves real quickly before we move on to the next couple of slides.
Hi, my name is Charlene Mendoza. As Mayor Romero shared, I'm her Chief of Staff. Really excited to be here working on this community safety program, and just want to reiterate what both the mayor and Liana have said, which is that we're at a really exciting point in community safety in the United States. I think we can all identify some of the challenges that have existed historically, and we are at a moment where we can really work together collaboratively to figure out what this is going to mean for Tucson and our future. So thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. Genesis.
Hi everyone, buenas tardes. Genesis Cubillas, I'm the Community Engagement Advisor here at the Mayor's Office. And just both as Liana and Charlene said, I think we're at a very exciting point, not just because we're starting to push this program forward, but also we're sort of in that post-COVID where everyone is getting their vaccines, and we're starting to sort of reimagine what our engagement can look like, and not just having Zoom meetings, but what is it that we can do in person, or we can start dreaming about getting back together. So thank you all for being here with us today.
So I think we can go to the next slide, please. So as you can see, as we're identifying the different categories of areas that we want to touch on and explore a little bit further, we still have some question marks, right? Because we're still a bit of ways from having started doing the community engagement piece, and we're going to talk about that in a couple of slides, but we know that some of these are the primary areas that we're looking at, right? Safety, housing, you know, the support resources, the support for our, you know, our homeless populations, the mental health resources, general community needs such as food and transportation. All of these pieces will be part of this cadre of services that we want to address, but we may be missing some, and that will be important when we go forward with the community engagement piece to see what exactly we're missing in some of these areas. I know that Genesis want to talk about some of the work that they've been doing with respect to some of the other cities that they've talked about. I'll turn it over to Genesis for that piece.
Thank you, Liana. At least here at the mayor's office, what we have been doing, last year we did create our Racial Equity and Justice Advisory Council here at the mayor's office, and we have been engaging with community folks that want to be part of that council and sort of planning and reimagining with them on how we can work together and pushing this program forward. Something else that the mayor did participate in last year, we did a panel series on housing first. And it was in partnership with OPCS on how is it that we can push that needle forward and not continue to manage homelessness, but really solving homelessness. And that is when we're looking at that housing first model. And we participated in many of those conversations and looking at what are some of the ways that we can implement those housing first methods in Tucson. And those are some of the things that we've done in the past 6 months, a year.
Thanks. Along the lines and to emphasize moving forward pieces, one of the things that we're thinking about as related to this particular slide is the idea of how do we build synergy between existing resources and departments, nonprofits, community partners, and residents of Arizona, of Tucson. So what we're really thinking about is how can we do that efficiently? So as we begin to transition into our next phase, where we're going to be looking a little more at these services specifically, what we're thinking about again is that idea of not necessarily taking away, not necessarily ending, but how do we move forward with synergy, creating efficiencies, and collaboration in all different sectors of our community. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next slide, please. And Liana is next.
Thank you, Charlene. So this slide is actually just kind of a snapshot of a bigger slide of brainstorming that we've done in putting things into different buckets, if you will, from the previous slide. Just a kind of a little side note, last fall, I had, when I was looking at this from the outside in, I had reached out to Mayor and Council to provide me with any particular individuals or organizations that you may want me to have conversations for as we started pulling some of this information together. I was able to do several interviews, one-on-one interviews with some community members and representatives of some of our agencies, and it was very apparent to me early on with these conversations that I was having that there's this expectation in the community that the city create, not necessarily provide all the services and resources, but that the city is looked upon as being the umbrella, if you will, of the services and programs that exist within the community to be able to provide some of these services. And I know we talked in our budget presentation about the need and the urgency to put some of these pieces in place and let the communities know, share these resources with the community so we don't get to situations where members of our community are in crisis, that they have to call 911 because they have nowhere else to turn, or that they don't know that some of these services exist. So in these one-on-one conversations that I had last fall, a lot of the input that I was getting was looking towards the city to create the resource list, or the ability for many of these existing organizations to at least either share the resources or share information about the resources, but that the city is looked to as being the organization to house all this information and provide it to our community.
Yeah.
Genesis?
Yeah, thank you. And at least going back to Housing First, I think it's important that we don't think of it as a new concept, because it's something that we have been engaging in. And at least last year, it forced us, with COVID, it forced us to think of new strategies that we could connect with our homeless population, our most vulnerable population. And with the folks that were testing positive, we were placing them in hotel rooms, and our housing department was a real champion in that, where we started doing Housing First immediately in order for us to be able to give them a room for them to recuperate from their COVID positive diagnoses. And then we were able to provide the resources that they wanted and that they needed, and then move into permanent housing. And that's just an example of what we have been already doing. And now pushing forward, how is it that we can make Housing First a permanent, what's the word, program within our city and housing? Shirley?
I'll be talking for just a moment about our social workers. And as the mayor and council remembers, I'm sure, we have designated some funds to hire social workers to be a part of this community safety pilot. And one of the questions that began to become very relevant in that conversation is, we have these positions, we've said, thumbs up, let's go, but we don't necessarily have the support structures to support them. So along those lines, one of the things that we've all been participating in is taking a look at what kind of role is it most important for social workers to be able to take on in a community safety program. So we've been talking through Liana's interviews to some of the conversations with community partners, and now we're ready to bring that idea as we begin to transition to phase 2. What is it going to be? So we could go to the next slide, please. Okay. In this slide, we're really beginning now to say, you know, we've been looking historically at what all of us have been working on in the last year, and now we're moving forward. We're in the Community Safety Program Phase 2, and this has a two-pronged approach. As you might notice here, we have community engagement. And community engagement is really thinking about that intentional pause, where we stop and say, okay, we've got some frameworks, we've got some ideas, we have some interviews and focus groups, but now it's time to scale up and really reach out into our community deeply. We are very committed, and by we, I don't just mean the mayor's office, I mean the mayor's office and Liana and other folks who are working on this planning phase, along with our community partners, our city staff, community members, to really think about, as we consider this framework together, and most importantly, start thinking about, in a broader sense, what does community safety mean to each of us? I think that part of our program is going to be really critical in the next 6 to 9 months, as we figure out not what do each of us individually think the city of Tucson needs for community safety, but what do the residents of the city of Tucson think they need and want as far as community safety goes. Alongside this, so these are happening simultaneously. This is not sequential, it is simultaneous. We'll also be engaging in program development. So we'll be working with the deputy city manager to continue to develop that map of existing services, and to begin to work on the gaps that are identified, the ones we know about now and the ones that will come out of the community engagement. And our work during the program development phase will be to begin to develop those support structures in order to bring on the folks that are going to need to bring this program to life, so to speak. Can we go to the next slide, please?
All right, so at least for the intentional community engagement piece, we really want our community engagement to not just be a box that's checked and like, yes, we met with community, but we want it to be intentional, we want it to have purpose, and we want it to be productive. And that way we're going to sort of create a type of community engagement calendar where we can have different types of listening sessions, one-on-ones, either have focus groups, interviews, town halls. We want to make sure that we give folks a variety of community engagement. That way everyone can feel that they are listened to, they are heard, because our community is full of leaders already. It's full of advocates. Our community knows what it needs, and it's for us to come in and say, okay, let's work together and fill in those gaps. And with that community engagement, we're also going to have some facilitated sessions with facilitators in order to be able to move forward that conversation. And as well as like knowing that Tucson is very different depending on where you're at, having bilingual sessions, having ASL interpreters. So we want to be as intentional and inclusive with our community engagement as possible.
Liana, did you want to go next?
Yes, I can cover the other side of the slide here too. I know that in the concept that we're envisioning also is that, you know, as we bring together these various resources, social workers or different areas of resources within the city organization, that we will need to create a position such as a program director, or where is this legitimately going to be housed going forward. We also want to talk about opportunities to expand the police auditor's office or program. As many of you know, that was my job for many years, and I know that in order to do it well, there's a lot of community outreach that needs to go with that program, and we want to make sure that the department is, that position, that office is sufficiently staffed to be able to continue with that community engagement, because it's very important to the credibility and the work and the legitimacy that that office and the role that they play in oversight. We also want to engage CPARB, which is the Citizens Police Advisory Review Board that many of you have, obviously all of you as elected officials have an individual appointed to that board. We want to re-examine that structure as well and make sure that the role that they are playing in this whole process is sufficient, and if it needs to be adjusted as well. And again, as Charlene said, we want to make sure that, you know, we are identifying and working with an actual scope of service for the social workers rather than just hiring them and not knowing where they're going to be placed. We've already had some conversations with some of the various city departments that would love to have the ability to reach out to a social worker on staff to refer community members to, or to identify services for them, not only through our housing departments, but, you know, our courts. Our public defender's office has expressed an interest in having the ability to have a social worker as a resource for them to use as well. So a lot of things need to be thought through with respect to the program development piece.
Thanks. Can we go on to the next slide, please? So as we've mentioned, we really see our phase 2 as an opportunity to engage with our city departments, our community partners, to really do some meaningful outreach in order to gather a different kind of information. You know, phase 1 is all about research. It's about theory. It's about finding out what other folks have done in other places for other reasons. The community engagement and program development is what takes those big ideas and brings them here to Tucson, right? Because we really, as much as there are great things that exist outside of our city, we also know that Tucson is unique and that we have a very particular set of needs that are maybe not as relevant to folks across the country. You know, we have some issues, particularly living in a desert climate, with folks who are, you know, coming through our community as asylum seekers, as people passing through on their way to other places. We have issues in terms of having nice enough weather that lots of people maybe stop here for longer than we think. We have a need to develop youth services. in all kinds of different ways. So we're working and transitioning from phase 2 to phase 3 to think about how do we take all of this that we have learned and turn it into a framework and strategic plan that makes sense for us here in Tucson. The 3 points I want to emphasize in particular are that we are not looking, and when I say we, I mean the folks working right now on community safety, but also everybody we'll be talking to in the next 6 to 9 months. The reports from facilitators, the results of the listening sessions and surveys, the opportunities to really sit down with city departments and say, hey, these are some of the things, how could a social worker benefit your particular system? What are the needs of your particular department that aren't being fulfilled and need to be? So we're really excited about, by the time we get to 6 to 9 months in the future, moving into phase 3 and saying, here's all that data, what can we do with it? And of course, to come back to mayor and council to really think through that strategic plan and framework robustly, to begin thinking about how to allocate resources in order to bring that to life. So we're really excited again about the opportunity to share this first phase with you today, and look forward to engaging with you as we move into phase 2. And just want to reiterate how very critical and timely this particular discussion is. Happily, we're looking at our budget, which gives us an opportunity to think about funding and resources in the next year. I'm just excited about an opportunity to share. So thank you.
Thank you, Liana and Charlene and Genesis, for your work on this so far. I can say without a doubt that being able to have Liana help lead this conversation, especially because she is now in charge of community safety, right? Public safety departments that play a huge role in this program. So Tucson Police Department, as well as Tucson Fire and Public Safety Communications are going to be absolutely part of helping us construct this program on the housing and community well-being. Housing community development is going to be front and center in this conversation as well. So as we put all of this together, we really have to construct bridges, have this community discussion, but also while we're doing that, putting together the building blocks of putting this program to work. And so hopefully those departments as well as the community will help us construct this. I will be asking that we move as quickly as possible to creating the department. And as Deputy City Manager Perez just suggested, is that we will be needing resources, right? We will be needing to think about what we need to budget in order to move this program forward. So budgeting for a future community safety program director, budgeting for for paying for a facilitator to help us lead this effort, and then the expansion of the police auditor and hiring community engagement coordinators for that. So just putting a bug in your all ears, and I do see Councilmember Ulick's hands up.
Thank you, Mayor and Liana and team for the presentation. I'm excited about the vision being set out and the framework being set out here, and feel really privileged to be a part of the process with all of you. And I would just say that to your point, Mayor Romero, we have, I just feel like we have the right leadership in the city right now to take this on, and in key departments, including Chief Magnus. I remember that hiring process very, very well. And I know that the chief has great history and leadership in understanding the full context of what drives safety. So same thing with leaders in the fire department and housing all of our key departments. So I think we have a real opportunity here. I'm back new to some of this conversation, and there's one key set of data that I really want, and that is as much detail, aggregate level data on our 911 calls. You know, what percent are for welfare checks? What percent are for homeless people, code violations? And so, Mr. Manager, Liana, Mayor Romero, and others, I really want to see that data sooner rather than later. We must have it, and I just think it's going to be real important for me to study that and understand it. You all probably already have a great deal of that. You know, the only other thing that I would say, you know, I've advocated on economic justice issues like homelessness for many, many years. The intent that I hear in this initiative is something that has been, I've advocated for a long, long time. Let's not try to arrest away problems like homelessness. And we've set the police department and our officers up in many instances for blame and for anger because they're not fixing the problem that people are calling 911 for. Why is there a homeless person sleeping behind my house? And so, you know, this, I think, is an opportunity to truly respond to safety needs, respond to what our community needs, and to support our employees to make sure that they're able to do what they're hired to do and what they're trained to do, and the intention of the resources that we invest. So again, thank you for your leadership, Mayor Romero, and I look forward to working on this with you.
I do too, and I look forward to the input and feedback from my colleagues on the council, as well as our department directors that have firsthand knowledge of, of the needs of our community. And I agree with you, Councilmember Ulick, that TPD and Chief Magnus, they have all of this knowledge, right? Part of what this program should be designed for is to lift some of the community and societal ills that have been, given to or made the Tucson Police Department responsible for when they really are not, right? Drug dependency, mental health issues, homeless issues. This program should be designed to be able to provide the preventative, the resources that are, and the investments that our community deserves, so that we can prevent the crisis that pushes people to call 911 and want immediate assistance from police. So I do see the hand up of Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Liana, I don't know if you want to respond to something.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I appreciate, y'all's, thoughtful response and, putting this program together over time. I know that, similar to putting together the Office of Equity, things kind of have to move slow, to later move fast. So thank you. It's a good framework and a great starting point. I'm wondering, after you've been hosting, the budget town halls, and you recently hosted the community safety town hall, what lessons are y'all taking away from that experience that can help inform the listening sessions for the community safety program?
Thanks very much for that question, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I think we're in a continual process of evaluating those listening sessions and participatory spaces. I think a few of the lessons that we're taking very much to heart as we continue to reach out. One is to have different formats with different purposes for those different formats. A big town hall where we could have 50 people or we could have 150 people has a very different opportunity for engagement than one-on-one listening sessions or roundtables. So that's one, is to be very intentional about having a variety of options and to make sure that we are using that information productively. A second lesson that we're learning, and I think is something that the Move Tucson program has highlighted as well, is to really be thoughtful about the demographics of the data and engagement we are collecting. So for our budget town halls, as well as for Move Tucson, there's been some intentional look at where are we getting information from, like where are these folks living, how do they interact and engage with our city, and where can we pause within the process to identify spots where we need to change course and make sure that we're hearing from people that are not, showing up to budget town halls or sitting down with Liana one-on-one. So, and I think a third lesson that we've been talking about is how to make sure that we are stopping and using our facilitators and folks who are working in this environment to give us some of that outside feedback. So instead of just bullishly moving on, stopping, being reflective, taking a look at our data, seeing what's missing, and making some real efforts to change course. So I think that formative adjustment is going to be super important for us as we move forward.
Right, and what I can add to council member is that an hour and a half for community safety was obviously not enough time. So there is still a lot of room to hear from the community and have them participate in this conversation, because an hour and a half moved fast and furiously. Liana, did you want to include something?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to address Councilmember Ulick's question about the data. We have started that conversation with Director Kesmar, as we can collect the data on the 911 calls. And then also the comment about, putting our, police officers and our first responders in the position to, to solve, issues, and crises and challenges that they face. We all know that many times, individuals that they're coming in contact with are repeat individuals that that they have repeat contact with. Sergeant, many of you know Sergeant Winsky from Tucson Police Department. He's actually reached out to me, and we're going to have a conversation about some suggestions that he has of, what could have what resources they're identifying as the first points of contact with many individuals in our community that could possibly, shift the direction in a different way and not require a police response the next time. So yes, we are engaging all those other areas as well.
Any other questions, Councilmember Santa Cruz?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yep, thanks. Good conversation. Appreciate the direction. Charlene, your point to pausing and expanding community participation is right on. We've got 42 neighborhood associations just in Ward 6 alone. Will help you facilitate that outreach to the extent that we can. To Karen and Liana's conversation about the data, that's really an important touchstone of this. And one of the, I've seen a report, I don't know that it's a definitive one, but a report that really indicate one of the confounding factors in this is what did the 911 call taker perceive the call as being? What kind of an event was it versus what did the officer actually find when he or she showed up on the scene? And the data I've seen is that over half the time, what the officer finds is different than what the 911 dispatcher perceived the call to be. When people are in crisis, they're in a particular state of mind and they're on the phone calling for a cop. So it may be that we recognize through real analysis of the data that Karen's asking for correctly, is that we maybe a co-response is the first touch, and then when people show up and find out that, gee, that's X and not Y, then one person peels off. But it's peeling the onion. It's really finding that that embedded in that data are going to be some important factors that are going to guide appropriate responses. And it's not always what the dispatcher perceives the call to be, because the caller is in crisis when the call is made.
Absolutely, Stephen. And Chief Magnus has talked about what possible model to use our social workers and our police officers in that co-response, as you say. And then, of course, 911 communications will absolutely have to be a partner in all of this, because after we look at the data of what the calls that we're receiving, how are we going to create a system where we could deviate how we respond and who responds into the system? So absolutely right on point. Councilmember Cunningham?
Really great work, a lot of great conversation, a lot of good input. Couple things. I was a juvenile probation officer for a long time, and that's one of those jobs where you're kind of in that piece of both a social worker and a mentor, as well as an officer. And so it's a perspective that I like to bring to this. And what I'll tell you is that there's not a model that exists for this. What we do will be unique to Tucson. It'll be special for us. And the cities that take this plunge and take it boldly will probably be writing the model. And we should understand that we shouldn't overpromise our expectations. There's going to be some issues. There's going to be some screw ups. It's going to happen. And that's okay, because something new, something that blazes trails is always imperfect, and that's who we are. So I think we're gonna get there. What's really special about today is that you look at the perspectives that were brought today. We've got some amazing people working on this. This is why Tucson's so special. So I'm looking forward to seeing us get there, and it's really a matter of, I think I'll be honest with you, to some of this stuff that we're trying to answer, we're only going to figure it out if we're actually doing it. So I think if we can have I know it sounds kind of weird, but having a pilot of a pilot. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, if we want to have co-response, let's get a couple social workers in the field now. Let's hire 2 people and put them in cars and see what happens. I mean, we can't even gather data unless we take that plunge, unless we take that first baby step. And I think we're daring enough and bold enough to do something like that. I have a master's in social work. I'll volunteer.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Really appreciate it. I don't know if Chief Magnus would want to put you, or maybe even Mike Rankett would want to put you in that liability situation. But yeah, no, I agree with you that it's taken some time for us to be able to put this framework together. And as you said, we've got to take our time. We've got to be thoughtful. We've got to be able to get the input and advice from our departments, and I've mentioned what departments play a critical role in putting this program together. And thank goodness that Mr. Ortega hired Liana, and she has this amazing experience to help us be thoughtful in how we create this program. All of us, the community, the council, the mayor, the department directors, for the benefit of our community. It's going to, and as we've heard before from a dear friend of mine, you've got to sometimes move slow to go fast. So with that, we are running out of time, and we do have additional conversations to get to. Liana, did you want to finish up this item?
No, Mayor, I forgot to put my hand down, but yes, agree with all the points. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I think one point that I didn't cover is the voices of the juveniles in the young folks in our community. Part of the one-on-ones that I did, I had the opportunity to survey and speak with 25 students from Amphi High School, and they gave me some very interesting perspectives from that age sector. So yes, we're taking in all those voices and everything into consideration as we move forward.
And we will come out to you to ask to all of you in the departments that are working on these issues, as well as the advisory council, the Racial Equity and Justice Advisory Council that I've put together for input and feedback and advice. So Charlene, we have to move. I don't know if it was Hennessy's or Charlene that put their hand up, but did you want to finish up with something?
Very quickly, just to bring up 2 points to emphasize and to thank everybody for being involved in this process and the support of the mayor and the city manager. We do want to reiterate that in addition to collecting data from 911 calls, we are engaging in other data collection as well. It's important to emphasize that a good number of our processes are informed by data, including surveys of folks who may not be willing to call 911. So as we look into our larger community engagement, please recognize that this is a multi-pronged, intentional, and long-term result to really make sure we have robust data to use. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all. Thank you for your hard work. Alrighty, with that, we'd like to move on to item 4. Time has been set aside for discussion of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you, members of the council. So this will follow very similar to what you've seen in the past. We do have 3 presentations where the staff will be making their supplemental requests known to you and go into some detail on them. Once that occurs, then Jeff and I will talk about the overall budget conversation. That's when I will get into some detail about how we fund the market survey information that was previously covered. So we have the city clerk, IT, and police today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Roger Randolph to make the presentation on the clerk's budget. Suzanne, was Roger going to be here, or are you covering for?
I am here.
Okay, Roger. Thanks.
So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is going to be a very brief presentation on the city clerk's office. We know that time today is pretty valuable, so I believe that you're all aware of my office and the role that we play within the city. Our primary role is to support direct support of the mayor and council. That includes your office budgets, agendas, and all of those processes that go along with that. The city clerk is also responsible for the records, all of the records of the city of Tucson. We oversee the legislative actions of the city to include the open meeting law, public records laws, and we currently still continue to administer the city's elections and the City of Tucson campaign finance program. Our budget for fiscal year 2021 is broken down into legislative management, which is the primary backbone of the office, which includes most of that support. Records management and elections during an off year like this one is for elections. We have a much smaller elections budget. Administration is the senior staff in the office, as well as a lot of those behind the scenes type things. Campaign finance, even on a non-election year, we are required to have money available in case candidates do qualify for public funding during that year. So our total budget for this fiscal year is $2,920,000. Like I said, we are a small office, but we do have 4 vacancies currently. We have 2 administrative assistant vacancies. Those 2 we're currently recruiting and look forward to being able to bring a couple individuals on very shortly. We also have an office supervisor vacancy and a management assistant vacancy. Of those 2, we've been in conversations with the city manager about the need to fill those and how we'll fill those 2 positions going forward, depending on the results of the Supreme Court case as it comes to fruition. So for our supplemental request, we are currently, since we don't have a ruling from the Supreme Court, we're continuing to proceed with elections as though we're running them this year. That includes up to yesterday, where we actually had the deadline to file nomination petitions for the elections. So we actually do have viable candidates running in the 2021 election. We're requesting $950,000 for the administration and conduct of the 2021 elections. The difficulty with this is we have not heard from the Arizona Supreme Court on our elections case and where we stand on that. As a result, not only did we have nomination petition filing yesterday, but we had to notify 2 vendors to proceed with some activities that are going to cost the city money, regardless of whether or not we win or lose this case. I hope the manager doesn't panic when he sees item number 1. Blue Crest is our mailing vendor that maintains the mailing system for the city's elections. They were notified by the Department of Homeland Security that they needed to update all of our elections mailing equipment to come into compliance with all of the new federal standards. The initial cost of that projection was going to be $147,000. We were in contact with them. They said that they thought that they may be able to get that reduced. They came back with a new quote of $200,000. And that was simply because of the time that it's taking now to get equipment and get it in place and get it installed. So those costs have actually gone up. The second item that we're looking at is Runbeck Election Services, who is our printer for our elections processes. We had to give them notice to proceed with printing our 90-day postcard. That postcard will be mailed out on May 5th. And so they have to begin the printing of that now, getting that ready. So that will be an initial $35,000 that we've now committed to for this election cycle. Moving forward, the future challenges for our office is we have done a really good job of starting to digitize permanent records. We've been working on ordinances and resolutions, communications memorandums and minutes, and we've got about 35 years worth of those records digitized. We're going to continue doing that, going back further and adding additional record series into that. It's really important that we get that done. Number one, that gives us a strong back up to those paper documents should something ever happen in a catastrophic sense, that we do have a different backup plan than just a piece of paper in a box on a shelf. So we've been working hard on that. Plus, by digitizing these permanent records, it also gives us the opportunity to open up a public portal so that the public can go in and look at those records on their own without having to do requests for those records. And so we're working on finalizing that public portal, and hopefully soon we'll be able to at least get some of that out. Along with that, we are really going to spend a lot of time focusing on getting departments to take advantage of the on-base electronic content management, which is where we're storing these records, get them to using that system to its full potential. We can then take and turn those records out to the public as well and increase that public portal, giving the public even a greater opportunity to have access to the city's records. Our public financing software that we're using is many years old. It works, it's adequate, but we really need to bring it into this century. And so we're looking at working on a complete rewrite of that software, making it a web-based software. And hopefully by the next election cycle, we will have not only rewritten it, but thoroughly tested it and have it available to all the candidates out there. And finally, we have to continue with our succession planning and our training. Some of us are getting a little older than we thought we'd ever get to, and we need to make sure that when we leave that our staff is available and willing to step in and take our place, and that the city doesn't miss a beat. And right now, I feel very confident that we have very strong staff in the office. Like I said, we're a small staff, but I have never seen such a willing and competent group of individuals that are as dedicated to serving the city of Tucson as this group is. They go out of their way to assist and always willing to step in and volunteer for help. And I've been very blessed to have them working with me in this role. So we have those challenges laying before us. I have no doubt that we will be extremely successful in that just based on the staff. And with that, I will open it up for any questions if there happen to be any.
Thank you, Roger. And Mayor, before we go into questions, I did want to also let the council know that we have not heard from the court on our elections case. We have filed notice of the fact that by us going forward with this election, they're going to spend $200,000 that will not fund basically. So Roger, just checked with the attorney. We have not heard from him. So go ahead and give you the authorization to proceed with that effective today.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
You were going, we were hearing some echoes there. So any questions for Mr. Clerk? Mr. Kozachik, Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, Roger, how close are you to meeting that 90-day threshold? I mean, can you wait a few more days and save maybe $50,000, or are you right up against it?
We're already pushing it as far out as we can. I'm going to push it to the absolute deadline. Send us the final proof. And
did we lose Roger's?
Yes, Mayor, it sounds like we're losing. Roger, if you can hear us, we're losing your audio on that. Might want to turn off your camera just for a minute, see if that improves.
So we'll see if this is any better.
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. So we are pushing it to the final minute that we possibly can so that we don't have to mail that. They have sent us the final proof of that postcard and begging us to give them the go ahead. So I would say that furthest out I'll be able to push that would probably be by the end of the week in order for them to be able to meet their deadlines as well.
Okay, well, a few days. Maybe we'll hear this week.
Yeah, we've been trying to hear, and I wonder with the city attorney. I don't know if he's with us today. I do see him. Have we, the city of Tucson, gone to the court and asked for speediness on this case because of the potential timelines and dates that we have to be able to have the candidates. I'm just thinking about the candidates and the public being able to have good enough time to prepare their campaigns and all their deadlines, etc. Mr. Rankin?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, and in fact, last week we had our outside counsel file a notice with the court that because they haven't given us an answer yet, that in addition to the impact on the participants, the candidates, etc., that we are incurring costs because they've known from the get-go, the whole basis for the case pending in front of them is that we have called an election for this year and we are going to proceed unless told otherwise. So that continues to be the status of the case.
That's horrible. Any other questions for Mr. Randolph? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to the next presentation, Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, that's IT, so I'll turn it over to Colin Boyce. Go ahead, Colin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mike, I'm going to double check. Am I running the presentation on my side or is it happening on the other side? Perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you for having us. What I would like to do, next slide, please. I would like to give an overview of what's been happening in the IT department for the last year. So when I came on board, on the top left-hand side of this slide, it was basically a scorecard of where we looked like from a cybersecurity perspective in IT from the outside world. In a cybersecurity perspective, there's always work to be done on the inside. And so I can't really say it's kind of a hard candy shell with a soft GUI center. And that GUI center, we're still working on hardening, but from an outside perspective, we have become better as a department. So while you may not understand the elements that are in the top left-hand side, you can see that the report card does look significantly better than what we did today versus where we were in 2019. Overview of the department today, we're supporting roughly about 6,500 computers to round up with 152 hardware models. And the goal is to streamline the models that we support today into 2 or 3 types because we're heavily decentralized. We support about 163 different applications where there is a lack of standardization, and the goal is to pare that down significantly so we're not stretched as thin as we are. And today we also support 70 different locations. So we have a very heavy decentralized environment where we're supporting, where we provide support primarily between 7:30 a.m. and 5 o'clock p.m. There's internal conversations that's happening on how we better support the public safety groups, and that will be presented, at a later date. So currently we have a variety of projects that are taking place with the 83 people on the staff. We finished 56 this fiscal year, and we're currently working 47 large projects and 25 small projects in tandem, and while having a backlog of 92 ideas that the departments are requesting. While doing that, we've finished somewhere close to 30,000 tickets this calendar year to date, and we're projected to hit 41,000 tickets being supported by predominantly 12 people on the help desk. And at the same time, they're fielding somewhere close to 16,000 calls coming in. The large projects that we've worked on from a cybersecurity perspective, data loss prevention, there is an asset management project that's on the way that we're currently working on. We're working with the police department to replace their records management system. There is an ERP system upgrade that's taking place, a major upgrade for HCD with their financial system, and the transit system, SunTran, is being upgraded all at the same time. So a lot of work, a lot of buzzing around as far as the IT department is concerned. Next slide, please. So what have we done from a guiding principles perspective? We are working on our 5-year plan and 3 to 5 year plan. So we're currently working on that, and we have decided based on the objectives that the city manager has given us, we are aligning under increasing the operational excellence, not just for the department, but also across the city. So finding opportunities inside of the city where we can help fine tune the operations and help with process improvement. We're looking at opportunities to enhance the communications, both internally in the community, but also externally with with the citizens. There's employee development that's required because we're taking employees and deploying a lot of new tools that they haven't seen before. So there's a lot of development that needs to happen internally in IT. But we're also created a new training department where we're starting to do external training with departments inside of the city so they're better able to utilize the technology tools that we have built. We're also looking on top of that, and I feel like I'm saying we're always also looking quite a bit. We're looking at opportunities to do intra-city collaboration. So, for example, the wireless project, we collaborated heavily with the school districts, with 5 school districts. We're looking for opportunities to collaborate with Marana County, Pima County, because we feel like the region is better when we collaborate together. And we want to be able to do that while mitigating risk. So strong cybersecurity, reduce of incidents of problems, and still deploying a smart city initiative that is centered around what the citizens need and solving citizen problems and creating the visibility that departments need for success. Next slide, please. Thank you. So there's a variety of things that is in the ask for IT for this fiscal year coming up, but the largest that we have today is there was a variety of software and hardware that is required for since COVID, which allowed us to do telework, and then from consolidation from other departments into IT. And so the amendment touches on that. So we want to continue the initiatives that we're doing with the e-work, the e-government and the telework, some of the security packages that we've deployed that is making the city of Tucson be recognized as a leader in the cybersecurity space. In the government sector is important for us to keep going. There's different items to support public safety, the wireless project, which is going to be the heart of the smart city as well as the digital divide network, also is included in that bucket. There's departmental software that ranges from financial stuff to maintain a CAFR and maintain grants to different public safety applications that are on that bucket. And then what we're also looking for is the ability to unify everyone on Office 365, but instead of having a variety of G3 and G1 licenses, uplifting the city to G3 so everyone has access to the same software and we ease some of the workload challenges that we're experiencing with that. Consolidating AutoCAD and Adobe Acrobat and keeping those up to the same level is also critical for the environment. And then we have a variety of end-of-life servers that run the entire infrastructure that we have to address. And last but not least, we're looking at continuing the laptop or desktop replacement program so people have good equipment so they're capable of doing their jobs effectively. And so this overview provides basically what we're doing from the city's perspective. You know, I would say that, you know, when I first came here and I spoke to Joyce, my goal was to make the city of Tucson a thought leader as far as IT was concerned. And I think mayor and council, thank you for your partnership, but in over the last 2 years, we have become just that, thought leaders as far as IT is concerned. I just got off the phone with the state of Ohio, and some of the projects that we're doing today, they're asking us how we did it, and they're asking Tucson to help the state level in figuring out, you know, how to do similar projects, from the wireless project to some of the other things that council is not fully aware of today. We are embedding Google Iris, which is the same thing as Siri, into the city's phone system to help with call routing inside of the city. And so there's press releases and a lot of material that's coming out because we're working pretty hard at making us thought leaders and creating that efficiency inside of the city so we can be more productive for our citizens. Thank you all for your time today. If there's any questions, I am available.
Thank you so much, Colin. And, you know, it is amazing the work that you and your team have been able to do in terms of how quickly you had to respond to moving us from the office model of working to moving our staff a lot of the City of Tucson employees into working from home. So what you did really has been a pretty amazing effort that I commend and thank you for, because that really was part of keeping our employees safe and continue delivering the services that the residents of Tucson deserve. So pretty amazing job that you did, and I really appreciate it. I have a question, and then I'll cede the floor to our resident expert on the council, Vice Mayor Lee. For me, is how many, I know that there's this huge gap in terms of the market rate analysis that we just finished. And so, and I also know that you need employees. So I didn't see, going through your presentation and going through the information that you included in our package, how many employees are you wanting to replace? How many people do you need? And then what does your package look like in terms of rate increase?
Thank you. So there's a supplemental that I will be working with the city manager's office to get in front of mayor and council. And one of the things that we are pointing out is a typical help desk inside of the city. If you're centralized or decentralized, like we're decentralized, the ratio of help desk technicians to devices is typically 45 to 1. We have 6,000, roughly 6,000 and a half. So it's just divide 6,000 and a half by 45, and you got that number. When you're centralized, being in one location, one type of device, it's 75 to 1. Today, the IT department is functioning at 538 to 1. So we are well outside of the normal parameters. The ask today is to get us, while we won't be at industry norms, but to get us closer to about 150 to 1. And the automation that we have to see how that looks at the end of the day. And if we need to move further, to add more employees, we can have that conversation. From a desktop perspective, from a application perspective, we also are short for what we need in order to maintain an enterprise as complex as we do today. So if you think of the number of applications that exist to maintain police, fire, the 911 center, as well as all of the departments, typically you'll have, for every 4 or 5 applications, you have, 2 or 3 people that are able to maintain. Today, we are functioning almost in 1-to-1 ratios. So when someone loses, it creates a hardship inside of the department because it's difficult to function. The city manager, Mike Ortega, has agreed that we'll put together something a little bit more comprehensive and get it in front of mayor and council before the budget season has ended. And the goal is, as we start to do this, we could become more of a full service IT department, helping manage phones inside of the city so we can help reduce costs, being able to provide better support hours for our public safety partners, and basically taking the IT department to the next level.
Yeah. So the only number that I see here is that you're requesting 7 employees or PCNs to be allocated to the help desk. Is that correct?
No, that 7 PCNs is not help desk employees. Let me give you the public safety staffing request. And so the ask for the help desk is a separate request, and the request in that universe was for 31 employees in order to support the help desk. And the goals with that, once again, consolidated phone management, additional application support. Oftentimes in public safety, there's projects that are not as big as you need senior engineers, and they're not a help desk ticket, but they're small departmental projects that they need help. And we want to be able to support them with that. And this will give us the opportunity to do that. It will give us broader or a bigger reach for after hours call support. So we'll be better equipped to give them faster response times, 24/7, 365.
Right, and what it means to be able to have a good, adequate IT system at the end of the day and have the enough employees well paid in order to be able to provide the services internally. But at the end of the day, being able to have an IT department that is well staffed and you have everything you need to be able to succeed is the service quality that we provide our residents.
Yes.
So I absolutely agree with being able to have well-paid employees at IT and enough employees to be able to deliver their service. Mr. Ortega, and then I see still want to provide Vice Mayor Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham the opportunity to ask questions.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. And I just wanted to add a couple thoughts for you as Colin was going through his presentation and your questions, Mayor, pretty much on target in that what I've challenged Colin to think about is how do we fill the positions we have now first, right? And make sure that we are taking care of the existing employees from a retention standpoint, but also bringing folks in to fill those positions that are already allocated. Part of the conversation is more robust, though, in terms of what does the IT support structure look like for all aspects. And by the way, when you look at public safety, our dispatch center, our police, all of the pieces that are out there that are public safety, they're intertwined with IT now. And so one of the things that we've had to do is evolve into commissioned folks providing some of those services that I would rather have Colin's professional staff and civilian staff doing and put those officers out in the street. So that's where we're headed. And when Colin talks about bringing back a conversation, that's what it's going to look like. But the first order of business, as you know, is making sure we can fill the positions we have now with the basically going through the recruitment process and filling those positions. That's all.
And how much is that going to cost? That's what I want to get to the bottom of it, right? I want to get to the bottom of how many people you need, what is the rate adjustment that you have to make, and what is the budget? What is that package going to look like? And then before I send it over to the Vice Mayor, one of the issues that has been plaguing really the city of Tucson, I would say easily the last 8 years, is that we don't have a constituent services system where council offices and city of Tucson staff that deals with constituent requests. There's no one system that we use to be able to follow up on that constituent request. So for example, right now, a constituent, a resident that emails all of the council offices and the mayor's office, we don't have a system to be able to put in, Ward 1 is taking this call, and in this day I spoke to this person and I referred her to the transportation department to fill a pothole. There is no constituent services system that we have that every other jurisdiction has available to be able to service the community well. So what is happening now, if a person emails all of us on the mayor and council, we all start referring that person to the transportation department. So we're doing layered work that we shouldn't be doing, and the transportation department gets 7 offices of mayor and council to refer one person over there. So there's no follow-up system. There is nothing that helps us really deliver the best approach in a coordinated manner to our constituents.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm excited to tell you we do have a system that does that.
Mm-hmm.
So the IT department purchased a system last year that does just that function. And so the technical programming is done. There's an administrative portion that is being spearheaded out of the city manager's office. Sam Credio is running that project. And so we're working on folding in all of the departments into that city. And you will also be excited to hear that it's not just a City of Tucson initiative, since we're leading the charge with it, but we're working with onboarding Pima County and some of the region. So it will become a regional application that we can then tie in and get an idea of what's happening from a regional perspective. So some exciting news, but Madam Mayor, we are working on it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I know that I've been bugging you and the city manager for the last 4 years on this. Vice Mayor Lee.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I lowered my hand. For the sake of time, I'll just take my questions offline.
Councilmember Cunningham.
You're on mute, sir.
Colin, thanks for some of the original solutions you're trying to bring in. I know that it's a lengthy process, probably a little different than the private sector, but hang in there. We're going to get there. I think we've got. I think you've also got another project you're working on that I'm excited to hear about in the next couple of weeks. And you know, I like that we're trying to get everything consolidated. I think we're probably, instead of being one move away, we're more like 2 or 3 moves away, but I think we're going to get there. And thanks for the update and the budget presentation.
Alrighty, Vice Mayor Lee, you want to give it a go or ask one question for the record?
No, I mean, all I was going to say is that great job on the transition to remote work. That was one of the comments I had, and also great progress on the cyber scorecard. I know that we had some work to do and we got there. And then we can follow up, Colin, after this. The thing that stuck out to me was the 163 apps and the lack of standardization. Kind of the plan that we could look at those and see what could be consolidated or retired and where we could save some money there and not have to support so many apps. I think there's opportunity to save money and take some stuff off of people's plates there. And then the other stuff is pretty nerdy and we can talk offline.
I always learn from you too, so thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Lee, for including that. With that, I don't see any other hands up. Let's move on to the next presentation, Mr. Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the next presentation is by Chris Magnus, our police chief, and this will conclude our department's presentations. So Chris, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So I'm just, so you know, because I couldn't do it without them, I'm joined by Interim Chief Kazmierzak, who's on the line, and then in the room with me is Assistant Chief Kevin Hall, Assistant Chief Mike Silva, and Chief of Staff Lieutenant Steve Simmers. So I'll get to just a couple of the highlights of things we've been working on, but today we're going to be talking, and we'll put this first slide up if that's all right, about our budget priorities for the coming year. I don't know, I think, there we go. All right, so we're going to be talking a little bit about our marketing and recruiting efforts, which are incredibly important, especially in the climate we're in now. We're going to be talking about the need for some additional community safety officers, a wellness initiative, which is also very timely, some critical needs in our records section, and then Madam Mayor, I think you'll be pleased to hear about our efforts around fleet electrification infrastructure. That's a mouthful. So I do have to, though, indicate there's a backdrop to this that's not so great. And just a quick word about our current staffing. We are funded, as many of you know, for 884 total sworn positions. That's everybody from the newest officer all the way up to me. And right now, out of that 884, we have 752 deployable officers. We're really losing officers at a very significant rate. Each month, we lose 1% of the force, which means 12% a year. And we're only gaining 6% through academies. So this month, We're only a week in. We've already lost 5 officers, most of who are going to other departments. So this is troubling. That means we have 747 deployable officers to work with, and that's a challenge. So what that means in terms of marketing is we would like to spend $500,000, which may sound like a lot, but in reality is not much by today's standards, especially for communities our size that are trying to bring new officers into their departments. We want to start by really looking at how we brand our department differently and in a way that really speaks to, well, a lot of people perhaps that have not traditionally been drawn to policing. So that would include obviously women, people of color, people who have very different life experiences, maybe different kinds of degrees other than criminal justice, for example, and who approach policing as really a problem-solving effort, a partnership, if you will, with the community. But branding then is very important. We also need assistance with designing a recruiting website that is really going to be effective and that competes with what's out there from many other communities that are drawing people to their websites and getting them excited about working in their departments. We want to do videos for social media that include things like what to expect in the academy. We have a really progressive academy. It's getting better and better, and we want to be able to sell that. Why should people choose TPD in Tucson? We want our officers to talk about, hey, what's my career path been? So we want interviews with a diverse group of officers. We want to talk about the way we work with the community and how we're doing real substantive problem solving out in the field, and then have the voice of victims, people that have found that TPD has made a real difference to them, because that's going to appeal, we think, to a lot of really good candidates. We want photo shoots for promotional materials. We want ad production and placement. So as you can see, there's a lot to be done in terms of recruiting if we're going to keep up with these issues. So, community safety officers. Look, I think it goes without saying community safety officers have really brought a lot of value to the department and the community. And right now, especially with the shortage of officers we have, these are the folks who are often going to burglaries, they're processing scenes, they're handling traffic situations that we would never have the resources to handle otherwise. They play a key role at special events. Over the past year, you've seen the difference we've made by adding them to our parks. So we think they bring a tremendous value to the community. And the one other thing that I just have to highlight is that many of our CSOs go on to become police officers. They're one of our best sources of new folks on the department that go on to take that job as a police officer because they've been working around police and they're familiar with the department. So what we'd like to do is to increase the number of CSOs by 33 positions. That's going from our current level of 67 to what we've talked about in the past, 100 total. And that includes really a group of about 5 or 6 individuals who would be CSO supervisors and really be the ones, instead of having police officers being in a command position or leadership position within the CSO group, it would be CSOs who could have finally a career path to move up. So this is, we get it, there's some cost to this. If you add together the cost of the positions and the equipment they need, obviously uniforms, other things, cars, radios, etc., it's $3.8 million. Moving on, a wellness initiative. This is very timely if we're going to keep our officers on the department, if we're going to keep them healthy, if we're going to keep them happy in terms of working here. And so part of that involves the money for an annual medical and mental health assessment for staff. This would be entirely confidential. The information would only be for them, not for the department, and it's then something they can choose to act on with resources that would be provided to them. We also would like to get a professional wellness coordinator on board. And this is really somebody that knows how to help us in terms of personalizing an approach to fitness and wellness for different approaches and doing it in a professional way. Along with those same lines, we want somebody who can serve as a rehabilitation coordinator. So many officers get injured and they don't really have a clear path forward in terms of rehabilitation. And that's not just at the academy, that's out in the field on a day-to-day basis. So we think this could be extremely beneficial to us. Again, the total cost, about $650,000. So police records, our next priority area. Look, we have been significantly understaffed in this area for years. Back in the economic downturn, we lost over a dozen of these personnel, and we've never really recovered from that, even though the scope of work that these folks have to do has significantly expanded in the time since that period. So we have right now approximately 43 full-time record specialists. That is not nearly enough. And if you were to look at other departments like Mesa, other departments of comparable size around the state and beyond, we're not even close. And at the same time, their work has greatly expanded. All of our officers and community service officers as well have body cameras. Whenever there's an incident, a report, something that goes to court, whatever it might be, that body-worn camera footage is part of the case, and things have to be redacted, many of the things by law, things to protect victims, etc. That is a lengthy process. Right now, we also we're way behind in responding to requests from the public for all kinds of different case reports, crash reports, etc. The public has to wait right now an average of 1.5 years to get reports. In some cases, we're so far behind. So we think it's a very clear need. I included a quote on here from one of our local attorneys. A letter just came in, ironically, the day before yesterday, indicating, and you can read it, delays in furnishing crash reports by lack of staff is causing both financial and emotional harm to injury victims. It's also giving us a very bad reputation with the local media who feel like we're trying to withhold things because of delays. So this is an area that has to be addressed. And then finally, we're excited about where we're headed with our unmarked fleet electrification as well as vehicles for CSOs. The trouble is, even though we're moving in this direction, the infrastructure that's necessary to support it, the charging stations specifically, have to be created. And that wasn't part of the Tucson Delivers plan back when it was set up in 2017. So what we're looking to move towards is installation of 150 charging stations. These would be at police facilities, and it would be necessary to support the 300 vehicles that we're moving towards. The total cost for the plan in the coming year is about $675,000. So, all right, those are the requests. But just to quickly highlight, because you've heard some discussion about other things that we're involved in, do want to point out that we are working hard to provide our officers with tools other than arrests to solve community problems. One of the greatest efforts along those lines is represented by the work that Assistant Chief Kevin Hall has done in terms of deflection. This is the idea that people with small amounts of drugs, regardless of the drug, if they're open to it and if the officer thinks it's appropriate, are deflected into treatment rather than arrest. We've done this, I can't even tell you how many times successfully since this program started. It's very exciting. It's a model for the nation. We have a homeless outreach team that's played a significant role in working with the homeless. Our officers that are in this team, Jack Jolsing, for example, know many of these folks by name, are a primary resource for them. This team has done a huge job in getting people into hotels during the COVID situation. Our MISS team continues to play a significant role in dealing with the mental health population who's at highest risk in the community. We have one of the best, I think, detective bureaus in the country. We are solving homicides at one of the most successful rates compared to cities our size at approximately 80%. That is incredible. And then finally, because we hear a lot of frustration still about response times, but I got to remind you that where it really counts the most for emergencies, priority 1 calls, where there's a crime in progress, somebody's getting hurt, our response time continues to be one of the best for cities our size in the nation. It is 5 minutes or less. Again, that is pretty remarkable. So look, we have our problems, but we're excited about what the future holds. We're looking forward to working with the Community Safety Pilot Project. We think this is can be a dynamic and important addition to what we're doing. And I think that's it for the moment. Now, I guess we'll be taking questions soon.
Yes, do any of my colleagues on the council have any questions for Chief Magnus? I do see Councilmember Ulick's hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Chief, for the presentation. And I'm very pleased to see the wellness program. I was shocked to learn, I don't know if this is an accurate national number, but that we're twice as likely to lose an officer to suicide as we are to lose them on the line of duty. You know, we need to really acknowledge how traumatic it can be to be out there as an officer, and to make sure that we're not ignoring that, right? That we're truly investing in the kind of support that people need to recover from trauma. And I think recognizing the nature of some of the work that's done by your department. So I'm really supportive of that physical and emotional investment. A couple of questions. I know TEP has been a great partner in the electric vehicle grid. Is there a potential, or maybe we could just see a breakdown of the costs and whether we might bring them in on that investment? I know Councilmember Cunningham was a real champion of that partnership, and I know Paul Durham as well was very supportive. So maybe, since time is of the essence here, if we could follow up on that question, that would be great. And the other question I had was just on the police academies. I remember that used to be a significant investment, and that sometimes we sort of lost officers almost as they graduated. And so I'd love an update from you, Chief, at some point on how the academy is going and the associated costs and partners investing in the academies.
Councilmember Ulick, and through the mayor, Interim Chief Kazimierzak, I'm going to have him reach out to you on both of those, really on all of those issues. He's played a lead role around our work with the vehicles. He's also been very involved in the academy and can speak to that. I'm happy to tell you that in the past year, we have done suicide prevention training, and I mean some really meaningful training for 100% of our staff, both sworn and our professional staff, because I agree with you, that's very significant, but that's just not enough. The wellness resources need to be provided year-round on an ongoing basis. So we'll follow up on all of that with you, and Chief Kazimierzak's the right person to do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Just to follow up on your comments in terms of wellness, it sounds like I had a conversation with you in terms of how I feel about wellness for TPD. This is a conversation I've had with Chief Magnus before, and something that I deeply, deeply care about, to make sure that our police officers and any supporting staff at TPD has the access to mental and physical wellness, because it is a very difficult job. And so it's funny, it seems like you and I had a conversation previously, council member, because I've repeated this to Chief Magnus and others. It's something that's very important, and we have to make sure that we're making the investment on wellness for TPD and any supporting staff. On electrification, my office is going to be requesting for the first meeting in May, maybe the last meeting in April 20th, I believe, a comprehensive approach to putting an EV map together for the city of Tucson. So thank you, Chief Magnus, for bringing that up. It's something that all departments should be thinking about, and I appreciate you being thoughtful enough and putting it there. But we are approaching it, as you know well, I like things in a comprehensive approach to putting a strategy, to EV strategy together, so that we are ready. Because we know for a fact that President Biden's jobs package that he has in front of Congress includes funds for electric vehicle grids and electrifying fleets, not just in the federal government, but also in cities and towns throughout the country. So I do want to make sure that we approach that in a comprehensive way.
Thank you, Mayor. You're absolutely right. We support that. And I think it's clear, and I know we've had some discussions with the city manager already, that this is going to be a gradual rollout. It has to be thought of as a citywide comprehensive package, and we're totally up for that. We've also have been working with TEP. Again, Chief Kazmierzak can speak more to that at a later time, but I think there's some really exciting things happening. And finally, I do want to acknowledge you've been a continual supporter of our wellness efforts. You're right, I can think back to the multiple conversations that we've had about this over the last several years. So I appreciate that, and I hope we can move forward.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the question in terms of academies, how much do the city of Tucson pay per year for police academies, Chief?
So I'm gonna actually hand that over to Interim Chief Kazmierzak, because he's probably got more of those numbers ready for you than I do. Eric?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of council. So on average, not including salaries, it's about $15,000, a little over $15,000, almost $20,000 to put a police officer through the academy. That's equipment and staff time. And then you add the salary on top of that. So just multiply that number. That's taking an average of the number of students the number of recruits that we put through an academy a year, and then the staff time and the equipment, like I said, that goes along with that. And then, as you heard from Councilmember Kozachik earlier.
Sorry to interrupt. How much has that been the last fiscal year? What's the approximate amount of funds that we've spent on a police academy traditionally?
I don't have that. I don't have that number, Honorable Mayor, right off the top of my head. That's not how we account for academy instruction. It's almost entirely personnel, and then there's some equipment on top of that. So I can get that for you and send that to you in an email, and be happy to send that out to the council.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful, because that particular amount per fiscal year is going to be important. We talked a little bit about it in the previous discussion, but the city of Tucson and TPD are making absolutely amazing investments in training, especially through the police academy. And so what I'm concerned about is, how do we approach the investment that we're doing through police academy and putting that expenditure as part of the investment that we're making in the police department, and what other cities and towns are not doing, right? If we are spending, and I think that the expenditure shown the previous fiscal year was in the millions, in putting together a police academy and the training. And other places like Queen Creek, for example, that doesn't put together a police academy, but has a base pay higher than the city of Tucson. How do we account for that? And does the city of Tucson recruit lateral transfers from other departments? Because what I see happening is that the city of Tucson is training police officers. We have one of the best police departments in the state and in the country, I would venture to say. But yet we're investing all of the money and towns like Queen Creek and others are poaching our officers and free riding out of the significant investment that the city of Tucson does in terms of training our police force. And so how do we account for that? And are we moving in the direction of recruiting lateral transfers from other departments throughout the state?
Madam Mayor, so just first of all, just so you know, and I think we spoke to this a couple of years ago, one of the things that I decided it was time to do was to start charging other departments who are sending their people through our academy a certain percentage of the costs, or to ask them to contribute in other ways, for example, by providing staff to help with the instruction. It's ridiculous that other departments are just jumping into our academy training, which I do think is one of the best in the country, for free, and that, basically the city of Tucson ends up then subsidizing that. So we've made those changes already. Now, some departments have just decided to take their business elsewhere because they can go to other academies that do not charge anything. But I don't think we should be in the business of subsidizing other agencies. I think, there's no easy answer in terms of the lateral transfer question. We have tried that. It is difficult. We have not had the same degree of success in that as we have trying to get our own candidates up through, for example, the CSO program or internships or going out in the community to different places. That does not mean we're going to stop our efforts along those lines. And in fact, that's one of the reasons we need a more successful approach to marketing, which is really to sell the department and the city of Tucson. And that's a good sell. But we got to be able to do that in a more thoughtful and sophisticated way. So that's the plan moving forward.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I acknowledge your concerns, Chief Magnus, in terms of the amount of officers that we are losing in the city of Tucson. It is a problem, and I will speak for myself. I'm sure my colleagues on the council agree that, it's a problem not just for TPD, it's a problem for the city of Tucson. And as you wrote in your report, that we have a wonderful response times on the critical, the level 1 threat to life calls, that we still have excellent response time, that we are decreasing response times in level 2, 3, and 4 calls. That's really, really good. And that we've put to work our community safety officers and they've been welcome in the community. And it really is an investment in terms of community safety officers. It really is an investment in a possible career path from CSO into our department, into TPD as police officers into our system. So just wanted to acknowledge that loss of officers. It's very concerning. At the same time, I want to make sure that we work together on finding solutions for problems like the safety, the academies, which cost the city of Tucson a lot of money, and other departments don't have to pay for, but yet really take our investment in seasoned officers that have been with us for 5-7 years. And so I want to make sure that I'm part of that conversation with you, and that we find a solution for these issues.
I appreciate that, because I'm really worried. I'll be candid. The upcoming year of staffing, if our attrition rate continues as it is, as we've seen in the past year, if this continues, and right now, for example, we have 14 people in the academy. That's ridiculous. We should have between 40 and 50 in the academy. So if we continue this trend, even of, let's say, attrition rate of 12, and if we continue this kind of attrition and have just, let's say, 20 people in the academy, by the end of this time in April of 22, we're going to be down to 707 officers. And would be just, I mean, now we're talking about moving into the upper 600s. We cannot continue to provide services that we'd like to do at those kind of staffing levels. This is critical.
Right. And as we've been talking about, part of it is pay, which we had a previous conversation on in terms of market rate analysis, and how to get that huge gap that we have throughout the organization, right? It's $33 million for our entire organization. But how do we move in terms of pay concerns, move one step closer to where we need to be at, but also the other issues that you've talked about, right? Is it all of the other benefits and the work environment that we provide to not just our police officers and firefighters, and but throughout our organization. So it's important that we have this conversation and that we acknowledge the issues that are in front of us, and together try and find solutions that make sense. So Councilmember Cunningham, and then I did see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up as well.
Chief, well done. Do you think we need to do some added contingency into this community service pilot if we want to add things as things come up? Like I said, we're kind of going down an uncharted road. So I wanted to know if there's a need for that. The other two questions I wanted to think about was, you know, I keep hearing that our officers are getting poached. What will it take? I think we should take a look at finding out what will it take so we are the poachers instead of the poachees. I have no problem with us making that type of investment if need be. I think I don't have an issue with that. I don't want people leaving. I mean, I'd love for us to be I want to know why we're not the attractive job. And I know part of it's funding and money, but as I said, I know there's also jobs that we are competitive, and is there a lateral process that we have in which we're giving credit to years in service, equivalent ranking, stuff like that, that makes us maybe a place people would want to come. Lastly, I wanted to bring up the idea of, I don't know how we can do it with this. I'm sure there's some state oversight, but I know that one of the challenges we have is the screening process for getting candidates in, and if there's some upfront money that would be one time for people getting in, and if we offer that type of one upfront money, maybe the in a bulk thing upon graduation, or partial upon entry, partial upon graduation, could it be something that would only be accepted as long as you have promised to stay at least 5 years? And is there a way to do that? And I don't know if I know there's some labor agreement restrictions, and I know there's all kinds of things that go into that, but I'd definitely be open to some creative thinking in some of our retention and some of our pieces where, hey, if you're going to go to our academy, we'll make it worth your while to stay if you choose to. But that way, it's a voluntary program to participate in, and it might even help with some of our pay equity.
Councilmember Cunningham, through the mayor, I actually am very excited about the possibilities of the Community Safety Project in terms of helping us. We are anxious to have resources from the community and other departments as well in the city who can help us be an alternative to the police responding to a pretty broad range of calls. As you're aware already, we've identified some calls that we simply cannot respond to right now, but there, in many other places, there are community resources that would be available to handle those calls and a number of others. We have data already amassed about the types of calls that we're responding to. We've done a lot of looking at what other options might look like. We're ready and waiting to be part of this effort because, let me assure you, we would love to get that kind of help for, again, a pretty broad range of calls. In response to your question about, officers being poached, very fair concern. It is frustrating because actually a number of the things you talked about earlier that we would, that I know we've put a lot of cost and time and effort into, things like shift differential, second language pay, call out pay. Those are frankly very common in most police departments. And in fact, there are many departments that take home cars are something that everybody has. Here we've moved a little bit down that road, but we're not even close to being able to provide that. Pension, PSPRS provides the same pension benefits to police officers throughout the whole state. We've done a remarkable job, as you've done a remarkable job of funding that in a more effective way, but the benefits are still consistent across every police department basically in the state. So we have to figure out what do we have that's different and better. And I think we can identify some things, including just how great this community is, and also that we're a non-traditional department. We're not just using the same old tools of arrest to handle calls. We're trying new, exciting, progressive things, and we ought to be able to attract some different people into this profession, many of which come from neighborhoods in our own community, if we can do a better job marketing and selling the kind of department that we are. So I'm actually very optimistic about that. And then finally, regarding the screening process, boy, you're right. The state has set up some very difficult and frankly, really Byzantine rules about drug use and a variety of other things that disqualify otherwise good candidates. We've gone to the state and actually fought with them to get exceptions to be able to, even for example, hire people who've served in the military, but yet because of drug use years and years ago aren't eligible to be police officers in the state of Arizona. It's ridiculous. But we have some things at the local level. For example, cops have to go through a 2-stage application process. You'd be surprised how many people fill out the first application and then drop out before they do the second. We certainly can look at signing bonuses. I think that has some real potential. And there are other things, even in terms of some looking at subsidized housing opportunities in the city. I mean, we can get very creative, and we're totally open to that. So we appreciate all the support you're providing.
So the last feedback I'd have was in this CSP, it's the same thing I told Ms. Perez earlier in the item, and that is that at some point, we can have all the forums and discussions we want, but we're not going to find out what we need to know unless we put something in practice, like a pilot to the pilot, if you know what I mean. So I think you should truly consider, figuring out the rough protocols you have in mind and spending some money and putting some social worker responders into the community just to see kind of test the waters a little bit. You're not going to be able to get all the way in the water unless you put your toe in first. So that's what I'd tell you.
Couldn't agree more. council member, you'll recall that we asked for social workers in the budget last year, and at that time we had a plan for how we could use these to work with officers in different wards to be part of instructing, co-responding, a variety of things. There are other models that are working successfully for this in different cities around the country. So this isn't a brand new idea, and we're ready to get started whenever we're allowed to. But we also appreciate the need for the discussion. So we're ready, though.
Thank you, Chief. Any others?
Just real quickly, because I know we're late, Chief. So to Paul's point, we are employing people with different skill sets through the Community Bridges program that we involve. We've got Jack Jolsing's group. We've got Jason Winsky's group with MIST and the homeless protocol and the deflection unit. And so, speaking of poaching, when we poached you from California, many of us on the council wanted you here just exactly because we would be able to have these conversations about what does the progressive police force look like. And so I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that you're engaged in these conversations. The reality is that our attrition rate is exceeding our accretion rate. So we're losing more than we're gaining. So whatever we need to do to increase our academy sizes so that the throughput exceeds the attrition rate, we really need to have that conversation, because if we're at 752 deployable right now, we would arguably be below what our not required, but even our sworn funded amount of 884 is on the margin for a community of 500,000 people. So I appreciate your willingness to engage these other conversations. The CSOs, you want to get to what, 100, something like that. That I believe is an easier position to fill right now than getting someone into the academy. The final thing I'll say, because again we're late, the length of the academy is one thing, but that person does not walk out of the academy ready to put on a badge and get in a car and start driving around solo. So there's even more training that goes on. So the investment is significant. And to Paul's point about making someone sign a 5-year commitment, 5 years is about when they're getting, I don't want to demean the 3- and 4-year officers we've got, but that's when you guys, I think, are getting more confident in their proficiency. So it's a tough job all over the country, and I appreciate your willingness to really engage in all these other creative options and solutions.
Very briefly, council member, through the mayor, just to be clear right now, we are losing right around 12%, sometimes a little over our sworn workforce a year, and we're only gaining 6% through academies. So you can do the math and see how critical that problem is. Also, you're absolutely right. The time it takes from hiring through the completion of a training process where an officer can work solo is about a year. And then finally, regarding the CSOs, again, you're correct. It is a much shorter time to train CSOs. Their academy is much shorter than a sworn officer. We can bring them on at age 18. And again, there's a wide variety of things that they can do that help them prepare if they choose to do so for the role of a police officer.
I'm going to have to shorten the conversation, and obviously we will continue having this discussion and hand off that. Thank you so much, Chief. I really appreciate the presentation and your knowledge and all of this. And, we want to make sure that we keep you in present with your advice and feedback as to how we expand and create the community safety pilot program. Mr. Ortega, I know you have one last piece of the presentation that puts all of this together for us. Can we make sure that we have this and then we can move forward?
Yep. Yes, ma'am, Mayor. And so I'm going to go very, very quickly through 2 slides. So Jeff's going to put them up. And in essence, it ties all this together. And while Jeff is doing that, I think that this conversation is exactly the discussion that needed to happen, just to give you the context of, and to use the term I think that the one of you used and Chief used, is the urgency of it. So Jeff, why don't you go to slide 6, I think it is. By the way, the slides up to this slide are background info, and I know Councilmember Ulick, you had asked for assumptions that were made in our projections. Those are all included in slides 1 through, I believe it's 1 through 5. So Mayor, members of the council, this bottom area here where it says staffing level assumptions is really the key piece to the conversation we were just having. And what we did is we went through in 4 areas and made assumptions about staffing levels. Now, keep in mind that these are our projections. They are not holding to this level. So for example, if we're able to fill all of the positions in one of these areas, we're going to fill them. Okay, but realistically, as you just heard from the chief, there's challenges in getting the academies filled when we're dealing with attrition. I won't go over this in great detail other than to say this is how we've then projected the dollars available for the market rate adjustments. Okay, and then above that, in 2 of the rows, FY22 and FY23, is how then we put dollars for the TPD, TFD, and all others, which are non-TPD, or I'll call them non-public safety market adjustments. Now notice I mentioned earlier the PSC, which is public safety communications column, is 0. There's nothing there. It's because we already did that. I showed you in the memo or in my materials that I've already taken care of that for now. We'll be analyzing that over time, working with interim interim director Kazmar. But what this does is this funds the entirety of the market plan over the next 2 years. And you can see the first year is 18.6 million. The second year is just shy of 3 million. It's about 2.8 million. Now, the question then becomes, what happens if these levels of staffing are higher than what we've projected here? We can turn the dial. Over time, we'll turn that dial. We can have a more robust conversation with you over time. Jeff, go to the next slide, please. So what does this look like from a budget standpoint and a 5-year projection? I'm going to draw your attention to just a couple of things. One is I've built in information that you heard earlier from Andrew about the 47 million in the FTA grant. So it's 47 million plus 18 million that we've already gotten. We got that in December. And so that's in that column under FY21 working projections, 65 million and change. The other thing that's included in here is lost revenue reimbursement. So there's a placeholder there based on the amount of money that we are projecting that we can allocate from the American Rescue Plan to offset our lost revenues. I won't go into the detail, but it suffices to say that's bed tax, that's surcharge on hotel on hotel beds, it's on parks and recreation fees, fines and forfeitures, etc. Now, what this model does is it also bills in, Mayor, the $14 million that you all had asked for to be included for roads. Now, there's 2 pieces to that. One is it's 14 million in 22. I've also built in a potential conversation, 14 million in 23. I've also outlined how to fund part of that. Part of it is from a HERF fund balance, which is 6 million in FY22. And then to refresh everyone's memory, in 23, our debt service comes down up to the tune of about 11 million. So my thought is we could put 11 million to help offset some of those dollars, okay? The last thing I'll leave you with on that particular, or at least on the expense side, is I did build in supplementals. So as you've heard the departments have conversations about their needs, as well as some of the things, Mayor and council members, that you've mentioned to me, we've built in 2 pots of money, a $7 million one-time expenditure, so for buying stuff, computers or cars or whatever, and then a $3 million ongoing supplemental opportunity for you. So you have a total of $10 million to be thinking about as we go into the budget discussions. The last thing I'll leave you with on the overall slide is, and I'll draw your attention to the bottom line. As you know, I've always been looking long-term at what the bottom line is for the general fund. What this plan does is it shows initially us having about 114 million above reserve. Now keep in mind, and I know Councilmember Ulick, you had asked me what the funding policies were, so I've listed them there. Unassigned policy level based on council direction is 7%. The stabilization policy is 10%. Above that is what that bottom line is. And so you can see that we start off with about 114 million above those funding policies. Then it drops as we expend dollars on the roads and some of the other one-time expenses. But then it stabilizes in the 25 and 26 year. So you can see how it drops and then it flattens out. That's basically the message I wanted to give you, is that this model is structurally balanced in the long term and stabilizes out. Mayor, that's all I had to report on this. I know that we're running short on time. Happy to answer questions. And by the way, this is not a one and done. You're going to see plenty of this next time as well. And happy to answer whatever questions you have.
Right, no, I agree. I don't think we're going to have an opportunity for questions. I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. We could offline, and then of course, we just requested in the earlier item that you come back to us, that we have the conversation about budget at every study session, and that you come back to us either the first or second meeting in May with your recommendations on the market rate increases. So Councilmember Kozachik, did you want to ask right now, or?
Just real quick, because it may affect our next conversation. Could you back up to maybe the very first frame, unrestricted general fund, to keep going? Wait, move back to the other one. Forward, wait, no, keep going backwards. Backwards.
This is item 2.
Shit, I'm sorry, that's not it. You have a frame in there called Unrestricted General Fund Financial Projection. Aha, there it is. No, that's not it. I don't know if you've changed it or not, but there's one that you have, marijuana legalization initiative with revenues projected. There, that one. Okay. Yeah. Why have you got that twice? You've got it, marijuana legalization initiative 2 different times for about $6 million combined.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. That's a good question, Councilman. We get the money in 2 pieces. This is our local business privilege tax, and then this is our state shared portion. So when we look at this is the smaller portion of the 2, and this is the part that has the restriction on it, and this is the other part that we receive through our local taxes. So okay. They're broken out in 2 groups. Okay, so the second number is the one that's earmarked by state law to be used for municipal police agencies? Right, for public safety and law enforcement. Right, okay, so that I didn't hear anything about that during our discussion about funding for academies and things like that. Secondly, just Mike, this is for later on, but I'm really going to push back on you on the staffing level frame that you've got. We're not at 89%, or can you move forward to that one right now? There. We're not at 89% for police. We're certainly not at 90% staffing at the comm center. It's more like 60% at best for them. And to assume that we're going to be at 96% after the conversation we just heard from the chief, that, you know, when you said that, you know, what happens if our staffing levels are higher than those, I think the more realistic conversation is what happens when those staffing levels are significantly below that. So that's, we'll save it for later, but that just jumped off the page at me.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I know that we're running short on time, but as we said, we're trying, you know, to connect the pieces here with the city manager making the connection back, you know, to the overall budget. If the city manager could explain, to the public his strategy for how he's proposing that we address like the market rate funding, but also maybe even specific to TPD with the proposed budget changes of reshuffling or using vacancies to at least like stop the bleeding. But what is that going to look like?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Santa Cruz. I will highlight the TPD piece, which is that first column. It says TPD market. My recommendation is allocation of $6 million in 22. If you look to the left of that where it says available resource, that's actually the budget that is projected to be for 22. So it's actually the dollars, not additional dollars, just the dollars that are available. The next one, which is adjusted base personnel cost, that's actually what we're projecting to spend. So the difference between those two are the vacancy dollars. So we're not increasing or expanding. It's really an opportunity to try to fill vacancies. I guess to Councilmember Kozachek's point, if you look down below where it says TPD staffing level FY22, 89%, I believe they're closer to 88% now, or 86%. But even at that, they're not even close to the 880 that's authorized. So what we're really focused on is taking advantage of the delta, those positions that we have allocated versus what we have filled, and using that money that's in the middle, if you will, or left over, to both fill vacancies that are available to us as fast as we possibly can, but also addressing salaries within that footprint. So the 884 number is still the number, and we've assigned dollars to that, making an assumption about that, and that's how I'm able to fund those dollars for specifically for TPD.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we will continue discussing this, and thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Ortega. We will move on to item 5 in the interest of time. There's still lots of meaty conversations we have to have, so we will move fast with item 5. Item 5, Felipe Garcia, Executive Vice President of Visit Tucson, will give an update on Visit Tucson. Mr. Ortega, do you want to open the item?
Happy to, Mayor. As you know, Visit Tucson is one of our strong partners. We've been partnering with them for many, many years now. I think the conversation is one of return on investment. I know Felipe is getting ready to make his presentation. I have discussed his thoughts with him, with he and Brent. I am supportive and wanted you all to hear kind of the pitch and the thoughts there. So, Mayor, with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, I want to add to that before the presentation starts that the way that Visit Tucson is funded is through hotel tax and bed taxes, and this particular segment of our economy has been hit greatly. So tourism and the hotel industry have been hit greatly, and so there's a gap in funding that Mr. Ortega is going to talk about, but I wanted to give the opportunity to Felipe to have his presentation to us and inform us of what they've been doing and what they plan to do.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm actually going to ask Brenda Rada. We have a presentation that we're going to run past for you to see what we've been working on and what we're planning for the future. So hopefully you'll see my screen now.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
I'll go ahead and jump in just real quickly here. Members of the council, good afternoon. I'm Brent DeRod at Visit Tucson. Thanks so much. It's great to see everybody, and we really appreciate your investment in us at Visit Tucson. Next slide, please. So in terms of the pandemic, what we're looking at here, these are 2019 numbers. That was our best year for travel. And so when we get specifically the $2.6 billion in visitor spending, one of the things I wanted to point out is that that includes, when you take a look at bed tax and the surcharge revenue on hotels, that's roughly 20 million. And then there's sales tax on top of that too, which exceeds the $20 million mark. So for us, trying to get tourism and travel back as quickly as possible, and certainly those tourism-related jobs, that's going to be very important. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 pandemic, it truly devastated travel throughout the world, as you can imagine. Travel in Tucson dropped by about 80% in April and May last year, and then settled in at about a 50% reduction. And we've really seen that through January. February, we've seen a nice pickup in terms of some of the leisure travel coming back. But we still currently have a lot of businesses that are either closed, a lot of people who are still unemployed or who are underemployed at this point. We're going to do our very best to try and bring that back. When we take a look at Visit Tucson, the impacts on us, we reduced our staff last spring by 30%. That matched the 30% drop in our budget this fiscal year. Some of the actions that we took, partnering with the city to develop the Somos Uno, We Are One brand, for your much needed and very well received recovery efforts, working with the hotels and resorts to provide rooms for COVID-19 first responders and patients, communicating the updated COVID-19 protocols. That's something that we continue to do on an ongoing basis to visitors and to local businesses to ensure everybody has the latest information. We're involved with the county's Back to Business subcommittee, chairing that actually, that established COVID-19 reopening guidelines for hotels, restaurants, and retail establishments. And then certainly for us, probably even most importantly, marketing, selling, and promoting Tucson. We finished 2020 with 47% hotel resort lodging occupancy, and that ranked Tucson 4th out of 15 cities in the West and Southwest. We compare ourselves to Phoenix, Seattle, Denver, San Francisco, and many other cities. So finishing 4th last year, I think we made the best out of a bad situation. And then also, one reason why Tucson Travel has performed well during COVID-19 is our wide open spaces. We reminded customers throughout Arizona, Southern California, and our drive markets that they could enjoy safe getaways in Tucson. And again, we are seeing some strong increases right now in leisure travel, with the primary factors being the increasing vaccination rates and certainly the pent-up demand. While leisure travel is strong, meetings, sports, festivals, and events, corporate travel as well, that's going to be a little bit slower to return. The key for us in the coming year is going to be to aggressively market, sell, and promote this region as customers begin to travel again. Another thing that we can do is to help businesses reopen. Only as strong as the product that we have to sell. And at the end of the day, that means reopening hotels, restaurants, and attractions to full capacity once we hit herd immunity against the virus. So thank you again. We really appreciate you investing in Visit Tucson. It's an honor to market, sell, and promote our community to visitors throughout the world. And it's now my pleasure to turn it over to Felipe Garcia, our extremely talented Executive Vice President. He'll take the rest of the presentation. Felipe.
Thank you, Brent. And again, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Hopefully you're still seeing my screen. I don't know why my computer is not behaving, but I'll go directly to what's happening with media and something that it's been, I'm pretty sure you've been following throughout different publications around the country. Prior to the pandemic, we were able to host a series of journalists here in our community, and that was the subject matter of many articles. If you look from July 1st of this year to January 31st, more than 171 different articles were published around the U.S. and the world talking about Tucson. But you might be wondering what we did during the pandemic when people were not able to travel or visit Tucson. So we came with a very creative approach that we called Wish You Were Here. So we packaged boxes with Tucson goodies, bread, flour, other things that are known for us here in Southern Arizona and Tucson. And we selected key media that we want to talk to. And these media outlets, they received a beautiful box that they were able to open and found these amazing things of Tucson. And then we were able to talk to them about those great things that Tucson had to offer. We not only were able to connect with a publication like CNN Traveler, Sunset Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler, again, being in their homes and their offices. These media journalists, they were fascinated by the fact that we were able, again, to connect with them in a virtual manner. Also in Mexico, we were able to do that in Mexico City, where journalists from all of Latin America were able to have a great conversation with Chef Maria Mazon and learn about our food and gastronomy here in Tucson. And continue with that comment or thought about food. So hopefully you enjoy Mexican food in our community, and this is not a commercial. And if you do so, I hope that you have followed chef, celebrity TV star Patty Heanich. So 2 years ago, we started working with Patty Heanich on her TV show, Patty's Mexican Table.
Louder over here so you can hear it.
So for season 8 and 9, if you can look at those 2 seasons, we were able to have Patty here in Tucson filming around her community, and she was just completely fascinated about what she saw here in Tucson. This show has aired in 172 different markets in the United States. More than 2.1 million households watch every episode of this television show. Now, if you were not able to watch it on PBS or in the Create Network, they're doing a lot of marathons in Create Network, you can watch it on Amazon Prime. And Amazon Prime, every month, they're having 130,000 downloads of this show. Now, for us in Tucson, Patty Heanich, and thanks to her and to the Corporation for Public Broadcast, we're able to show that the full episode on YouTube channel. So anyone watching right now, later today, after the council meeting, you can go to YouTube, Google Patty Heanich, and watch that amazing episode about Tucson. And we're currently talking about what's next. On the area of sports, it's very important to us, events that will bring youth and will bring teams to Tucson. Soccer fans, if you like Chicharito Hernandez, he's in Tucson right now, thanks to our friends from FC Tucson. But we're talking right now to event organizers and youth sport organizers, making sure that they have the opportunity to come back to Tucson when the time's ready and we can again create an economic development for our community. A very important part of us, of what makes Tucson unique, is those legacy businesses. Those companies, businesses, restaurants that have been here for generations, how we use those as a way to leverage visitation to our community. If you are watching right now on TV later on, make sure to go to 12th Avenue to see the great change 12th Avenue have been transforming our community. Our role at Visit Tucson is want to ensure that visitors and locals go and enjoy and get an experience, and that we are helping those legacy businesses in our community be successful and continue to operate to generations. On the area of film and television, that's a great way for us to create jobs in our community, but also to showcase Tucson. We've been lucky, even during the pandemic, to create a very creative way on how we can host television production here in Tucson. So I encourage you to go, if you have an opportunity later today, and watch Netflix, the opening show of a new series called Tiny Creatures that showcases Tucson. I think did a great job. Discovery Channel, MTV, VH1, they're here. They have been here in Tucson, and we continue to work with many production companies, making sure that we bring it back to our community. One area that we see great opportunity for us for growth and expansion has to do with heritage. As you know, and you remember very well, Tucson was designated by UNESCO as a creative city of gastronomy. But not only that, later on, the Santa Cruz Valley National Heritage Area was designated by Congress. And those 2 designations are not things that we want to put on a wall. They're actually great assets for our community that are going to help us keep moving our community further ahead. So we're looking to invest additional resources, both financially and also personnel, to make sure that we're leveraging those designations, and also that we can take care and take advantage of some matching funds that we can apply from the federal government. Also, I want to share with you that we started conversations or restarted conversations with our friends in the state of Sonora. Our goal is to apply to UNESCO to designate all the missions of Father Aquino on both sides of the border as the first binational World Heritage Site between the U.S. and Mexico. We started conversations with the Mexico City office, and hopefully very soon we'll come back to this council to present an update and again the project to have this designation for both our countries. Lastly but not least, it's the area of events. As you know, IFIA designated Tucson as a World Festival and Heritage and Event City. And we want to make sure that those events that make Tucson so unique, the Mariachi Festival, All Souls Procession, Tucson Meet Yourself, how can we help them? How can we develop a program that will assist those events not only in the short future, but how can we make them sustainable long term? And again, that attract those visitors that come with money in their pockets and invest here in Tucson. And last thing that we would like to do is on behalf of not only us at Visit Tucson, but on behalf of the 25,000 individuals that are working in the tourism industry, really thank you for your work and your partnership. All of you, Mayor Romero, you've been great in helping us develop a sustainability platform that is a great investment long-term for our community. Vice Mayor Lee, you had a very interesting comment that we need to develop ways to create better opportunities for our residents so they can stay here, and that's what we want for our kids. Councilmember Santa Cruz, that concept of a legacy business, I took it from you. You're very instrumental in making us remind us that this is where we're here, and this is what makes Tucson so unique and different, is those legacy businesses. So thank you again for supporting us and partnering with us in these initiatives. Councilmember Cunningham, you've been always a great advocate about bringing sports and youth sports to our community. Many things still to do there, but again, thank you for support. Councilmember Yulich, I remember that you brought the concept of Tucson First and Local First, and I was happy to go, I think, on your first local Saturday shopping and making sure that we are helping those small businesses that makes Tucson, again, so unique. Councilmember Fimbres, I think we've been to greeting many visitors, do some ribbon cuttings, looking at all the changes that have happened on your ward that has been just phenomenal to look where it is right now and the promise that it has also for the future. And Councilmember Kosachik, thank you for, again, inspiring us to keep pursuing film, television, bringing those jobs to Tucson, bringing that economic development to the community. And just to close, to the mayor and his, to the city manager and his team, Greg Jackson, Andy Squire, Lane, Barbara Coffey, great partners. So, Mayor, sorry, this was very fast presentation. Hopefully, I was not speaking as fast as I think I am, but we'll be glad to answer a few questions. And if any of you want to have a one-on-one meeting conversation with me and Brent to further explain and talk to some topics, we'll be glad to do so. So, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, Brent. Really appreciate all of the work that you all do to highlight what a wonderful city the city of Tucson is. Why don't we reserve questions for offline and make sure that the city manager pitches to us the concern in terms of your gap funding in his presentation in the future. I am completely bought into how important you are as Visit Tucson. We have to make sure that we are getting ahead now that the vaccinations are going, are being distributed, that we prepare ourselves in terms of how we help continue promoting Tucson, not just for tourism, right, which is something that you do, but also how do we highlight the heritage and culture of who we are, including our indigenous communities here in the city of Tucson. So in the interest of time, I will let the city manager present your request to mayor and council in our budgeting discussions. And I appreciate all the work that you do for our city and for our region. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 6, and then after item 6, we will take a 5-minute break. I know we've been at it for some time now, so I do want to give you a break because then we get into really important issues that I want to make sure that we're all ready for. So with that, item 6, Councilmember Fimbres has requested an update on the regulations relating to smoke shops. Mr. Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the past 5 years, our city has had issues with smoke shops. A joint law enforcement effort resulted in the arrest of several people working in smoke shops who were selling spice. Arrests and prosecutions took place, but the smoke shops were still able to remain open and operate. The mayor and council took action with the T21 program, but there have been reports that smoke shops have been selling individual cigarettes. And we have had as we have had with the saturation of liquor licenses in liquor stores along our streets, we now have saturation of smoke shops on 12, 6, and down now it's becoming on Broadway. We have smoke shops trying to set up shops within 500 feet of schools. For example, Miles Community School is the latest example of this. The city currently has no rules dealing with setbacks or saturation of these businesses, as well as having any investigative process on application for business to operate smoke shops. I have met with various neighborhoods, PCIC and the Rose Business Coalition on this issue, and they are asking for help to see if the city can do something to deal with these. Since 2019, according to TPD statistics, 1,679 incidents have taken place at smoke shops throughout the city of Tucson. I sent you that list. All my colleagues should have that. That is why I'm asking for the study session item for my colleagues on the council to discuss this matter, have staff respond, and to give direction for further discussions and action on this. I would like to introduce TPD Assistant Chief Calvin Hall, who will talk about the smoke shops and the number of incidents that have taken place. Kevin, are you on?
I am on.
You want to give a little bit of what your knowledge is on this in your report?
Sure. Going back to 2015, particularly on the south side and in Operations Division South, they've been struggling with the unregulated smoke shops, particularly with the sales of spice. There one particular shop in the 3900 block of South 12th Avenue resulted in a multi-agency, including our federal partners, investigation over the period of 12 months, which resulted in search warrants being served on 5 different smoke shops throughout the city that were linked together in a criminal network. This resulted in an international investigation of a continuing criminal enterprise where money from these smoke shops were being funneled to a Middle East country and was used to fund terrorist activities. This was prosecuted federally, and individuals involved in this enterprise were found guilty on a number of charges through the federal system. That smoke shop is still in existence, as well as a couple of the others that were involved. They continue to generate calls for service. As Council Member Fembris mentioned, nearly 1,700 calls for service to each of these different smoke shops since January 1st of 2019. I could go through a variety of different calls for a number of different smoke shops, but I think you get the message here. These generate a huge amount of workload for the officers and continue to contribute to the problems in the surrounding neighborhoods, including schools and other businesses that are around these businesses. Council member, anything else you'd like to cover?
Kevin. No, I think we're, for the sake of time, and I know we're a little bit behind, I would like to talk about, this jumps into our community safety plan, Madam Mayor, when we're talking about issuing, because people report that if you have a young person, it's smoking, you got them for life. And we've seen the tragedy we have with cancer victims and et cetera. So, and then we don't have any distance we have by schools. We don't have, by other smoke shops, and then the hours are crazy. They can open 24 hours, and this is something we need to look at. So I would like to move to have the city manager direct staff to review the information provided, as well as review the current process and report back to mayor and council in 60 days on making improvements and changes to the current system, including a background or investigative process for applicants, distances from schools, and from other smoke shops, saturation of smoke shops in areas and hours of operation. That's my motion.
I second that.
Thank you, Karen.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion or question? Hearing none. All those in favor with the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Councilmember Fimbres. It's an important issue. We have to take care of, and hopefully within the next 60 days, we will have a clearer picture as to how the city of Tucson can regulate these smoke shops into the
I'd
future.
like to thank Assistant Chief Kevin Hall also for his efforts on this, getting this information and looking at this, and all the neighborhoods and the organizations have come forward to help us to say, yeah, basta, it's time, we need to make changes on these things and get things done. Just like we did look at the saturation of the liquor license, we can look at the groups on the south side and we stopped that to an extent. So thank you guys for all your help. Thank you all for my colleagues on the council for voting yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. So with that, I'm going to give us 5 minutes to stretch our legs, and we'll see you in 5 minutes, and we can finish up the study session after that.
Yes, Your Honor, I can do that. This discussion has been hot and cold for 30 years. It's a conversation that I don't think we really needed to have until our hand was forced when Article 12 of the Constitution was amended, basically, that indicated that counties with more than 500,000 persons were subject to different state shared revenue provisions. As a matter of fact, those state share revenue provisions cost us $306 per capita into the region from state share revenues. That total is for the 340,000 people we have in unincorporated Pima County, it comes out to about $122 million. Now, the county is able to recoup some of that, but it's a very unsubstantial portion of that. The money not coming into the county is still north of $75 million, probably more like $90 to $95 million. That's one part of this discussion, and it's a discussion that I wouldn't even have if that law didn't exist. So we have to say that kind of starts the conversation, and there it is. But really, this conversation has nothing to do with state shared revenues. Really, this conversation has to do with the number 26.1. 26.1 million acre feet is the max capacity of Lake Mead. It last hit that max capacity in 1983. This past year, the capacity of Lake Mead, or the number of acre feet in Lake Mead, was 9.8 million. That's only 33% of the full capacity of that lake. That lake has an average elevation of 1,173 feet. Its highest elevation is 1,232. For the past 4 years, it's hovered at 1,075, being artificially recharged by certain partners in the Colorado project, in the CAP, not taking their full allotment or giving back their allotment, including the city of Tucson doing that with portions of our 124,000 acre feet of water that we have. One of the questions that comes out when you have this discussion is whether or not we are a regional water provider. And if we are such a thing, then I want to know what the Ocotillo Water Company is, the Saguaro Company is, the Aber Water Company, the Flowing Wells Irrigation District. I want to know what the Metro Water Company is. If we truly are the regional water district, why do those all exist? And if we are truly a regional water district, why does the 1979 intergovernmental agreement say that we're not? The county wants to paint us into this corner, and they want to draw lines and draw laws that benefit them when they don't want to have the true conversation. The other thing I want to talk about is the 50%, is the other jurisdictions that charge differential water rates. That include Phoenix, Tempe, Flagstaff, Yuma, Chandler, and Scottsdale. All those cities, different counties around the state, charge differential water rates. Look, every single time that we add a new water customer outside the city limits, there are infrastructure fees that we charge, but we have to maintain that system forever. We talked about it earlier this afternoon about replacing all the lead. We've done that to our system. Sometimes that comes out of general fund. Sometimes that can be intermingled. Now, the bottom line is we have every right to charge as much as we want and put it in the general fund. I'm not saying we should actually do that. I actually think the differential rates are probably better to be married with county stormwater district, to have some type of recharge and retention.
Sarah, would it be possible?
I'd like to have some type of recharge and retention. I'd like to have some type of program for better rainwater harvesting, or on a more macro level, perhaps green infrastructure. But these are all things that we can work on, and this resource allows us to do that. And by having this resource set the way it is, it can be not only in the city limits, but outside the city limits as well. That's kind of one of the reasons we're doing this. Let's talk about let's talk about the idea that when we fund infrastructure in here and it breaks and it causes damage, it's actually our tort. Our tort money can cover those costs. Well, that's a city property tax. So herein lies the problem. We literally have people inside the city subsidizing water service. Now, if you marry that with the idea that Vail has a median income of $85,000 per household, Catfoot $93,000, Tanque Verde Valley $101,000, and Tucson $43,000, this now becomes a social equity issue. This isn't just a county or state tax equity issue. This is an equity issue all the way around. The straw that broke the camel's back for me was when the county decided to go, was when the county decided to use something called PAYGO in road repair. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, and that's why I got so aggressive about this 2 years ago. They decided that they were going to use PAYGO money to fund roads in Pima County. Essentially, what was happening was residential people were paying their property taxes to Pima County so roads could be repaired in unincorporated Pima County. The county administrator made the excuse that, well, 22 years ago, we gave you half the bond money. Yeah, and we paid for half the bonds because it's our residential property tax money being paid there. That should not be the same. It should not change. We should still have half that money. This is absolutely about equity. This is about tax equity. This is about residential equity. This is about state shared revenue equity. And I want to say shame on the county for enabling the state to be treating us unfairly for the last decade. At the end of the day, I still understand that leadership is important. We can't just stick it to people because we want to. We're going to have to phase this in. We're actually going to have to be good partners. This isn't like we can just rip a Band-Aid off and charge people 40%. Things have been floated, maybe 2.5% the first year to 5 to 10. Other things have been floated, and I'm going to give a shout out to Councilmember Kozaczek for suggesting this or putting it in my mind. I don't want him to, I know he may talk about it too, but possibly doing it in our tiered rates where that lowest rate is at 2.5%. And then for the first, 7 or 8 CCFs, and then from CCFs 8 to 12, it's 5%, and then 15%, 20, because that's a conservation-based idea. So I like that. We can have that discussion as we start this process. All we're doing today is starting a process to say, look, we're going to put differential rates in. The last piece we probably need to talk about is new construction rates. Is there going to be a difference between the people who are already in the water service area? Yes, they're going to have a certain water rate. But if you're going to build new, I'd like you to have the end game water rate. In other words, you don't get the 2.5% phase in. You know what you're getting when you build. We'll give you a 1 year, 2 year grace period or whatever, but ultimately whatever's built is going to get charged full freight. So those are kind of the things that I have looking for. We can be a great partner with Pima County. Pima County does not need to be providing municipal services. If you review Articles 12 and 13 in the state constitution, which outline the powers and the duties of counties and municipalities, there are differences. And enterprise funds belong in cities, period. We're the only county that operates in this way. Not only that, if the county didn't have to spend money on infrastructure and municipal services, they could be doing things like funding, I don't know, all-day pre-K. How about partnering with us to do the universal healthcare program for kids that I've been talking about for 3 years? That's what we need them to be helping us with, because we can't count on the state. But Pima County and Tucson are not together, and this is a main reason why. Fortunately, we have 2 supervisors in Matt Hines and Adelita Grijalva who stood up and had the courage to say, wait a minute, this isn't right. This is wrong. They had that courage this week to say, things need to change. And so I appreciate them doing that, because ultimately they will be our partners in workforce development, economic development, and social services. This starts the new day for us. And ultimately, it's going to start the new day for the folks in those communities I mentioned. The town of Catalina Foothills will be one of the most well-organized and most beautiful towns of over 50,000 in the country. The town of Vail will be a cutting-edge town for water conservation. And ultimately, Tanque Verde Valley may be a program in which we get to initiate something with well credits, because we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot and encourage and price ourselves into a situation where people are wildcatting or building wells. All those conversations can be had with this item, but forever we should have had differential rates. And just because of one recall in 1977, the council has been afraid to address it. Well, I'm not afraid. So that's my presentation to the mayor and the council. And I ask that we start the clock on differential rates for Tucson Water.
Councilmember Cunningham, was there a presentation by the staff that they wanted to shorten up and present to mayor and council, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, there is. Sorry, I forgot about that part. I got a little carried away.
I just wanted to check and see if there was a presentation that was going to be delivered to us. We would need to shorten it up, but it would be helpful to set up the conversation.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, just a very brief framing of the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
So when Mayor and Council directed staff to look at differential rates 90 days ago, it was with the intent to bring back today some options for what that would look like and to do some initial outreach. So I'll just touch on briefly the initial outreach. And then out of study session today, we would adapt any of the comments you have into the item that's on for tonight, which is the notice of intention to raise rates. So really what we would need out of the study session today is to set some parameters around the notice of intent. And I will sum up with that at the end. So essentially, as Councilmember Cunningham pointed out, differential rates are normally done in Arizona when a city serves outside its jurisdiction. The fact that Tucson has not historically done that is not a reason not to do it. And I think it's a very fair conversation to ask about the fairness of not doing it, just like we're asking about the fairness of doing it. So what was asked was to look at 10%, 20%, or 30%, and it would be applied to unincorporated customers in the unincorporated county. There's reasons why it would not be applied to in someone else's jurisdiction. At a 10% differential rate, it would generate about $5 million per year of new revenue. At 30%, it would be about $15 million per year of new revenue. So we would also be looking for guidance from council on where those new revenues would be directed. The peer cities, as Councilmember Cunningham mentioned, most that serve outside their jurisdiction do charge a differential rate. That differential rate can be as high as 50%, which is what the city of Phoenix charges. For those peer cities that do charge a differential rate, they do reinvest those new revenues in the utility. And in the council materials, we identified a number of themes that came out during the outreach, which was really about bolstering resiliency for the community, whether it's our infrastructure, whether it's climate resiliency, or whether it's financial resiliency. So there's definitely good works to be done with the money, should Mayor and Council adopt it. And with that, we would be launching into a conversation that would follow the notice of intent, which would include town halls and other outreach activities to the customers of Tucson Water. And it would be coming back to you for actual action in June at a public hearing. So the parameters of the notice of intent tonight, should you adopt it, would be to set the cap on the rate differential that you would be considering. So it does not decide the issue tonight. What it does is set the ceiling for the size of differential rate you could consider. And in June, council could adopt at that ceiling or cap, or anything less or zero at your public hearing. But it does put that one constraint, which is what is the maximum rate that you would consider. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions from Mayor or the council.
Tim, can you tell me the cities that use differential water rates in the state of Arizona?
Yes, so we surveyed, Honorable Mayor, we surveyed a number of cities. Of the cities, the major cities we checked with, the only city that doesn't charge a differential rate is Peoria. Chandler charges a 40% differential rate, Flagstaff 10%, Glendale 30%, Phoenix 50%, Scottsdale 15%, Tempe 30%, and Yuma 33%.
Thank you. Thank you for giving that information. I just wanted to open up with some of my thoughts in terms of this conversation, right? And I want to thank Councilmember Cunningham for bringing this item and being able to have the courage to have this conversation because it's a difficult conversation to have, you know. As a previous council member, now mayor of the city of Tucson, it is not easy to bring to the table issues that have a long history in the city of Tucson, and that of course is going to irritate our partners in Pima County, in our jurisdiction, and in our region. So it is not to irritate or instigate, but to talk about fairness. And so I wanted to start this conversation by basically talking about the intergovernmental agreement between the city of Tucson and Pima County in terms of water delivery and wastewater services to our region. Back in 1979, there was an intergovernmental agreement agreed upon by the city of Tucson and Pima County to split up water services and wastewater services. But we have to remember that back in 1979, Jimmy Carter was president. I was 5 years old, and there were some members of this council that were not even born yet. Back in 1979, LGBTQ plus discrimination was codified into law. Smoking in offices and throughout wherever people felt like smoking was permissible. And we didn't know that smoking caused cancer. Back in 1979, Tucson had a population of less than 400,000 people. And, you know, what I'd like to bring from these points that I'm making is that the world changes. Back in 1979, we really did not know the effects of climate change and what that was doing to our world. And so there is evolution on laws and policy. There is evolution on research of what policy works or not. And today in 2021, we know that climate change is an imminent threat to our existence. We know that there are equity issues embedded into systems in our country. We know that we have to make sure that we're protecting our environmentally rich resources in this valley. And so we have a responsibility to respond to the changes in our world. And so this particular conversation is important to have with those that are pleading us to move forward with this, which are Sierra Club and our Water Tucson, as well as the Tucson Water Coalition, and so many other individuals and residents that are concerned about our lack of movement in terms of protecting our water resources. And so, yes, as Councilmember Cunningham has said, this is equity issue in terms of annexation, right? Pima County is the county in Arizona that is the least incorporated. And we are leaving millions of dollars in Phoenix at the state legislature that we are not bringing into this region. Also, we need to make sure that with our Tucson water policy that we instituted about I don't remember, maybe more, 6 to 8 years ago, that is our one tool in the toolbox that the mayor and council have to be able to protect environmentally sensitive areas. And so unfortunately, the resolution that was passed today, 3-2 at the Board of Supervisors, is not only asking us not to do differential rates, but it's also asking mayor and council to undo our water service policy. And that would be catastrophic in terms of our water table and our availability for this region in terms of water. So economically speaking, in 1979, the city of Tucson was handing out will serve letters like if it was candy, because we really didn't realize the effect that it would bring to the city of Tucson in terms of the investment and growth inside of the city of Tucson. When other areas are outside of the city of Tucson were growing at 200, 350%, when I got elected back in 2007, the city of Tucson was growing at 1.2%. That is bad in so many different ways in our economy, in our transit system, and the services that we can provide. So economically speaking, environmentally speaking, our water security into the future, we have to evolve from a 1979 mentality. And so I'm opening it up for my colleagues on the council. I personally believe that this is the responsible and responsive way to go. I appreciate the suggestions by Tucson Water Department to say, hey, let's use this money for resiliency, right? For infrastructure resiliency, for our Tucson Water Department to be able to provide the infrastructure that we need, for climate resiliency, so that we can put back this money into investing in sustainability and water harvesting. That will help, especially the most vulnerable communities in our city. And then for financial resiliency for our families that might be impacted by this move inside and outside of the city of Tucson, because our low income program helps residents, whether they're inside the city of Tucson, in other towns, or in unincorporated areas. And so low income residents that use the low income program and that need help with paying their bills will be helped when they live in unincorporated areas or in any other town. If you're low income, you can qualify for this program. So I like the framework that was presented to us by Tucson Water. With that, I'll pass it over to Councilmember Kozachik, and I did see Councilmember Ulick with her hand up as well.
Okay. So they want us to undo our water policy. That we're actually in a conversation about our PATA policy that's going in just the opposite direction of that, of making it more restrictive. I mean, that's really an irresponsible ask from the people on the County Board of Supervisors. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that until you just said that. That's freaking absurd. I would argue that we already have a differential water policy in this, in terms of allocation of resources when you talk about effluent. First of all, I'd remind the members of the Board of Supervisors that we have not had rate increases for 2 years in a row, and if we were to do a 10% differential rate right now, it would simply make county residents whole as to where they would have been had we gone ahead with Tucson Water's proposals. But as far as the effluent is concerned, and Tim, you correct me if I get my numbers wrong, but right now we assume that about 60% of the water consumed in a household is going into the wastewater system. When that water is served within the city, we get 90% of it back in effluent credits. When we serve it in, say, Avra Valley or Corona de Tucson, we get 0. And the county gets those effluent credits. And right now on the market, the Central Arizona Water Conservation District price per acre foot, $700. So with those two jurisdictions, no, not jurisdictions, but Avra Valley and Corona de Tucson, we're leaving $1.5 million of marketable water credits on the table because we don't get any of them. That's a differential water rate. That figure only grows as those areas increase in size and as the price per acre foot increases, which it's going to, we know that. I frankly don't think a differential rate is going to have a ton of impact in terms of annexation. It might on incorporation, which is a good thing for all the reasons that Paul and the mayor mentioned. But our loss of revenue in the differential ways the effluent credits are being treated is already a differential rate in favor of the non-city residents, and it's only going to get worse. I'd add this, Rex Scott, who is a friend, wrote in an op-ed last week that the county residents are the ones who are paying for the wastewater system. You know, note to Rex, every city resident is a county resident. We are paying for that system already. So, I mean, I'd support, I obviously support the notion of moving this forward. I would also support the notion of keeping the revenues within the utility. I know these are now details that we're going to talk about later on as this moves forward. But as Paul mentioned, I'd like to also have us consider a tiered approach that matches our current conservation price per CCF model. You know, what those numbers look like at the end of this, totally up for conversation, but we have, and it fits almost perfectly. We have 4 tiers. We have 1 to 7, 8 to 15, 16 to 30, and over 30. So if we go 5, 10, 20, 30 as those tiers move up, then we've sent a conservation message to the people living outside the city that, you know, we're not going to slam you if you're a small water user. And what's a 5% increase if you're using 5 CCF? It's, you know, it's a buck maybe. I don't know what it is, but you know, but it's
about $3. About $3 a month.
Okay, $3. All right. So if we put a notice of intent with a 30% cap, then that means that we can consider that kind of a tiered approach. But my God, for them to come and say we should undo our water service policy, for them to do the pay-go thing, when for the council members who may not be familiar with it, what it says is that the county is artificially keeping our property taxes high and using the delta to fund road repair out in unincorporated Pima County. You know, and so we have differential rates going on all over the place between the city and the county right now. And this is one that simply says, let's recognize that this commodity ain't forever, and we need to pre-position ourselves. And I would also argue this, and then I'll stop. This is on water rates generally. Our water rates could increase significantly and still be underpriced, considering the situation that we have with respect to Lake Mead and the CAP and the Colorado River and all the things that we know about climate. So we're not asking for a confiscatory rate on non-city residents. We're simply saying recognize this commodity for what it is, given the climate conditions that we have right now. And then as to the uses, you know, green stormwater infrastructure, helping out low-income residents, as the mayor just mentioned. There are lots of different ways we can skin that later on, but let's start the conversation, and especially in light of them asking us to undo that water policy. That's absurd. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember Kosaczyk. Councilmember Ulick, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak in support of progressing with this process. I do think that the details will be important. I'm starting to hear a lot of support for the differential rates as they might be invested in X, Y, or Z. And so as I met with Tim, I just wanted to be sure that as we're seeking input, we get it both from in-city, all Tucson water customers, right? And also that we get a better sense of where people would like to see resources directed toward green infrastructure, water recapture, these other things. I think the fact that council members Cunningham and Kozachik and you, Mayor, are supportive of this tiered approach just speaks to the fact that this mayor and council recognizes the responsibility we have to be good stewards of this resource. And I think that that's something that we can all be proud of. And I really applaud you all for coming up with that and for bringing this to the table, Councilmember Cunningham.
Any further discussion?
I think the motion comes tonight, right?
Yeah, the motion comes tonight. This is just, to study the item and to ask the colleagues, see if they have any questions, any further discussion, any input into any ideas as to how we want to proceed. So I do see the hand of our city attorney, Mike Rankin, and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to answer that question. Yes, the action would be tonight, and as part of that, you have your notice of intention on the agenda for the regular session. And if you want to set that 30% cap as the upper limit, then you give that direction, and that gives you the full flexibility in terms of your decision making later on up to that cap.
Yeah, I don't. So I think right now, off the top of my head, if we're going to phase in or whatever, we need a little more latitude than that. Phoenix charges up to 50% on the highest tier. It may not be that year one, but I think we can talk about that and then ask the staff. My vision is the staff's going to be asked to bring us a few options when it comes time, so to codify. But I think that we should leave ourselves a little more latitude than just 30%.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Fimbres.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With climate change in front of us, and we're dealing with lots of changes in our career, I think that we're moving in the right direction for this. Looking at this, we just saw an article about the south side and the west sides and some of the issues we're dealing with. But my concern is I want to make sure this stays in the water service departments. And I also want to make sure that the money goes to help some of our most needy, most vulnerable citizens of our community that really need help right now. I know right now we're not charging a lot of these folks, but we need to make sure we have resources to help them. And that's my concern. And I don't think we need to go gradually into this process and build it slowly. But that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. A graduated approach in terms of the CCs used per household. So the more you use, just to send the conservation signal that we now use to charge water anyway. And then you're also thinking a graduated approach in terms of the percentage charge. So moving from 5 to 10 to 15, 20, and then moving up so that it could slowly be instituted. Is that what you were thinking, Councilmember Fimbres?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I was thinking the same lines as you were, looking at what we're doing and how we can help our citizens. And there's citizens in the county also that are out there because they can't afford to come into the city. So that's another challenge we're going to have to see to look at this thing and follow the process. The other thing is tracking the system. Can we be able to track it in the water? How much research? Because transparency is going to be critical in this issue.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I really like the idea that Councilmember Ulick brought to the table in terms of what systems can we use to make sure that citizens can in this phase that we're going to be receiving citizen input. How can we make sure that Tucson Water customers inside the city of Tucson, as well as others, have an opportunity to tap into a survey so that they can give us their thoughts, what type of outreach can we do to make sure that we're listening from all those that want to contribute their input to mayor and council? I'd like to poke at that and see, Tim, if there's a survey that can be put on our website or our Tucson Water website so that people can tap into it and give us their input.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we can certainly propose a survey type of arrangement. We would absolutely schedule some town halls where we can do some online Q&A. But as far as what I believe you're asking about is how do we get their input on what to do with the money should the revenue be, should the rates be in place and the new revenue generated. And so the city does have some great tools for that. Our open town hall, which we use for a number of things. And in fact, we're using it actively right now for the discussion around Reed Park and the Reed Park Zoo. And so we could propose some survey content and review that with each of your offices and see if it's getting you the information you need, and that can be launched within this time frame.
And maybe using the resources that we have within our Tucson Water Department so that in your bills, there could be a bill insert.
Correct.
I know that you do, some people use our online pay. How can we, send an email if we have emails to our water customers so that they can, and then also the question should be, do you support this concept that other cities use? One last idea, and this is for my colleagues to consider. If we would consider a resolution to pass a resolution in support, reaffirming the mayor and council's support for our Tucson Water Service Area Policy, because it means that it would be really committing to supporting, to continuing our support as a mayor and council for our water service area policy. And so I would be open to considering the city mayor and council having a resolution and reaffirming our support to the water service area. It could be done today or during this conversation so that we
put my name on it.
Okay, great. So let's make sure that we bring it back. I don't know if we need direction, Mr. Rankin, on this.
Mayor, that sounded fine in terms of scheduling it as a future agenda item. In fact, I think that during tonight's meeting, as part of the direction on the notice of intent, that the mayor and council water service policy.
Okay. Alrighty. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. With that, do you need any additional feedback input, Mr. Tamir?
No, Mayor, I think we're set for today.
Okay, perfect. So then let's move on to item 8. Thank you again, Councilmember Cunningham, for bringing this item to our attention. And this marks the beginning of a conversation that is important for our community. I really appreciate all your input. So we're moving on to item 8. Councilmember Fimbres and I have requested an update on the marijuana-related regulations and proposed changes to the UDC. I want to make sure that I give an opportunity for our staff to present, and then we'll take it from there. Mr. Ortega.
Yes, Mayor, and I know we're running way short on time. We'll try to make it fairly quick. I know that Scott Clark has a presentation prepared for your consideration. Scott, if you can put it up and make it quick, I think the council understands this. Okay. I know that also the city attorney is on tap as well, Mayor, if there are any specific questions of him.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us. Dan Bursick will be doing the presentation. I'll ask him to pop that up. I'll give some background and context, At November 17th study session, Mayor and Council initiated the text amendment for adult use marijuana. That was in response to the state passage of Proposition 207, which was adult use recreational marijuana. Particular request from the council members at the time, Councilmember Cunningham asked us to look at what other cities were doing in regards to medical marijuana, and Councilmember Lee expressed concerns over the 4,000 square foot dispensary size. This was leading to overcrowding. Prior to this, we got into the pandemic. Council asked us to look at drive-throughs, expanding the lobbies, delivery and curbside services. All that was done and put in place, so they were getting some relief prior to 207. On January 11th and 12th, we held public meetings in regards to dispensary size, odor mitigation, drive-throughs, standalone manufacturing, definitions, and setbacks. To our surprise, in January 22nd, the Department of Health began issuing the adult use licenses about 3 months in advance of the anticipated date. The early release led to pedestrian queuing issues, traffic and parking congestion, and that was a result of the influx of recreational marijuana customers and also the constraints put on by Tucson's existing setbacks, which kind of drives some of these dispensaries into some less than ideal locations. On the March 10th, Planning Commission held a study session. They discussed the setbacks, dispensary sizes, odor control, and social equity. That came up for the first time. They had substantial discussion on that. And they had more discussion on that on their public hearing on March 17th. They could not come to a majority recommendation, which is why we're back talking to you today in study session to provide you the context and the information if you decide to act tonight on setting new code for adult use marijuana. So with that, I'm going to pop out of here. I'm going to turn it over to Dan Bursick. His presentation covers what the proposed amendments were, provides graphics on the setbacks so you can clearly see what we're talking about, and then a recommendation for setbacks. Dan?
Great. Thank you, Scott. Honorable Mayor and Council. So building on what Scott had mentioned related to the outcome from the Planning Commission, the following is really what had occurred. They had a recommendation, there was a motion that was made in that meeting, and these were the things that they had recommended in the motion to Mayor and Council. Ultimately, it failed because of really two issues. As Scott had mentioned, there was a setback issue. The motion that was made was a 1,000-foot setback from schools, child care centers, substance abuse facilities, parks, and libraries. There were really two camps within the Planning Commission. There was one camp that wanted to reduce it all the way down to the state maximum or minimum, which is 500 feet from schools. And then another group that saw the value in reducing those setbacks. However, they just didn't want to go all the way to the 500. They wanted something kind of in the middle related to that. And that's where this motion came from. As well, the other kind of large topic for discussion at the meeting was related to social equity licenses and how do we really, even the playing field for these licenses that will be coming around. And we're not really sure, in a year or so, 6 months. So there was an amendment to the motion that was made to Commissioner Cassidy to put a temporary halt on adult use licenses until the social equity licenses are online. That was declined by Commissioner Cassidy, and then it occurred with the 3-5 vote. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the social equity licenses to give you a little background, and then go through those the setbacks that Scott had discussed. So social equity licenses, this is 26 adult use only licenses that will be distributed for the entire state. These will go to people or communities that have been disproportionately affected by marijuana laws. Those are criminal laws and things of that sort. The Arizona Department of Health Services is currently drafting rules for these licenses. There's currently no timeline for that rulemaking. And then once the rulemaking is completed, we hear maybe this could occur, towards the end of the year, beginning of next year. Arizona Department of Health Services would begin accepting applications within 6 months of adopting those final rules. As far as PDSD and our role related to social equity licenses and what we can what we do, or our current role would be, we have the ability to kind of lobby the state and go to Arizona Department of Health Services and try to influence the process or provide feedback. We review development proposals, construction documents, make sure they adhere to codes, zoning codes, building codes, things of that sort. the issuance of building permits and building licenses when they're ready to move into a building. And then we review sites and this is the one that is more related to what the current process is. And if it follows the current process, which we don't know at this point, we would review sites for social equity applicants to make sure that they comply with local zoning regulations. So that's kind of where we're at with the social equity licenses at this point. Related to separation distance, as Scott had mentioned previously, we were looking at reduction of the separation distances primarily because when they were put in place, they were based on a model ordinance in 2010 when there's a lot of unexpected things in the unknown related to marijuana and the marijuana businesses and medical marijuana. They're quite restrictive, and as we saw when adult use licenses were suddenly distributed in January, the increase in traffic and the setbacks that we have put them into kind of suboptimal locations, essentially. So the goal here really is to look at our current regulations, which are the 2,000 feet from another dispensary, 2,000 feet from residential substance abuse facilities, 1,000 feet from schools, childcare, public parks, churches, libraries, and reduce that to allow for them to move to more appropriate locations where they'll have enough parking, where it'll be away from some residential areas, and it wouldn't have that impact. So what we did was we went and we looked at other states to see what they do for separation distances. So we looked in Colorado, Oregon, Washington. A lot of them have, most of them have schools and dispensary setbacks, and then the other ones are kind of just related on whatever the process is and what the community values are. And then we also looked at alcohol establishments with, again, something similar that's regulated by the state. And that is currently 300 feet setback from schools and then 300 feet setback from churches. And that's kind of where we were looking. The one thing to note here is just the fact that in Colorado, Oregon, Washington, they don't have the restrictions on the total number of licenses that we do. So in Arizona, we are restricted to 1 license per 10 pharmacies. Currently, that is 130 dual-use licenses, which are currently out there and distributed, plus the 26 social equity licenses, and then there's another 12 licenses that'll end up going to underserved counties. It won't come to Pima County, and they're required to stay there, but a place like Cochise County, which only has 1, will get 1 additional license. So we did an analysis. This is a bit of the analysis. This is the current setbacks and current setback requirements. So the blue are the setbacks. Those are the areas where you can't locate a dispensary. And the orange are the C2 and C3 zones where they can currently locate. As you can tell, it's very restrictive. There's very few locations where these can actually locate. The next one is the state mandated option. And this was presented to the Planning Commission. This was kind of the first camp that we had of people of commissioners or that wanted to go with this option. And this is a 500-foot setback from. As you can see, the blue areas, there are many fewer, and there are a lot of open locations and places where these businesses can relocate and expand and have plenty of parking. The second one was the motion that was made by Commissioner Cassidy. This is option 2. This is 1,000 feet from schools, parks, and libraries. This is 1,000 feet from substance abuse facilities. Compared to the current UDC setbacks, which is about 2,000 acres or so, this one would have about almost 4,000 acres or so of available land. So it is an improvement, and there are more commercial areas where they could potentially locate. And then we provided a third option here, and this is just based on conversations that we've had with council members, with the public, with the commissioners, and that is there was a concern about clustering of dispensaries. So with this one, we basically took the 500-foot setback from schools, which is mandated by the state, and then we added in or added back in the 2,000-foot setback from dispensaries. And that's what you get here. And this is pretty similar to option 1 as far as the amount of areas they can go, but it also kind of addresses that clustering issue that we were hearing from people. So with that, these are the 3 options. The one that we recommended to Planning Commission, and we still recommend, is option number 1, which is the state mandated setbacks. But we also have the other options as well. And subject to your comments and questions, I'm going to turn this over to the mayor and for the remainder of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, so much. I really appreciate it. And one of the reasons that Councilmember Fimres and I brought this item to the study session was specifically to talk about these revisions to setbacks. But also, the one piece that I'm very interested in is the social equity ownership program. And I want to make sure that the city of Tucson has an opportunity to make sure that our voice and our suggestions to what we want to see in the social equity licenses is made part through the state of Arizona process. So in other states with social equity programs, this is what happens. And I want to make sure that we do everything we can to avoid this here in Tucson. Industry giants in other states have recruited individuals to serve as strawmen to give the appearance of social equity. In Tucson, for the most part, the market consists of small, locally owned business owners, but we also have industry heavyweights that are eyeing Tucson and the state of Arizona with this adult use issue. Right now, the system is very favorable to industry giants through exorbitant application fees. Many minority communities simply lack the access to capital that the current system demands. So what we are hoping to do, what the solution could be, is that we temporarily put a halt on social equity licenses for the new adult use only license, so that we can, one, see what the rules and application process that AZDHS is putting together, and two, to buy the city of Tucson some time to explore how we can promote equitable implementation in city limits. So regarding the temporary halt, we want these businesses here. That's not the issue. This is a temporary approach so that we can provide input and see what the rulemaking process with AZDHS looks like. The city of Tucson is making a collective effort to center equity in their processes. And that implies allowing an opportunity to plan appropriately for new licenses, regardless of how many are expected here in the city of Tucson. Other cities are exploring this effort. Both the city of Tempe and the city of Flagstaff are exploring temporary halts for social equity license for the same reasons that I am bringing this to you today. The goal is to make this a multi-city effort, to rein in some local control for these social equity licenses. And social equity, in my mind, I would hope, would include promoting workers' rights in how they put these rules together. So as I said before, it's important that these licenses are issued in a way that will bring economic benefit to the underserved areas of our community. For this reason, I believe we should preserve the status quo as it relates to social equity licenses in Tucson and adopt our zoning regulations with a pause for now on social equity licenses. I'm not suggesting that we permanently prohibit social equity licenses on new adult use dispensaries in Tucson, but I believe we should wait to learn what rules the state will approve and whether the process truly promotes social equity. So I would like to make sure that I give all of you the opportunity to continue discussing on, the feed and all of the UDC amendments that we have in front of us today. But I do want to make sure that we have this language as part of the direction to staff as we move forward. So I would like to have my colleagues consider a motion that has the following direction. One, that mayor and council direct the city manager and staff to participate and provide comment during the rulemaking process that the state of Arizona is putting together to advocate for rules that will ensure that social equity licenses are ultimately issued to applicants who represent minority communities that were disproportionately impacted by the enforcement of earlier marijuana laws. At a minimum, those rules should limit the economic barriers to applicants, such as the elimination of extraordinarily high application fees that will prevent small minority businesses from having the opportunity to compete for these licenses, and instead steer them towards the established corporate interests who already dominate the industry. And two, that zoning regulations relating to adult use are on tonight's agenda. In addition to Mayor and Council direction on advancing the UDC text amendments, the City Attorney is directed to have language ready for Mayor and Council consideration that would preserve the status quo relating to social equity licenses by temporarily prohibiting social equity license locations in Tucson. To be clear, this is in addition to moving forward with the UDC text amendments tonight, and would not affect dual use dispensaries, which are currently the only dispensaries permitted to offer recreational products, nor would it affect location changes of existing dual dispensaries.
Madam Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
There a second?
I second.
Yeah.
So there is a motion and a second. With that, I'd like to open it up for discussion. Councilmember Kovacek?
Yeah. Yeah, what you said about the social equity barriers is just dead on right. They require the $25,000 non-refundable fee just to apply, non-refundable. They got something like 400 applications for these things, non-refundable. Mom and pop down the street aren't going to empty that cookie jar and make that application. What we know is that what you described again is accurate. There are straw companies being stood up in other jurisdictions where they just grab, Joe or Jane off the street and say, put your name on a deed or whatever, and we'll pay you X amount, but it's being run by a corporation somewhere else. So the other thing is that I'm not sure how we get our voice in that conversation, because ADHS is the ones who's going to set the rules, but more power to us to the extent that we can. We're probably going to get 3 or 4 eventually, social equity. But by our changing the current setback requirements, we're opening the door not only for existing dispensaries to move to more appropriate locations, but we'll be providing locations for the eventual licensees so that they're not restricted. Because if they're operating under our current rules right now, it wouldn't matter how many licenses they issue. There's nowhere for them to go. So. So maybe for Rankin or Scott Clark, are we right? We have an item tonight where we're going to hear input, or do you want what do you want coming out of this study session in advance of tonight, I guess?
So Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, what the effect of the motion as made would be that, first of all, we'll take the direction in terms of participating in the rulemaking process, and the city's voice will be heard in that process with respect to the social equity licenses and the criteria for their consideration by the state. But secondly, what we would do, and I have amendments ready to go to read into the record that would alter the form of the ordinance that's been presented to the mayor and council tonight, so that you can still act tonight. You can establish those new criteria with respect to the setbacks and those amendments that relate to the medical marijuana and/or the dual licensee uses, but that for the time being, would continue to not allow as a matter of zoning any of the adult use only, which is ultimately going to be the social equity licenses until such time as you know what those rules are actually going to be.
Do you want the discussion as to setbacks changes now or later?
You can have them tonight and have your hearing, get your input, etc. Okay. And as to the setbacks, yeah, if there's modifications to the ordinance, we can make those changes based on the direction of the council tonight.
All right, then I'll just wait for later on then.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Any other questions? Alrighty, let's move on. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to make sure that before we leave, we have to vote, of course. Make sure that that language that that I want included is there, and I just want to make sure 100% sure that staff understands that I don't envision needing a special exemption process for the social equity. That would make it just much more complicated and is not necessary. So I just wanted to make that clear. So with that, I'd like to have us vote on the motion on the floor. So all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Great. Thank you so much for considering this. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, and thank you, staff.
Thank
you. We're moving on to item 9. There are state and national legislation original committee discussion, and this part is for Andrew Greenhill. Could you enlighten us with what's happening in state and national reports?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you. I provided answers to Councilmember Fimbres' questions to council earlier. Happy to answer any questions about that. Also, on my report on state legislation, there's just 4 bills this week with some recommendations, and I'm happy to answer questions about those. If there are no questions, I'd respectfully ask for a motion to approve the recommendations in the report.
Do we have a motion to proceed with the recommendations? Councilmember Patrick?
I'll move that, and I have one question after we're done with that.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Kasachik.
Andrew, can you give us a status of HR 1, the election piece?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kasachik, HR 1 is a bill that has passed the House of Representatives and is now in the hands of the Senate. The key question, of course, in the Senate is whether it will require the 60 votes as is required with the filibuster rule in the Senate, or will the Senate perhaps change its rules to lower that threshold? We are waiting to see what the Senate wants to do with both that bill and HR 4, which is the John Lewis bill, which also deals with the extension of voting rights.
Yeah.
So to the extent that, well, HR 1 I also know contains an item that says they would make Election Day a national holiday. If that piece doesn't make it through, I'd sure like to see the city adopt it as a city holiday then. And so let's keep an eye on HR 1 and that piece of it, so we can react later on if necessary.
I like that idea. Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andrew, can you give us an update on the postal distribution legislation bills? And also, is there an update on HCM 205, which Senate Representative D'Alessandro was pushing in the House, in the Senate?
Sure. Well, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, there are a number of postal reform bills that have now been introduced in the House. They have not been heard yet in this new Congress, but there are quite a few bills, including one that I would just identify that is called the Delivering Envelopes Judiciously on Time Year-Round Act, also known by its acronym as the DeJoy Act, which of course is a reference to the Postmaster General, Mr. DeJoy. There's a lot going on with postal reform. As you may know, President Biden has nominated 3 new folks to be on the Board of Governors that would switch the balance of power on that Board of Governors to one that is probably more in line with the president's thinking on what the future of the USPS should be. So there are a number of bills. They're in the report that I sent you. The ones that are favorable to us and to mayor and council positions that you've taken in the past are the ones that deal with the pre-funding of health benefits, as well as providing additional support for the Postal Service, maintaining their service standards, which is very important, and of course, everything we can do to support Cherry Bell and restoring Cherry Bell here in Tucson.
Okay. Anything on the PFOS lawsuits that dealing with, especially around military installations, we've heard about, we've read about?
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, there are a number of PFAS-related bills, and as I mentioned earlier today, there is a provision in the American Jobs Act that would provide $10 billion for PFAS remediation nationwide. So that is something that, of course, is one of the top priorities of mayor and council. As far as the litigation is concerned, I know we've got the quarterly PFAS update coming up from Tucson Water, so they can provide the latest on the multi-district litigation at that time.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for your service too, working on these things. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew. We're moving on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? I don't see any hands. We're moving on to item 11. Does anyone have any items for future agendas?
Madam Mayor, for the May 4th Mayor and Council Study Session, I am requesting a 15-minute to be set aside for the Mayor and Council to receive an update on what staff has done in regards to impact fees and process and how funds are to be distributed and used per my previous motion approved. And then for the May 18th Mayor and Council Study Session, I am requesting 20 minutes to be set aside for the Mayor and Council to receive an update on the city manager on the city's P-card program.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
I'll send these in, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So study session is adjourned. The regular session begins in 10 minutes. I'm going to give you all and us all a 10-minute break just to stretch up a little and grab a snack if you need to, or your dinner. And we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Set the time.
The next meeting will be Tuesday, April 20th for our study session. And we're setting the timer for 10 minutes. See you in the regular meeting in 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Mayor, we're just missing Councilmember Cunningham and Commissioner Mohammed. I don't know if he's attending this evening. Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so let's call this meeting to order. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Ulick.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
The guy in charge of labor.
Councilmember Cunningham, please put yourself on mute. Go ahead.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Fimbres.
Here, presente.
Commissioner Kozaczek.
Here.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Absent.
And Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 2, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Zulik.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, resolution number PHA 2021-005.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 3, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-005 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-005 relating to Public Housing Authority, authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2021-005.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Ms. Zulik.
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2021-005 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
Public Housing Authority approval of the Housing Choice Voucher Utility Allowances, resolution number PHA 2021-006.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 4, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-006 by number and title.
Resolution number PHA 2021-006 relating to public housing, approving the updated City of Tucson utility and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I motion to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2021-006.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Ms. Zulik,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Fingers,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2021-006 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Public Housing Authority approval of the City of Tucson and Pima County Consortium updated annual plan for HUD fiscal year 2021 and updated 5-year action plan for fiscal years 2021 through 2025.
Righty. City Manager's PHA Communication number 5, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the Public Housing Authority Annual Plan for fiscal year 2021 and Capital Fund Action Plan for 2021 through 2025, and authorizing its submission to the Housing and Urban Development Department with the federal government. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay. May I have a motion then to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-007 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-007 relating to public housing, approving the updated City of Tucson annual plan for city fiscal year 2022, city FY 2022, and HUD fiscal year 2021, HUD FY 2021, authorizing and directing the adoption of the Public Housing Authority PHA updated capital fund 5-year plan and submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move
I
that
motion.
item.
Go ahead, Steve.
Just move the item.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2021-007. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Fingers,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Ms. Zulik,
Aye.
and Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2021-007 passes by a vote 7-0. Item 6,
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 1, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the February 23rd, 2021 meeting?
Yes, I move that.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mr. Fingers,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Ms. Zulik,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve the minutes of the February 23rd, 2021 meeting passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 7.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Ms. Ulick,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, presentations, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrujo, staff member at the City Clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Let us pray. Dear God, thank you for bringing us to this meeting today. We pray for all the government officials gathered here. Thank you that you guide the mayor and council as they make decisions that will affect the lives of the city of Tucson residents. Grant them wisdom to make the right decisions without bias or prejudice. We pray that the mayor and council members work together to improve the quality of life of all affected by their decisions. Amen.
Amen. I have proclamation, a couple of proclamations. So the first one is a proclamation in recognition of a National Service Recognition Day. I'll read it into the record. Whereas service to others is a hallmark of the American character and central to how we meet our challenges, and whereas the nation's peace towns and counties are increasing during the national service terrorism, the cost-effective strategy to meet their needs. And whereas AmeriCorps and Senior Corps participants address the most pressing challenges facing our communities, from educating students for the jobs of the 21st century, to fighting the opioid epidemic, to responding to natural disasters, to supporting veterans and military families. And whereas national service expands economic opportunity by creating more sustainable, resilient communities and providing education, career skills, and leadership abilities for those who serve. And whereas AmeriCorps and Senior Corps participants serve in more than 45,000 locations across the country, bolstering the civic, neighborhood, and faith-based organizations that are so vital to our economic and social well-being. And whereas national service participants increase the impact of the organizations they serve, both through their direct service and by managing millions of additional volunteers. And whereas national service represents a unique public-private partnership that invests in community solutions and leverages non-federal resources to strengthen community impact and increase the return of taxpayer dollars. And whereas national service participants demonstrate commitment, dedication, and patriotism by making an intensive commitment to service, a commitment that remains with them in their future endeavors. And whereas the Corporation for National and Community Service shares a priority with local leaders nationwide to engage citizens, improve lives, and strengthen communities, and is joining with the National League of Cities, the National Association of Counties, Cities of Service, and local leaders across the country for National Service Recognition Day on this April 6, 2021. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim April 6, 2021 to be National Service Recognition Day, and encourage all residents to recognize the positive impact of national service in our community, to thank those who serve, and to find ways to give back to their communities. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed the 6th day of April 2021. Thank you. I don't know if we have a speaker for this particular presentation. I don't think so. Thank you so much. Hello?
Sorry, I'll be speaking about National Service Recognition Day.
Okay.
So it's an event to recognize and highlight the work of national service members In the city of Tucson, it is our honor to highlight the impact of AmeriCorps, AmeriCorps Vista, and other national service projects in tackling local problems, as well as thank national service members for their commitment and service to Pima County. We would also like to recognize the remarkable alums who have gone before us, who still shape and work in this community. And I have another AmeriCorps member who's going to speak briefly after me as well.
Can you identify yourself?
Definitely. My name is Allison Doty, and I work with Arizona Serve, and my position is Team Development and Outreach Coordinator. And thank you so much for the proclamation.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Didi, and I also will be speaking. So Arizona Serve currently supports 78 AmeriCorps state and Vista members in our area. They serve on a specific poverty-related relief project with the local organization. Some of these partner organizations include United Way of Southern Arizona, the Community Food Bank, Boys to Men Tucson, the Pima County Health Department, Tucson Unified School District, the International Rescue Committee, Goodwill of Southern Arizona, and the Pima County Teen Court. And thank you again for the proclamation. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. I'm happy you're here too. All righty. So we're moving on to another proclamation. And this one is to proclaim National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And I hope that Interim Director Chad Kazmar is with us to receive this proclamation. So we'll start. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical and mental health services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from community members who contact the City of Tucson Public Safety Communications Department. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our community members have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the PSCD have contributed substantially to the safe and fluid delivery of emergency services and community resources, and whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the week of April 11th through the 17th, 2021, to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, in honor of the women, men, and people whose diligence and professionalism keep our community and our first responders safe. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 11th day of April 2021. Congratulations and thank you for bringing this to our attention. I hope that I can join you during Telecommunicators Week in visiting our front line to our first responders. So with that, Interim Department Director Chad Kazmar, are you here with us today? We're going to take it to the next one. I don't know if he's here, but we're going to make sure that we take this proclamation next week to our Public Safety Communications Department. I appreciate you all bringing this to our attention, and thank you for your service to the residents of the City of Tucson and the region, and your diligent work to serve our community. With that, we're moving on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 91, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments of Lisa Nutt and Tony Zinman to the Pima County Tucson Women's Commission?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a second. There's a motion and a second. Before we proceed with discussion, I would like to thank Lisa and Tony for their willingness to serve our city. Is there any further discussion on these appointments? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, let's move on to item 3.
Mayor and Council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 92, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These current events are to be of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? I'll move from Ward 1 and then down the stream. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment again to congratulate our U of A women's basketball team and Coach Adia Barnes for getting us to the national championship. It was a nail biter to watch, but regardless of the outcome, we're super proud of the work of the team, and I'm, just super proud to call myself a Wildcat as well. So congratulations again to the team. I just wanted to let the community know that on April 8th from 4 to 7 at Barrista del Barrio, one of our local businesses here on the west side, along with Mi Reina Mobile Boutique, are hosting a Float With Us pop-up. It's an exclusive secret menu items from Barrista del Barrio. If any of y'all have been there, they have some of the best burritos that taste like what your nana made, but with some amazing salsa happening here in Barrio Hollywood. So if anybody is interested in joining from 4 to 7 p.m. On Saturday, I'm a little confused on my dates right now, or April 10th, Barrio Santa Cruz is having their monthly park cleanup at 9 a.m. They start out of Ormsby Park. And then we've over the past couple of months, we've had a lot of call to the audience calls around the 36th in La Cholla, possible development, and the list of the annexation agreement. So we are hosting a series of public meetings along with our Development Services Department on this Saturday, April 10th, from 10 a.m. to 11:30. We will have that meeting at Archer Center at 1665 South La Cholla Boulevard. Again, from 10 a.m. to 11:30. It'll be outdoors under the basketball courts. So folks interested on that issue, you're welcome to join us. And then we're having a virtual Zoom public meeting Wednesday, April 14th from 6 to 7:30. Also, in case my colleagues on the council are also interested, or their staff in attending. And then finally, this Sunday, April 11th at 10 a.m., we're having our monthly BCM brunch bike ride out of the Ward 1 office at 940 West Alameda, along with our crew from Fuga. So y'all are welcome to join us as well. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor, I also wanted to I wanted to recognize the Arizona women's basketball team. That is, as many people know, I'm a very avid fan of basketball, and that was a wild ride. It was terrific. I actually want to acknowledge the entire Pac-12 conference on the men's side as well. They had a really good tournament and allowed our own University of Arizona Wildcat fans to stay engaged and look forward to next year, which I think is really important. Above that, I'm going to save the get tested announcement today and actually change it up a bit and tell people that now is the time to get vaccinated if you haven't yet, because we're right there. We're on the cusp of herd immunity. If we can, we've actually slowed the vaccination pace in Pima County has actually slowed in the last week. And if we can get our pace back to where we were, we will likely hit herd immunity in the next 45 days, maybe even sooner. So if it's one of those things where you went to register online and then you got frustrated and you kind of forgot about it, go look back online. There are slots open in multiple places. There is multiple sites, pop-up sites. You can check the Pima County website. There's also Johnson & Johnson pop-up sites this weekend, from what I understand. And some of those are Johnson & Johnson. If you're not sure about the new mRNA vaccinations of Moderna and Pfizer, a more conventional vaccine known as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is only one shot and very effective, at least for people under 30. So those are some things I wanted to put out there. And again, urge everybody to get vaccinated. We are this close to herd immunity. Continue to wear your mask and we'll get there. And we'll be in a lot better place than a lot of the other cities and counties around the country. So that's what I wanted to add in. And again, bear down.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ulrich.
Thank you, Mayor. So a few things under Prop 407, the park bonds. There is going to be a significant investment in the near future in Columbus Regional Park. And so we want to make sure that folks provide their thoughts and feedback about the best way to improve the park. In addition to the surveys that are being conducted, an online survey is available. And there will be 2 virtual town halls this Thursday in Spanish at 6:30 and in English at 5:30. So to learn how to access the meeting, you can feel free to call the Ward 3 office at 791-4711 or on the Tucson Delivers website, which is tucsondelivers.tucsonaz.gov. There's a page dedicated to Columbus Park. Coming up the week of April 19th, as the manager reported, we hope to have our splash pads open from 8 a.m. to sunset, and masks will be required when you're not in the water, but we're really excited. The Ward 3 splash pad is the Nida Jane Baker splash pad at Balboa Park, which is 2536 North Castro Avenue. And I know folks in that area are very excited to be able to get some cooling off playtime. And then finally, on Saturday, April 24th, I wanted to invite you to help plant trees at Mansfeld Park as part of the Earth Day celebration. We're going to be there planting trees and cleaning up litter starting at 9 a.m. and the Ready Set Rec van will be there at 10. So we hope you'll join us, and please don't forget to bring your mask and water and a hat, etc. We do ask you to register to volunteer and to learn how you can call the ward office at 791-4711. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All those events sound fun. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things for later in the month, but I'll remind you of them now. We have a Planting for the Future Arbor Day celebration to join me and my very special guest, Mayor Romero, in planting 50 trees in Lincoln Regional Park. That's at 4325 South Pantano Road. We're going to first gather at the Children's Outdoor Performance Area. The event again will be on Arbor Day, which is the 30th at 9 a.m. And as Councilmember Ulick said, please bring your mask and your sun protection. Also, we have our April town hall that is going to be with the Mesquite Ranch Neighborhood Association. The Mesquite Ranch community is invited. Everyone is welcome. It's just going to be focused on talking about that specific neighborhood association. That is on Thursday, April 29th from 5:30 to 6:30. Please bring your questions and feel free to listen in. Registration info is on the Ward 4 website at tucsonaz.gov/Ward4. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. March 31st was the anniversary of the birth of Cesar Chavez. The city of Tucson on Monday, March 29th, marked the Cesar Chavez holiday and day of service for the 7th year. In Arizona, the city of Tucson is the only city to have a paid holiday to recognize the work and legacy of Cesar Chavez. I had the privilege of reading the city of Tucson's proclamation from Mayor Romero, honoring the work and legacy of Cesar Chavez and honoring him on his birthday. As a Ward 5 Council office, I had the privilege of reading this proclamation to Cesar Chavez's grandson, Alejandro Chavez. Lydia Aranda, with Chicanos por la Causa, was present, as well as Richard Estrada, the National Vice President for LULAC for the Far West region, plus the National President for Youth, Richard Estrada Jr., and several young Latino leaders were with them. So congratulations to that, and thanks to the city again is the only one that has a paid holiday for that, and I'm proud of when I say that all the time. On Friday, April 2nd, I had the privilege of recording a video for this new safety corridor on Valencia from Tucson Boulevard. The video will be part of a virtual ribbon cutting for it. I worked with both the Tohono Nation and the Pascua Yaqui Nation to secure grant funding for the corridors. I want to publicly thank Tohono National Chairman Ned Norris Jr., Pascua Yaqui Tribal Chairman Pete Yucapicio for the support, and Carla Petty from the Federal Highways Administration for their support of the City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility and Transportation Director Diana Aracon, along with Michael Graham for their support and work on this. This will hopefully bring awareness to save lives and prevent injuries. It's sad that we can say there's been 34 injuries last year alone that were lost, without people not adhering to watching for distracted drivers, impaired drivers, and etc. On Monday, April 5th, our community came out to celebrate the success of our University of Arizona Lady Wildcats basketball team at the NCAA tournament. I want to thank the University of Arizona for the invitation to take part in this event. I joined with Mayor Romero, Council Member Santa Cruz, Paul Cunningham, to celebrate the great moment of our U of A women's basketball team. Congratulations to Coach Adia Barnes and the young ladies of the team. They played hard and showed the world the potential of a ladies Wildcats basketball program who have won the WNIT and made it to the NCAA championship game. They're not done, and they will go get a national championship for the city of Tucson. And on a sad note, Earl Blake, the brother of Western Hills 2 Neighborhood Association President Willie Blake, was killed in a head-on collision in Little Rock, Arkansas. My condolences go out to Willie and members of the Blake family for their loss. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Nothing tonight, thanks.
Ready. So I too want to add my voice in congratulating our women's basketball team for their historic show at the NCAA. I just want to say that they made her story. They led by our tenacious and amazing coach, Adia Barnes. All of them, every single one of the women in our U of A women's basketball team did amazing, and we're very, very proud of them. I want to remind the community that I declared Sunday, April 4th to be Arizona Women's Basketball Day. It was a pleasure to be able to do that. I also want to thank Chief Magnus and Chief Ryan, as well as the Tucson International Airport for their working with us in collaboration for providing a water bridge. I know that Tucson Fire Department collaborated with a Tucson Airport Fire Department to do a water bridge for the plane that was entering the Tucson International Airport, and then we had a hero's welcome, and had TPD and the University of Arizona Police Department do an escort from the airport to the Arizona Stadium to welcome the team there. So very proud of them, really happy to be there, and happy that the University of Arizona really included us. As we all know, City of Tucson residents are loyal fans to our U of A teams, and they really brought a spotlight not only to their program and the University of Arizona, but to the City of Tucson. So really happy and want to add my voice in congratulating our team. I also like to invite the community to join Councilmember Kozachik and I tomorrow for an open conversation on the experiences of our Asian, Pacific Islander, and Desi American community in Tucson. The conversation will be from 6 to 7:30 p.m. It is hosted by the U of A Asian Pacific and American Advisory Council members and the APIDA community leaders, Jasmine Chan, Ceci Lou Alter, Dr. Daisy Rodriguez Patel, and Dr. Naomi Story. They will be moderating the conversation. The event will allow a safe space for members of the local Asian community to share their thoughts and experiences. People who do not identify as APIDA are welcome to attend and listen. I'll be sharing the information on my social media accounts so that you can all join us tomorrow. Lastly, our last budget town hall in this series will be this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. on focused on a resilient recovery. I invite you all to be part of the conversation, and I want to thank everyone who attended our last town hall on community safety. We had at one point more than 180 attendants in our virtual town hall on community safety. So those that are interested in joining us this Thursday at 5:30 p.m., the subject will be a resilient recovery, and you can register at tucsonaz.gov. Thank you all for your information and for your invitations for the community. Now we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 93, dated this April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Just wanted to let you know, and I'd reported this before, we are seeing the increase in asylum seekers come into the community. We had been partnering and continue to partner with both Pima County and Catholic Community Services. We are at this point contracting with 2 hotels here in town, and we are the Catholic Community Services money has run out, so we are funding that. I am paying for that out of general fund balance with the expectation that we will receive reimbursement from FEMA. So I just wanted to let you know we're continuing down the path. So far, we've housed 5 families that were COVID positive in our specific COVID positive hotel, and 72 families that were COVID negative. So Mayor, I'd also like to take privilege of the microphone to congratulate the Arizona women's basketball team. I have invited Coach Adia Marms to be part of a town hall. So I'll let you all know when that happens. We're going to let her rest for a bit, then we'll invite her and get to hear her words of wisdom. But I'd also take privilege of the microphone and hand it over to Mike Rankin. He has an announcement he'd like to make to the Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. At the last meeting, I let you all know that my chief deputy city attorney had retired. So tonight I get to announce that I have filled that position. And I'm very excited to let you know that I have appointed Julianne Hughes as the Chief Deputy City Attorney for my office. Julie has been with the office for my entire career. plus a little more. I won't date her too much. She has for many years been our lead attorney on employment law matters, and she even previously served a stint as an interim city manager. So I'm very grateful to her for accepting this appointment and helping me out as my chief deputy. And then one other quick announcement. I want to put a plug in for the 2021 Tucson Folk Festival. This is one of the longest running Americana and folk music festivals in the country. It had to be canceled last spring because of the virus. But it is going to go forward this year in a different format than in previous years, a combination of live stream recordings and some limited attendance venues, and it's all free. In particular, I'm sure you want to mark your calendars for Saturday at 6:30, the main stage at Park Place, which is a drive-in concert event. So you drive in. There'll be a spot for your car, and you stay there at your car and listen to the music. At 6:30, a band I'm familiar with called the Sophia Rankin Band will be performing. So I encourage you to attend or to watch the Folk Festival online. There's more information about the Folk Festival on their website at TucsonFolkFest.org. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. Wonderful stuff to share. And congratulations to Julianne Hughes. What a wonderful addition to the deputy position. We now move on to item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's communication number 94 dated April 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, we have one request for a new license in Ward 6, the Speedy Mart. That license has written arguments opposed and will be considered separately. We also have 2 special event applications that are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5C1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We are considering liquor license separately. This is for Speedy Mart. Councilmember Kusacek?
Sure. Last week we had a good 3-way conversation between the new owner, Kevin Byrne, who was in Colorado, and residents in the Garden District. It was a healthy exchange, and everybody's ready to move this forward and begin to build new relationships. And so with that, I'd send a recommendation of approval to the State Liquor Board.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meetings Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Right, I have a list. Again, please introduce yourself and let us know if you're a resident of the city of Tucson. And you have 3 minutes. So we will start with Abriza Ziegler. Abriza?
Honorable Mayor and Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
All right. I was going to speak of climate change, water availability, drought, and heat islands. And I was listening to the study session, item 8, this evening, and I was impressed with some of the water policies that you stated today, Mayor Romero, and how you brought up the need to protect environmentally important areas, and such as 36 in La Cholla. But I'm also a big advocate on water sustainability, and I believe that the ability for we the people of the Southwest to provide water to our growing communities is becoming stretched, and really concerned about if there will be enough water in Tucson in the next 50 or 100 years. Underground aquifers will cease to be replenished by the allocation of CAP waters probably within the next 5 years, unless something happens and we start getting a lot of more snowpack and rainfall. I'm concerned about being able to quench the thirsty Tucsonans, and I really feel and agree with you that there needs to be a drastic reduction of water use. And we may have to choose sometime in the future of whether excessive growth and versus water availability. The economic needs of the city must be met also, but if there's not water for the folks here in the next 50 or 100 years, we could reach a problem. Now, granted, I'm a bit long in the tooth, and I probably won't be here in 50 years, but it still concerns me, being a proponent and recycler of water myself. Anyway, thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Abrisa. Miranda Schubert. Miranda Schubert.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Miranda Schubert. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm an unpaid speaker speaking on my own behalf. If I had to boil down the essence of my many concerns, it all comes down to equity and the true cost of things. The zoo expansion was paused so that more input can be gathered in the form of a survey, but the way the survey refers to the cost of each option obscures other expenses that don't have a price tag. The trust of the public and local government, the stress of having precious green space under threat, which impacts those of us who don't have yards and trees of our own, the need for shade canopy to combat the urban heat island. Another cost and equity issue is the Our Water Tucson proposal, which is an opportunity to fight urban sprawl and conserve our precious and dwindling water supply, while focusing help and resources on working families who shouldn't and cannot pay more for services. Finally, there's the pay-for-performance model, which is inherently anti-union and anti-worker, and if implemented, will also lead to an increase in TPD's budget, which is in direct conflict with what our communities have been asking for. The true cost of this pay-for-performance proposal doesn't have a dollar sign. Disregarding demands to take actual steps toward dismantling systemic racism, letting fear get in the way of truly reimagining public safety, and ignoring mounting evidence that shows that investing in systems of care like violence and harm reduction programs and more access to mental health services do far more to reduce risk to our communities. These actions only serve to divide us. It's not public safety if we don't all feel safe. In summary, please don't look at the raw dollar cost when considering the zoo expansion plans. Please do approve the Our Water Tucson proposal. Please do not approve pay for performance. And please do focus on dismantling systemic racism by treating the budget as the moral document that it is and investing in people and communities. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Miranda. Kathy De La Penta.
We don't see her on, Your Honor.
Dale Warner.
He's on.
Yes, sure.
Hi, Dale. Have 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. This is Dale Warner, 56-year resident of Tucson and 40 years resident of current address. We agree with Council Member Lane Santa Cruz about 36 on La Jolla Boulevard and stand strong with her that the proposal density is too much. You gave us direction of support of keeping the 41-year annexation restriction in place. In addition, proposed densities being too much, you stand with us on issues of traffic of La Jolla Boulevard. Is too many choke points and safety of our elementary school crossings. I encourage Mayor and Council to vote no on C9 8145 C 36 on La Jolla Boulevard. Our neighborhood already has a consensus before any facilitator meeting. This is being done by postcards to each mayor and council member. That's because there are 7 voters. Each mayor and council member has received over 1,450 postcards to date, totaling over 10,000 to date. We are lobbying each voter member to help us in our sweat equity struggles towards social justice of our West Side neighborhood that is being mistreated by a proposed FLD project. Postcards are signed by Tucsonans that are directly involved with this area, living here, driving through, both in and out of Tucson. All of Tucson's have joined sending postcards to give mayor and council an understanding that this is not a fit for this area. This is bigger than any proposed facilitator meeting. A virtual facilitator meeting cannot replace an in-person meeting. To see our numbers, to feel our compassion, and are not affected by shortcomings or virtual technology failures. You cannot make up for the first impression that is lost forever. Stated many times to get our people ready for this change, you see the facilitator meeting as this tool. I see it as being used to help this proposal project, nor is it stopping this proposal project, nor is it removing FLD as its tool. By stating our issues and our concerns, as our Ward 1 council member, we agree, a no vote as it stands. We need the right project to address the traffic problems, the traffic safety issues, the lack of infrastructure, and give a more universal use for just to add housing, like a bike service area, a safety pull-off area for our West commuters that work here in Tucson, and a Kennedy Park expansion. We understand the desire to develop this area, but not as an FLD project. We need to do this right to leave a legacy for our kids. I encourage you to vote no on C9 8145C 36 on La Jolla Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. I do have someone listed as Sophia. I don't have a last name.
I don't see her on, Your Honor.
Okay, let's move on to Heidi Miller.
She is on.
Hello?
Hi, Heidi. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Miller. I'm a 25-year-old mother of 2, aged 5 and 3. I see this council demonstrates a desire to amend Tucson's current wireless ordinance due to mounting demands for better consideration of residents' rights. That consideration is admirable and so appreciated, so please note that my intention is not to vilify, but to inform, with a desire to see this council best perform their duties as sworn by oath. I read Steve K's latest newsletter, and I was not at all pleased to read that he was consulting with Verizon to plan this amended ordinance. Councilmember Steve K refused to meet with Tucson residents who proposed a better and more lawfully satisfactory ordinance, but he favors meeting with industry in private. Is this Verizon's Tucson ordinance? One can only conclude that there may be some plan to give them preferential treatment. I am not interested in a Tucson ordinance where the public was excluded and the industry favored. I have reason to believe that the rest of the esteemed council and the Honorable Mayor Romero would agree that would seriously violate the intents of applicable laws. I compel the city to post each new application and any subsequent documents online immediately upon receipt. I further urge the council to ensure that applications being submitted are complete and comply with all the directives and intents of applicable law before granting a permit. To do that, the council, mayor, and staff needs to be intimately familiar with the content of the laws governing such sightings. No such act exists which prevents you from enacting the ordinance presented by resident volunteers. It should be observed that the Telecom Act reserved the right of local zoning authority to regulate operations, and HB 2365 makes no attempt to counter that, Steve K. It is not the preemptive nightmare you mislead residents to believe, and any other staff or elected member parroting this line must cease and desist misleading people forthwith and no longer impose unlawful counsel upon the public. No one would rightly fault you for practicing cooperative federalism. The Telecom Act reads, nothing in this act shall limit the effect of the authority, affect the authority of a state or local government over decisions regarding the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless services. Its stated purpose is to promote the safety of life and property. Pursuant to Section 704B, it is not the intent of this provision to give preferential treatment to the personal wireless service industry. Furthermore, Mr. Kozaczek, co-location is required by HB 2365 many times over. It's not something to encourage or promote, it's something to require, to enforce.
You have 30
Wireless phone
seconds.
service will not be jeopardized by requiring this. Obligation to consider public safety is written into this provision, as well as concealment requirements, which have not been followed. That is not the fault of the carrier, it's the fault of permitting of this council and staff. The top telecom attorney, Andrew Campanelli, generously offers a standing invitation, a 30 to 60-minute consultation, and I hope you'll take up on the offer.
Come to a conclusion, please.
Yes, and I hereby oblige this council to place the Tucsonans Wireless Telecommunications Facility Ordinance on the agenda for discussion on April 20th and call on you to grant a live discussion with the volunteers who submitted it to you. And that way it can be passed at once. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Cindy Hogan?
She's on, Your Honor, just needs to unmute.
Cindy? You can press *6 to unmute. I think I can hear you.
Oh, there. Yes, good evening. I'm Cindy Hogan. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm here again tonight as a concerned citizen of Tucson.
Yes, go ahead. Okay. I'm here again tonight as a concerned citizen of Tucson.
Cindy,
I spoke before this. So I'm listening. Maybe I should shut this off.
Yeah, please shut down your
Okay, there we
computer.
go. Sorry. Sure. Sorry, everyone. I spoke before this body about a month ago about the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, a new FCC initiative that will provide qualifying households discounts on internet service and a $100 discount toward purchase of a computer or tablet. Enrollment is likely to begin on this program later this month. Expansive outreach will be critical for word to reach those who could benefit. And we would like to turn out heavy enrollment to convince the FCC that the benefit should become a permanent one. This program can be found at fcc.gov/broadband-benefit. That's fcc.gov/broadband-benefit. There is also additional substantial federal funding coming through the American Rescue Plan to support broadband internet service and adoption across the country. I am here again this evening to continue raising awareness of the digital divide that is a current and serious reality in Tucson and Southern Arizona. I'm sitting on a statewide task force that is working to close this divide. My research has turned up very few organizations in this community that are focusing on this topic. We need to study this issue and understand its implications for the future, and it will have serious impacts on our future. Lack of digital connectedness and digital literacy are nationwide realities. Without internet access, scores of low-income people, the elderly, and individuals who are not fluent English speakers are powerless to do things many of us take for granted, like apply for jobs or public benefits, obtain vaccine appointments, attend virtual healthcare visits, or maintain social connections through the Zoom meetings so many of us have become accustomed to. They cannot do what I'm doing here tonight, participating remotely in the civic activity.
30 seconds.
With more federal dollars becoming available very soon, I think it would be wise to convene a coalition of community leaders dedicated to uncovering where the gaps lie in our community. Together, we can begin to work on solutions in advance before the money arrives. We need civic leaders, healthcare providers, workforce developers, and educators involved in this effort. We need to share about challenges the unconnected are facing in our community, and we need to uncover solutions so that we can move forward in an informed and strategic manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Justin Egoville?
I don't see him on.
I'll call him one more time. Justin Egoville? Nothing, Suzanne?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we're moving on to item 7. Thank you all who showed up to give us their opinion and their advice and feedback. We're moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement with the Tucson Unified School District for joint use of certain amenities at the Catalina High School. Item C is boards, committees, and commissions amending the resolution 20632, extending the term of service for the Grant Road Corridor Planning Task Force. Item D is Industrial Development Authority, authorization of amendments to the joint revolving taxable single-family mortgage program of 2012. And item E is an agreement with the Pima Association of Governments for youth public art funding. That's the extent of the consent.
Thank you, Suzanne. May I have a motion?
Mayor, I motion to approve the matters on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? I think we have to do roll call. Roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
So the items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing C8-20-01, amending Chapter 23B of the Unified Development Code relating to adult use and medical marijuana. Hearing ordinance number 11828.
City Manager's communication number 102, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the proposed text amendments to the Unified Development Code related to adult use and/or dual medical and adult use marijuana dispensaries land use. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Ms. Clerk, do we have requests to speak?
Yes, Your Honor, we have 3 requests to speak.
Alrighty. I have 2. One has removed her name from the speakers list. So I do have Norbert Pickett. Do we see Mr. Pickett?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Pickett appears to have hung up, as did the other 2 that we had on.
Okay, we have none. We don't have any further names for the public hearing.
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
There's a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm just concerned, are we sure that wasn't a technology glitch that all 3 dropped off? I'm just concerned that they're going to come back on, and do we know Suzanne, what happened there?
Councilmember Ulick, they hung up at different times, but very close together.
Okay. I just
so
wanted
I'm not
to
sure
check
what happened.
Okay, I'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ulick, for double checking. So all those in favor, can we redo the vote just to make sure that we're just voting to close the public hearing? Okay, so all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11828 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11828 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 4.8.6, 4.8.7, 4.9.9, and 11.3.9, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
And Mayor, on
Yes.
this item, I need to read into the changes, read into the record the changes to carry out the direction from the motion at today's study session. Just for the folks who are watching, these changes will have the effect of modifying the ordinance so that the use for new marijuana establishments, meaning new adult use dispensaries other than the dual licensees, instead of being subject to a special exception process for approval, for the time being will not be permitted in our zoning to give time for the state rulemaking process to play out. And then the mayor and council can decide how to handle the zoning for those types of uses after those rules are known. So to accomplish that, the following changes will occur to the ordinance. First, under section 4.8.6, the use table that is numbered 4.8-4, we're going to strike out the third row under the category that's listed under marijuana facility, and it will remove the reference to the marijuana establishment only dispensaries and the criteria that apply to C2 and C3. That will come out in its entirety. Also in the use table, we will edit the reference to the dispensary category with regard to the use specific standards so that instead of saying referring to section 4.9.9.E.1 subsections A through K, it'll just reference the entire subsection and take out all the A through K subsections. Additionally, under section 11.3.9.F.2, which relates to definitions, those will be revised to distinguish these marijuana establishments, these future uses, from the existing nonprofit medical dispensaries and the dual licensees. And instead of the special exception process, will provide as follows. To the fullest extent allowable by law, the operation of a marijuana establishment is prohibited in the city of Tucson, except where authorized for a dual licensee who operates both a nonprofit medical marijuana dispensary and marijuana establishment cooperatively in a shared location and has not forfeited or terminated the nonprofit medical marijuana dispensary registration from the department. That same language will be carried over to the end of section 4.9.9.E.1. So it'll be a new subsection M as in Mike, and it will replace what was in the ordinance that was presented to the mayor and council under subsection L relating to the special exception process. Again, the effect of those changes will be that the medical marijuana uses will continue to be allowed. The dual licensees will continue to be allowed, but we'll hold off on allowing under the zoning the pure medical, or excuse me, non-medical marijuana establishments until the rulemaking process has played out. Thank you.
Thank you for adding that language and noticing those changes, Mike. Really appreciate it. So I think we're at the point of discussion and want to make sure that I give my colleagues the opportunity to discuss or if there is a particular motion, allow for the council's pleasure at this time. Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, after discussing with multiple people all the things, I'm actually ready to make the motion as the attorney described. I move that we pass it up. What is it, 1138? Is that what it? I have it on
28.
Thank you. And that we allow dual use with existing dispensaries. We alter our setback restrictions so that those dispensaries can move to more appropriate places and have some latitude, and that we wait on recreational only use dispensaries until the parameters from the state are set forth. And I make that in form of a motion congruent to the discussion that manifests itself today and the comments or the alterations read into the record by the city attorney.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any continued discussion? Councilmember Kosacic?
What specific setbacks are incorporated in that motion?
I believe we chose option 1 today. Is that correct, Your Honor? The 500 all the way around?
We had not specifically selected option 1. That is the staff recommendation, though.
And so are you moving the staff recommendation?
Look, I'll take a substitute if somebody's more comfortable with one of the other 2 alternatives. I actually think that if we make it so we've had some discussion about this in the past. So let me make this discussion point first. What's happened in the past is we've had a situation where we've not approved a dispensary due to the setback, even though there was a large obstruction or line of sight barrier for a place that would have been a good place for a dispensary, and dispensaries kind of unintendedly end up in kind of weird places like tucked in the middle of a neighborhood or something like that. So I'm comfortable moving the staff's recommendation to allow that latitude. I would say that having the provision, there was one of the options had a 500 setback along with a 2,000 foot restriction from other dispensaries, so we didn't have clusters. I actually think that's the best option, but I'm willing to let that discussion go on. Okay. We should make a decision.
So for Daniel Bursick, then, would you clarify, or Scott just put his hand up? As I understand it, your recommendation is 500 from schools, 1,000 from residential treatments, and right now you've got 2,000 from dispensaries. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor and Council, what I'd like to do is have Dan Bursick pop up the slide with the 3 options so you can all see it at one time and talk through it. So the staff recommendation was the 500 feet.
Well, just because that's what's on.
There we go. Okay. So the staff recommendation is the 500 feet from schools. The reasoning being is we've got a medical use similar to pharmacies, so we don't have an exorbitant setback on pharmacies. And on the recreational side, we have a 300-foot setback from liquor stores. So the state recommendation or the state setback is 500 feet. So that's how we viewed it, both medicinally and recreational.
Got it. But the question is, what about other dispensaries and what about parks and schools?
So if you look at option 2, that was the Planning Commission, and they were looking at 1,000 feet from schools, libraries, and parks, and 1,000 feet from substance abuse facilities. They did not discuss dispensaries.
Okay, then I'm going to make and I don't know, Paul, if this is what you had in mind, but I would the staff's recommendation is silent on schools, parks, and substance abuse facilities, evidently. So I would just, to square the circle, say 500 feet from schools and 1,000 feet from each of the other 2.
And
can we just do 500, and then can we just do 500 from all the 3 or 4?
Well, you can, it's your motion, but I'm suggesting that if we leave 1,000 and 1,000, that's going to leave plenty of options available for people once we get these new licenses issued.
Where's that? Yeah, can you show me that map really quick on option 2?
So while we get to that map, Councilmember Kozachik, your substitute motion is to approve the 500 recommendation by staff and then add the 1,000 to 1,000 to substance abuse facilities, libraries, and other dispensaries.
Right, and that leaves us almost 3,500 available parcels.
Okay.
And right now we have fewer than 2,000. And so what Paul said is right. Right now, when we adopted the existing setback requirements, it was 10 years ago, and we were all looking at Colorado and worried about what's going to happen. Reefer madness, and we're all going to see a head shop on every corner. Now we've seen that what we effectively did was that we created such restrictive setbacks that the site is choosing the use now instead of users coming out and selecting an appropriate site. And we have vacant storefronts all over the community right now with a boatload of parking in middle of shopping centers. And instead of forcing them into neighborhoods and residential areas, such as the Harvest one on Grant and Treat, we're by doing this allowing them to move into more appropriate locations. I guess I would also, while Dan or Scott is on, ask, why are we not allowing them in C1 as well? You've got them only in C2 and C3.
I'd like Dan Bursick to answer that one. He's the author of that particular language.
Honorable Mayor and Council, yeah. So the reason why we're doing that is it's in line with kind of what's happened elsewhere in the state. Usually it goes into the more intense commercial districts, and things like drive-throughs and the amount of traffic is generally in line with what we see in C2 and C3 and not quite as much in C1. But that is, that is something that, while it didn't come up in the review, is definitely possible.
Do you have a sense as to how many more options we would be opening up, or is it, if it's just minimal, then there's no sense in really, chasing that?
So, Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Kozachik, there are a lot of C1 parcels in the city. In fact, there are far more C1 parcels than there are C2 and C3 parcels. So it would open up a lot of different sites. Related to C1, I mean, it's called, I think it's called neighborhood commercial, essentially. So it is going to be closer to neighborhoods and in less kind of busy, intense areas. So that's part of the reason why it wasn't.
Well, maybe it's better to leave it out then, because based on the last thing that you just said. I see Karen's got her hand up.
Yeah, I would much prefer that we keep it to C2, C3, only because of that particular neighborhood concern. I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz hand up, and then Councilmember Ulick.
I guess, thank you, Mayor. My concern with the 1,000 feet separation is that it looks, if you look at the map, just the concentrations of where they're at. And so I would hate to see, again, like we just had the conversations about the smoke shops and the liquor licenses, that they all be concentrated in like certain areas in the south side. And instead of it being more, dispersed throughout the city. So that's the concern that I have.
Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Steve.
Yeah, and I would echo Councilmember Santa Cruz's concern, and I'm more supportive. Can you put the map with the staff recommendation up, or is there one with the 500-foot distance versus? So option one, can you put the option one map up? That's option two.
No. There we go.
Yeah. See, I think that I would be more in favor of, I think the C2 and C3 in many respects, I would suspect would create certain distances from parks and libraries. I hear the concern, Steve, and I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish, but in terms of dispersal and offering enough options, I'd be more in favor of this. So I guess at this point, I would be more in favor of the staff recommendation than the option 2.
The Cassidy motion went down by 5-3 votes.
So, Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kosacek.
So I'm kind of inclined to, I want to leave the options open. So I like the 500 setback, but I also am worried about the cluster. So I'm kind of thinking if we do a hybrid and we do 500 setback, but then we also say, hey, look, you got to be 2,000 feet away from the other ones. We avoid the cluster phenomenon, which I know a lot of people are concerned about. And we also give latitude where it's needed. So best sites can be selected, the ones that are conducive to this use. Nobody really knows. It's the best guess here. I mean, you can't predict the future, and I guarantee you, it doesn't matter which option we pick, someone's going to call up and be mad about where they put the dispensary. So we're just going to have to accept that and do the best we can with the information we have. For me, I know the cluster thing is a big deal. So I'm in for 500 plus 2,000 separation. That's kind of what I'm willing to do. And I think, does that, if you want to add parks and libraries or substance abuse facilities, I'm totally okay with that. But again, we just got to do our best with what we're working with. And one of the things about those substance abuse facilities is we've had issues identifying what exactly they are in the past, because you have different types of clinics, different types of facilities. So I think that's a bad thing to try to do tonight. And I don't want to continue this thing. I just want to get it done. I think, again, 500 on parks, and heck, if you want to do schools, that's fine. And 2,000 away from other dispensaries. That's kind of where I'm at.
So that's your original motion, correct, Paul?
I might have to remake my motion. Because I was under the assumption we had already decided which option during study section. I didn't listen well enough.
Okay, so Councilmember Ulick, you have your hand up again. Councilmember Kosacek?
Okay, just to clarify, option 1 is clear. It's 500 feet from schools, but what about the other uses? What does it do to the setbacks for the other uses?
It doesn't. You're right, Steve. So it sounds like Councilmember Cunningham is proposing something to address your concern there.
Well, all right. So how about this? To address the issue of clustering, but also to open up sufficient number of options, because really we're not going to get a boatload of these things. We're going to get max 3 or 4. So what we're really talking about doing is giving the existing licensees an opportunity to move to a new location, a more appropriate location. So how about 500 on the schools, 1,000 on the treatment facilities, and 2,000 on existing dispensaries? That's going to prevent the clustering, but it's also going to open up an appropriate number of places for them to move and keep it at C2 and C3.
And the one thing about that is just remember that we run into that. What exactly is a substance abuse facility? Because you got a counselor's office. We ran into this last time. I remember we had this discussion where you had an in-house rehab, then you had like an Al-Anon center, or then you have a counseling place, or then you have a methadone clinic, and there's all these different types, and we couldn't figure out. And then, or you have one where the setback's 1,000 feet, but the giant sign is right in the line of sight of the place, as opposed to you could have gone around the corner, tucked away.
So let me.
It would have been a better effect. So I don't know if I want to go down that road. I'm not saying you're not right in.
No, I get it. So let me finish my thought then. So first of all, if you want to go to 2,000, 2,500, then maybe so. But then I would say that everybody needs to have the option of a special exception land use for the situations where they say, look, I'm 1,800 feet away, but there's a huge block in front of me that's going to make this an appropriate location. But give everybody the option to come back.
Well, I think per the UDC, it identifies as residential facilities only. Scott, is that right?
Honorable Mayor and Council, that is correct. It has to be residential treatment.
Well, then leave it at 1,000. Then that's clear.
So we do, yeah. So it's already in there, it's already built into the option, Scott, or what?
That's the current code, and that may be what you were remembering. The battle was probably a year ago, as we had one that was not inpatient; it was outpatient. So that outpatient does not apply.
So and right now that setback is 1,000.
I believe. Dan, do you recall what that setback is for the?
Councilmember Cunningham. The setback is currently 2,000 for those facilities.
It's currently 2,000?
That's correct, yeah.
All right, then I'm actually, Mayor, Your Honor, I'm actually pretty comfortable with 500 on schools, 500 on the residentials, or 1,000. I don't want to get in a fight about it. And then 2,000 separation between dispensaries. I'm very comfortable with that. I think we should just make it 500 for both, because then everybody knows it's 500 feet.
Yep.
That's kind of, so my motion is this. I move that we pass and adopt the ordinance congruent with the discussion we had this afternoon and the language the attorney read into the record. It will include a 500-foot setback for residential facilities and schools and a 2,000-foot separation between dispensaries.
I'll second that.
Second.
That's a motion and a second. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
And Mayor, if I can interject just quickly, and I would take that as meaning the 500 would also be with respect to parks and libraries.
Yeah, they're all in the same category.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we tick off the boxes here.
Okay, I just wanted clarification. So we're kind of taking out the substance, misuse treatment facilities, because my question was going to be, do we have that tied to liquor stores or smoke shops as well? So I'm just trying to be consistent here. But if it's not part of the motion, then, maybe we can have this conversation at a later time.
I like that.
Mr. Attorney? Or Scott or Dan?
So, Honorable Mayor and Council, smoke shops and liquor licensed establishments are not sensitive use separators under any of these categories.
I don't think parks and libraries was in there. It's only 500 feet from schools and residential facilities.
They're included in the same category. They're included in the same use category right now.
But okay, so what went on the option 1 map? Does that include schools and libraries and parks or not?
Option 1 map is only school. That is what is required by the state.
Now, you guys, so we don't even have a map now to know what we're actually doing and how many parcels we're restricting. See, I'm telling you, we're going to get into the same situation I got the last time with one of these, where there was a totally appropriate space that was behind a building near a school, and it would have been a better spot. It was common sense that where it should go. And instead they went exactly the 1,001 feet from the school where every single kid who went to that school walked by it. This is what we don't want to go down that road. We have to leave the latitude. We have to approve these anyway. So for me, I'm saying, look, we do 500 from schools and the residential facilities, 2,000 apart from dispensaries. I'm good with that. I don't want to mess with anything else.
I agree.
That's my original motion.
Alrighty, I agree. Councilmember Cunningham. And I mean, I also agree with Councilmember Kosacic that we might put the special exemption if we, if we want to be able to provide that. for.
Madam Mayor.
So there is a motion on the floor, and I just want to make sure that the seconder of the motion agrees or is still willing to second Councilmember Cunningham.
Could he repeat the motion again? I know it's 500 for schools.
Yes, Your Honor. I
2,000.
we pass and adopt the ordinance incongruent to the discussion we had at the study session and with the language read in by the city attorney. I further move that the setbacks are 500 feet from schools and residential treatment facilities and a 2,000-foot separation between dispensaries.
You mean residential, not treatment facilities, right?
I mean residential treatment facilities, just like the current UDC says.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
So there is a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I gotta, because we're not even talking about parks and libraries and all the other uses that are included in the existing setback ordinance that we have in place. And so what, are we just ignoring them or what?
No.
And Mayor, that was why I just raised my hands. I just want to make sure we carry out the council's intent. Parks and libraries are included in the code as sensitive uses that have separation. The ordinance that was presented to you tonight with respect to parks proposed the 1,000-foot separation requirement setback. And because it's in the same category and in the same paragraph as libraries and some of the other uses. So I understand the motion very clearly with respect to other dispensaries, schools and child care, and residential treatment facilities. But I just want to make sure we understand what the desire is with respect to
parks and libraries.
And
they are currently included in the same tranche as with schools under the existing code.
Exactly.
And that's where they should be in this one.
I agree. Paul, you want to accept that as the form of your motion?
I don't think staff said, guys, that we're not really doing anything. Nobody's going to be able to move.
We're doing something significant. Right now it's 2,000
No
feet.
one's gonna be
500.
I think we're closing off too many options. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm saying we should do the 500 on just the libraries and the parks.
But they exist in code. We have to do something with them. Are you going to leave it at 2,000? I mean, we have to
agree. So you had an amendment, Steve?
I'll make a substitute motion that we do 500 feet on schools, parks, and libraries, 2,000 and the 2,000 feet on existing dispensaries, and 500 on the residential treatment.
Second. I'll second his.
So there is a motion and a second. There's always the opportunity. I want to ask this to Scott or Dan or Mike, whoever can answer. The special exception option could also exist, right?
So, Honorable Mayor and Council, you could, in fact, the proposed ordinance contemplated a special exception, although that was for the use that now we're determining, we're going to wait and check that one out later, right, after we know the rules. But the code could provide for a special exception that allows for those uses, the permitted uses, to go in where they don't meet those, where you could establish a smaller separation or setback.
So let me do this. I just want to ask this. Right now it's 500 parks, libraries, schools, residential treatment with a 2,000 separation between dispensaries, and we will have a special exception provision.
Yeah. The motion itself.
If we do all that, I'm good. I'm good with that.
The motion itself didn't include the special exception provision yet, as far as I understand it, but it's part of your conversation. One thing I would say is that yes, you can add that. If you do add that in addition to these other changes, what I'd like to do is have the opportunity to revise the ordinance and have you have it come back and have you approve the whole thing together.
Steve, I'm going to withdraw all of my previous motions if you withdraw yours. Do you want to do that?
And I'm not ready to withdraw mine. I think we need to move forward because we got some really bad situations in the community right now that we should be addressing.
I'm not saying withdraw and not re-enter them. I'm just saying because we've now talked in circles 4 times, and I want to be organized when we give staff instruction. So I want to withdraw and hear your motion, and I'll probably second it.
Fair enough.
I want to withdraw both of mine so we don't have a substitute of a substitute. Cool?
The motion, which was seconded, was 500 from schools, parks, and libraries, 500 from residential treatment, and 2,000 from dispensaries. I don't think we need a special exception because I don't think we need the special exception because that's very liberal.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm fine.
All right, let's do it. Again, I'll second that motion by Councilman Kosacik. Let's move forward with this, Madam Mayor.
Yes, we do need to move forward. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm hearing nothing. So all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. And sorry if I made that harder than it needed to be, but we appreciate the specific direction. We will also, based on your earlier direction, come back as the rulemaking process plays out. So you'll have another bite at this apple in case you need to make other adjustments that you've started to discuss tonight. Thank you so much.
Well, and it makes sense now that the Planning Commission didn't come to a conclusion on this stuff because, you know, it's important and it changes the map with every decision that we make. So motion passes. So ordinance, let me see, ordinance 11828 passes by a vote of 7-0. Alrighty, now we move on to item 9.
Zoning SE 20-12 T-Mobile 4216 South 12th Avenue, 03 zone wireless communication facility, special exception land use, ordinance adoption, report from zoning examiner, ordinance number 11827.
City Manager's communication number 100 dated April 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is a special exception request for site located on the west side of 12th Avenue, approximately 1,500 feet south of Ahoway on 03 zone. The zoning examiner recommends approval of the special exception request subject to the recommended conditions. Staff recommends approval of the 03 zoning and adoption of the ordinance. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Gary Castle with Clear Blue Services and T-Mobile.
Thank you. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements, Mr. Castle?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, great. So, Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11827.
Ordinance number 11827 relating to zoning, a special exception land use wireless communications facility, SE 20-12 T-Mobile, 4216 South 12th Avenue, located on the west side of 12th Avenue, approximately 1,500 feet south of Ahoway, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility with antenna panels concealed within the artificial branches and leaves of an artificial broadleaf tree, mono elm, with associated ground equipment in the 03 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
So move. Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
This would be to approve the request for special exception as recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11827. Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11827 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Water notice of intention to increase certain Tucson water rates and fees and scheduling a public hearing for June 8th, 2021, resolution number 23321.
City Manager's communication number 98, dated April 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23321 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23321 relating to water, approving the publication of a notice of intention to implement a differential rate structure for Tucson water customers located in unincorporated Pima County, scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor, I don't want to have to rehash the entire discussion we had this afternoon. I think we've kind of put everything in perspective. I make this motion on the idea that we need the latitude and the wiggle room to decide how we're going to structure. I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23321, approving the publication of a notice of intent that we schedule the public hearing on this matter for June 8th, and we direct staff to file all necessary documents with the city clerk and all other actions to allow the mayor and council to consider differential rates up to but not exceeding 50%.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution 23321. Any further discussion or clarification from our city attorney? Or Tucson Water, Tim Tamir? Okay, Councilmember Kozaczek?
Yeah, I would just add this affirming statement, Paul, that the mayor and council support of our water service area policy, which was challenged by the soups today. It's consistent with our city's long-standing ethic of promoting conservation, protecting our pristine Sonoran Desert as a means of acting boldly on the imminent threat that climate change poses to our region. I think that based on what the Board of Supervisors did today, that we should add that as just a statement of affirmation of our existing water service policy.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to add to the bottom of the motion that I just read I further move that we affirm that our water service area, or is it excuse me, I further move that we affirm that the City of Tucson water service area protects our water supply and is vital to our sustainability.
That's acceptable to me as the seconder of the motion.
Right, any further discussion? Hearing none.
Mr. Cunningham?
Oh, aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
That's the end. I was still waiting for others. So Resolution 23321 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all so much for your hard work on this. Item 11.
Adjournment.
Wait, before you kick us out for the night, I want to clarify one final thing. And I hate to go back to the marijuana thing, but also a part of what we were voting on was increasing the space from 4,000 to 10,000 feet. We didn't specifically say that during the motion, but Mike Rankin, that was a part of the whole recommendation.
And it was part of the ordinance as presented to the mayor and council. So yes, that change will also be made. But thank you for making the record clear on that.
Thanks.
No, thank you, Councilmember Kozaczek. So with that, council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 20th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week. Thank you.